would like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is Wednesday, September 9th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before we get started with the public business, I would like to call on the Mayor Pro Tem, Diane Williams-Cox, for our invocation, followed by the pledge. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. Or good afternoon, I should say, everyone. If we could just pause for a moment. This week, we know that we will be coming up on 9/11. And I think that we should really just pause and think about the heroes who gave their lives to protect others and those who ran into to try to help folks, our first responders, as we go into our invocation. Thank you for this day that we've never seen before. We thank you for allowing us to come together as a community. Thank you for allowing us to be able to come and reason and talk together. We ask, Lord, that you will touch the hearts, minds, and hands of each and every one of us. Hear our hearts and know that we have a heart to serve and that we want to do our very best, and we want to love our neighbors as we do ourselves, and we want to do what's right and do what's good. We ask that you bless the families who gave some, and we ask you that you bless the families who gave it all and on 9/11. Lord, we thank you and we honor you, and we ask that you will just reign, rule, and abide. In God we trust. Amen. Am I to lead the pledge as well? I pledge allegiance to the flag,
please,
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. I certainly do appreciate it. Folks, we got a couple of administrative things before we get to public comments. First of all, Mr. City Manager, do we have any agenda modifications?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. Items 12.04, 12.06, and 12.08 have been updated. The update includes a recommended action, schedule a workshop prior to the adoption hearing related to the comprehensive plan amendment for the Wulani Arch and the land use element. Also, item 13.02 was updated. There was a clarification in the recommended action to reflect the Appalachia Center, which was reflected at the bottom of that.
I'm going to ask everybody to please mute their microphones so that we can get rid of as much background noise as we possibly can moving forward. We're going to make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak. Colleagues, any questions or clarifications on the agenda modification? None. Do we have any presentations this evening? Mr. Manager?
No, sir, we do not.
Excellent. Do we have any announcements this evening?
No announcements.
Do we have any appearances by other governments before this commission this evening?
No, sir, no appearances.
Excellent. Okay, now we're on citizen input on agenda items. Folks, we have got a long list of citizens that want to participate tonight, and we're going to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to be heard. So this is how it's going to work. I'm going to turn it over to Jim Cook, who is the city treasurer clerk and the official record keeper of the City of Tallahassee. He will call your name and walk you through the process. Now, I'm here to tell you, folks, that we have got about 4.5 hours worth of public comment at the meeting this evening. I am asking everybody. 4.5 hours worth of public comment at the meeting. We could please mute our microphones to get rid of the background noise. That'd be great. We have about 4.5 hours of public comment this evening before we even begin. So here's what we're going to do, because we do have a scheduled public hearing at 5 o'clock. We will go ahead and begin and allow the public to comment. At about 4:55, I will call for a short recess so that everyone can take care of some personal business for about 5 minutes. And then we will come back for the public hearing as scheduled at 5 and as publicly noticed. If you are here to speak on an item at the public hearing, we are going to entertain your speaking in real time as we discuss those items. After we conclude the public hearing, we will come back to citizens to be heard, right where we left off. We will finish up with everybody that wants to speak before the commission tonight. And then, commissioners, we will go into the consent agenda and the rest of our agenda. It will be a long evening, but we are going to take care of the people's business, and we are going to get it done, and it's going to be a great meeting. Now, once again, let me remind everybody, as if we were in chambers, let's please respect everyone's opinion. There will be differing opinions that will be stated today, but let's set the example as we broadcast live on television to the world how it is done right in a democracy. With that, Mr. Cook, let me go ahead and turn the microphone over to you. Again, I'm asking everyone to please mute your microphone until Mr. Cook calls on you. Therefore, everybody can hear you, and we can hear everyone who's speaking. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me add just a couple of comments, if I may. As the Mayor indicated, we do have a large number of people who wish to speak tonight. We also received quite a bit of written comment. We received written comment from several hundred people. If you are watching this meeting and you were one of those who submitted your comment by the 9 p.m. deadline last night, then all of those comments have been distributed to the members of the City Commission and also posted with the agenda for tonight's meeting, so that those comments are available both for the City Commission and for the public to see. The deadline was 9 o'clock for that distribution. However, if someone submitted a written comment after that deadline, but prior to this meeting, those comments will be made part of the public record. It's just that they were not able to be distributed earlier today for the commission to have an opportunity to review in advance. They will be made part of the written record. For speakers, as the Mayor noted, we have about 80 people who have registered to speak tonight. If each of those people uses 3 minutes, then we're at the 4 hours plus that the Mayor mentioned. One slight change: at the very beginning of the meeting, Mr. Lane indicated that speakers would be called multiple times. Because that 4+ hours assumes each individual speaks once, we're asking you to combine all of your comments, whether on one or multiple items, to that 3-minute time frame. I would also encourage you that as you speak, if we're going to call on you, and you can use your full 3 minutes. At the same time, if someone has already very eloquently stated your views, feel free to add that you are in support of the comments by that individual, or that you are supportive of the item or opposed to the item. You don't have to use all 3 minutes, but you certainly are welcome to. Those who limit those remarks may make their point and also just make the meeting move a little bit faster, possibly. The 3-minute mark, I will tell you when your 3 minutes are expired. I will also try to give you a heads up at 2.5 minutes so that you're able to wrap that up. I believe that's all the instructions, and if you will just...
Cook, real quick, Mr. Cook, the written comments that were submitted, what was, in general, the nature of those comments?
The written comments? Mayor, a lot of items on some of the comp plan, a lot of comment on some of the comp plan items, and there's already been an amendment mentioned by the city manager to that. Significant input on the Citizen Review Board and TPD progress update. If you don't mind, I'll try to, as you know, each time we come to a new item that hasn't been addressed, I'll try to summarize those remarks. I made a couple of notes by item, but I don't have them comprehensively. All right. And again, bear with me just one moment and I'll get to the first speaker. Our first speaker this evening will be Darwin Gamble, speaking on item 1201, which deals with the 2020 cycle comp plan amendments. Again, because we're taking speakers in the order we received their comment, You may hear a variety of topics, but again, on 1201, since this is the first time this one's been addressed, we probably had a dozen or more comments on that, about half and half, asking for a delay or maybe some opposition expressed, but we will begin with Darwin Gamble. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon. Darwin Gamble, 1248 Halifax Court. And I think you need to schedule 2 public hearings for all of these comprehensive plan amendments, not just the one on October 13th. And here's why. Section 163.3184, the Florida statutes, requires local governments to conduct at least 2 public hearings on all comprehensive plan amendments, one at the transmittal stage and one at the adoption stage. Now, you may think that we had a transmittal hearing back on May 26th, but you really didn't. It's not a public hearing if the public is not heard, and the public is not heard during that event on May 26th. It's very clear from the law, chapter 286.0114, that boards and commissions must give the public an opportunity to be heard. And when that legislation was passed back in 2013, the legislature made it very clear the public was to speak and be heard, not write and be read. In other words, people have to be able to speak in order to be heard. And the people didn't speak on May 21st. They were only allowed to send in written comments. Also, we have a court case here. Zork, that's Z-O-R-C, versus City of Vero Beach. Zork versus City of Vero Beach, and part of that decision compares a city council meeting to what happens at a public hearing. And what happens at a public hearing is people are given an opportunity to express their views and to participate in the decision-making process. That's not what happened on May 26th. Again, people have to be heard. Written comments simply don't count. The legislature meant for people to speak and be heard. By the way, meetings with staff don't count, including those silly charrettes. So again, I think you need to schedule 2 public hearings for those comprehensive plan amendments, because what happened on May 26th was not a public hearing. And you have to provide a method like you're using now so that people can be heard. You can't use the county's protocol, which is to only send in written comments. That just doesn't count either. And that also goes for the blueprint meeting and public hearing next week. So I think you should refuse to do anything jointly with the Leon County Commission until that body comes to its senses and allows the public to be heard as required by law. Those are my remarks.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Jeff Blair. Jeff Blair speaking on orders 1204 and 1208. Both dealing with the comp plan or Welaunee rezoning. Just as a matter of information, just before he begins his remarks, on items 1204, 6, and 8, received a number of comments seeking delays or opportunities for additional input, some reference to real-time input, which I think probably meant the ability for audio and people to speak as opposed to submit comments. There was some appreciation for the charrettes and other information provided, but those written comments were seeking some additional opportunity for that information to be relayed both to the public and to the commission. With that, Jeff Blair, you may begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Jeff Blair. I reside at 1803 Old Fort Drive in Tallahassee, Florida. I'm here to request that you vote for option 1. That is to conduct a joint city-county commission public workshop with real-time virtual public input opportunities provided during that workshop prior to establishing an adoption hearing, specifically on 12.04, 12.06, and 12.08, the 3 Welaunee Arch comp plan amendments, text map, and zoning respectively. I would like for you to instruct your staff to provide a summary and analysis of the various comments that were received during the charrettes, and that you receive that and evaluate that, not receive it, but evaluate it during a public workshop where there's opportunity for public comment. And during that workshop, you make policy decisions on which items should be included in revisions to the Weelaunee Arch Master Plan. And that then staff revise the text and map amendments to reflect your policy direction. And then the public has another opportunity to comment during a workshop prior to the adoption hearing. So I'm asking you to vote for option 1 with the caveat that there be real-time virtual public comment opportunities provided at the workshop, and that you also vote for option 2, seeking an extension from the Department of Economic Opportunity, which is a pro forma request. They will grant it automatically, and conduct your workshop either in December or in January, and then your adoption hearing either in January or February, depending on how much is done. This will provide time to do meaningful work on the comprehensive Weelaunee Arch Master Plan and ensure that it provides the continuity and guidance needed across all PUDs for the Weelaunee property, including stormwater, greenways, trails, active recreational facilities, what Keep It Rural is calling a Weelaunee park system. All of this can be accomplished within the existing required open space set-asides, and no development rights will be lost. So somebody's got a lot of noise going on. At any rate, I would like to request you vote for option 1 with real-time comment, that you seek an extension from the Department of Economic Opportunity, and schedule the workshops and hearings for December, January of coming up, so we have time to work on it.
Hold on one second.
That applies to all 3, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, the next speaker is Robert Lombardo, speaking on items 1201, 1204, 1206, and 1208. So again, the comp plan and other amendments and rezonings. Robert Lombardo may begin. Holding just a moment for Robert Lombardo. Not hearing Robert Lombardo, I will move to Margaret Moore. Margaret Moore is speaking on item 1301. 1301 is your TPD progress update. Mayor and Commissioners, there were close to 100 comments received by the deadline, probably another 40 after the deadline on that item. Those probably ran a 2-to-1 supportive TPD, with the remainder having various criticisms of TPD and certain actions taken by TPD. With that summary of the written comments, Margaret Moore, you have 3 minutes.
Hi.
If you would give your name and address for the record, I think I left that off in my initial remarks, but if you'll do that, I'll get you started.
Sure. I'm Margaret Moore. My address is 1910 Monticello Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32303. I didn't expect to speak so quickly, and I generally let my my speech be informed by those who precede me. I don't think there's anything I can say that's not going to be said more in depth by others more informed and intelligent than I am. We've been begging and pleading with the City Commission to be able to even entertain our speech. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you to your IT folks for setting this up. I know it's a lot of people to manage in a weird situation. I saw the press conference at noon today, and I just wanted to extend my gratitude to Commissioner Matlow for stepping up and speaking up on behalf of so many of us. I speak on behalf of a lot of people who don't have the privilege to attend these meetings and log in and wait and use devices and Wi-Fi and be able to participate. I speak for them too. We want reform. We want meaningful reform. We want a Citizens Police Accountability Council. We want Reese, if you don't fire Chief Rebel, we need a new Reese. I don't know what to call you. City manager, sorry. Please don't make any adoption hearings final until there are public hearings. Please listen to. Please take public opinion into consideration. I'm sorry, I feel rushed. I didn't expect to speak, so I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will let other speakers know the order that we're calling speakers is the order that we received registration. So those who signed up first are being called first. So it's not agenda item order, but it is sequential. And I'll try to, before calling each speaker, also identify who the next speaker is, so you have a couple of minutes to prepare. I apologize to Ms. Moore on that. Our next speaker will be Will Crowley, followed by William Booker, both of them on item 1301. So Will Crowley is our next speaker.
Yes, please just give me one moment to get ready because I also didn't have any heads up.
Sure, that's fine. Again, so we'll have Crowley, William Booker, and then John Coulter, so that those others can be queuing up.
All right, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can. You may begin.
All right, my name is Will Crowley, and I live at 644 Von Seal Avenue. Commissioners, thank you for heeding our call to restore public comment at these meetings. I must also compliment the strategic mind of whoever decided to include so many controversial items in a single agenda scheduled in the middle of a workday, as I'm sure it will achieve the apparent goal of mitigating the wave of well-deserved public criticism. I speak today on the atrocious display from this weekend, in which the full weight of an overfunded, highly militarized police force came down upon a small contingent of unarmed, nonviolent political dissidents. Stormtroopers dragged young people by their hair, smashing at least one woman's face into the pavement, bloodying her nose. Trish Brown, a local organizer and recent candidate for this very body, was arrested for the dastardly crime of driving too slow. I would ask Commissioner Richardson, if it being his seat, Trish was seeking, how it feels to see a woman who dared to challenge his authority detained, but I don't have time to wait for him to run to the Gazvinis for a pre-approved statement. Now that might seem like a cheap shot, an unrelated bar designed solely to provoke, but the undemocratic influence of private developers, facilitated by campaign finance loopholes that allow officials like Commissioner Richardson to receive far more than the legal limit, is directly linked to gentrification, which in turn is linked to the problem of unjust policing. Developers need a steady flow of foreclosures and evictions to supply them with cheap investment properties. They also need aggressive broken window style policing to protect the value of their investment. Then they need to secure city investment in infrastructure and amenities to increase the appeal of their product to their target demographic. None of this helps the community who were living there. It serves only to concentrate them in distressed areas without access to vital resources. Seen through this lens, it is obvious why the city fails to provide sufficient housing, why it prioritizes expansionary sprawl over the existing needs, the needs of existing neighborhoods, and why it refuses to allow true community control of police. Combine all of this with our abysmal crime clearance rate of 17.4%, almost 10 points below the state of Florida, and it's clear that the primary mission of TPD is to protect the material interests of wealthy property owners, not the people who live here. The solution to the interlinked problems of gentrification and police oppression will not come from a police chief with blood on his hands or from city officials who prioritize their political machine over working class interests. It can only come from our friends and our neighbors rallying together, declaring that the age of passive compliance is over and that a new Tallahassee begins today. Thank you.
The next speaker is William Booker, followed by John Coulter. So William Booker, each of these next items on the TPD update or the Citizen Police Review Board.
Yeah, so my name is William Booker. I reside at 1618 Stanley Avenue. First, I'd like to talk about what we saw last Saturday. We're told time and time again that the police are there to protect us, but what I saw was a police force that used no masks. I saw a police member who thought it was a joke that he wasn't wearing a mask because we weren't being nice to him. And I saw police members with their badge numbers covered, preventing any sort of accountability for those people. We had hundreds of police for 100 nonviolent protesters, police dogs, and just an overt display of force. With that said, Reese Goad has to go now for how he helped get this police chief his position. And regardless of what you think of Lawrence Ravel, he has to go as well, because what happened Saturday shows the complete incompetence of Revell and whoever else was in charge of that action, because all it did was harm our community and shed a terrible light on the city of Tallahassee. I'll lead that into the budget. We've experienced some of the bloodiest weeks in Tallahassee recently. We know that bloated police budgets and over-policing do not equate to safer communities. What does is by investing in other areas such as housing and supporting our impoverished communities. I'm asking that we take $20 million of our bloated police budget to invest instead in our community. We can imagine not just a safer Tallahassee, but a thriving Tallahassee, and that's how we get there. Finally, I'd like to talk on the advisory board, the police advisory board. First, by making this board appointed and not elected, you lose all credibility in ensuring an unbiased board. Our current ability to check the police, a taxpayer-funded governmental service that has a complete monopoly on force and exercises that force to brutalize our community and back up a union that corrupts our government through campaign contributions and endorsements backed by essentially terror, is non-existent. We know several of you here today are backed by the police in the city and answer to them for various reasons. So why should we trust you all to appoint a board that would be fair and unbiased? Any accountability board or council needs to be democratically elected so the community can have faith that they are doing their job with the community's best interests at mind. Secondly, the advisory board as it currently stands is toothless. And anyone not voting to actually have a council that has the power to hire or fire the police chief, conduct proper investigations, and actually hold the police accountable is just as usefully performative in caring about Black Lives Matter and the equal and just application of the law as the Gain Street mural is that no one asked for. We need actual accountability, and that is why I'm urging the council to create instead a community police accountability council as outlined by TCAC, and is something by now you should all be very familiar with if you read our emails and listened to us. From what we saw last Saturday, our police and its management is out of control. Since you all can't seem to be bothered to do what is right to keep them in check and ensure the safety and well-being of our community, it's time to turn it over to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Coulter, to be followed by Nicole Souza. Each speaking on 1209 and 1301. Mayor and Commissioners, I addressed the written comments on 1301 earlier. 1209, specifically the review board, we did receive about 45 comments on that, a variety of comments and questions. The most frequent and probably 2/3 of those comments were supportive of additional strength for a citizen review board, including making it an elected body and providing greater authority for that body. With that, our next speaker is John Coulter. John Coulter. Not hearing John Coulter, then Nicole Souza, who would be followed by Katarina Kirkpatrick.
Hi, this is Nicole Souza. Can you all hear me?
We can, and you may begin with your name and address whenever you are ready.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Souza. I live at 6846 Road. My first comment here about the Citizen Review Board.
We do need you to speak up a little bit. We can hear that you're speaking, but can't hear you clearly.
Can you hear me better now?
Speak as loudly as you can, I think. I can hear you, but I'm seeing others shaking their head a little bit.
Can you hear me better this way?
Let's give it a go.
Okay. The proposed Citizen Police Review Board is not what our community has been asking for. It's a performative advisory board that will not take any effective action to address the glaring abuses of power TPD has engaged in over the past year. The proposed board would lack any real investigatory power, as it would not have the power to hire or fire staff, compel evidence or testimony, would not have budget oversight in conjunction with the City Commission, and its members would not be democratically elected by the public but handpicked and appointed by the City Commission. Our community has expressed time and time again our want for a democratically elected civilian police accountability council as laid out by local organization CCAC that would be granted the powers that the currently proposed Citizens Police Review Board lacks. Contrary to what you all have stated before, that there was no way for you to create this council due to legal restrictions, you have the ability to do so under Section 10 of the City Charter, which says you can, by ordinance or resolution, prescribe the manner in which any power of the city shall be exercised. If you cannot commit to the CPAC, I at least ask that you require the members of the proposed Citizens Police Review Board be popularly elected. If this requires an amendment to the city charter, then I urge you to pass an ordinance that would place such an amendment on the ballot for voters to decide on. This would help restore community trust in your offices. The other thing I wanted to comment on was the abuse of power by TPD, which these abuses of power have been going on for the past year, even longer than that, realistically, but they have gotten out of control. The fact that we give TPD so much of our budget is ridiculous. All that they're using it for is to militarize themselves and to brutalize members of our community that are doing what they're legally allowed to do, which is express themselves under the First Amendment. I find it appalling that we can use part of our money and our budget to do things like install anti-homeless installations in Lake Ella instead of funding community and social services, which would allow us to actually address the problems of homelessness in our community. But we can give TPD millions of dollars a year in order to kill people without real accountability and then brutalize peaceful protesters on camera without real accountability when those peaceful protesters then get arrested and charged for peacefully protesting on a sidewalk, which they are legally allowed to do without a permit.
You're at about 2.5 minutes.
And that's basically all I wanted to say. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker is Katarina Kirkpatrick, speaking on 1209 and 1301, which you've heard addressed, but also 1302, which is our item on mental health crisis initiative. We had about a half dozen comments written, submitted, mayors and commissioners, with a variety of thought, but with general support for mental health intervention. And with that, Katarina Kirkpatrick, are you ready to speak? Not hearing Katarina Kirkpatrick. Isabella Fulmar would be next, and then followed by Lauren Hurston. So Isabella Fulmar.
Hello, I'm calling in regards to the egregious use of force against nonviolent protesters on September 5th, 2020. I watched in horror online as videos were released depicting scenes of our own Tallahassee police officers in full riot gear dragging a woman along the pavement while she screamed in pain and fear. Also, as they kicked and punched nonviolent protesters on the pavement. This brutality against our own citizenry is a flagrant misuse of taxpayer dollars. I cannot believe we are paying for this. The mass arrest from September 5th, 15 people, actually 14 were arrested. 3 of those also were hospitalized. The mass arrests from September 5th recall another perilous period of Tallahassee's history when in 1960, protesters were jailed for attempting to integrate lunch counters, an act of civil disobedience, which, by the way, had not been permitted by the police, that being the very nature of civil disobedience. In 2020, nonviolent protesters continue to fight for equal rights for all of Tallahassee citizens, including the right of Tallahassee's African-American citizens to live without the fear of being murdered with impunity by Tallahassee's police officers, as has happened 3 times this year alone in the cases of Michael Johnson, Tony McDade, and Wilburn Woodard. It is my hope that today's TPD update will include an announcement of Lawrence Revel's resignation, and also Reese Goad needs to go as well for his role in the hiring of Lawrence Revel. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Hurston, and then Ed Deaton. So Lauren Hurston, addressing 904, which is a mutual aid agreement as well as 1209, 1301, and 1302, which you have heard previously addressed. Lauren Hurston? Not hearing Lauren Hurston, then Ed Deaton would be our next speaker, and then Abigail Jackson. Ed Deaton has signed up to comment on items 1204, 1206, and 1208. Again, your comp plan amendments. Ed Deaton, if you are ready, you may begin. Oh, I thought I heard a beep of someone logging into that, so I do not hear Ed Deaton. Abigail Jackson. Abigail Jackson on item 1301. Sorry to interrupt you there. I also will add, just so others can be preparing, next speakers would be Ruthie Brown and Ruthie McWhite. Go ahead, Ms. Jackson.
Hello, I'm Abigail Jackson, 685 Henry Jones Road. I'm Malik Jackson's auntie. First of all, I want to say I'm upset. I'm mad. My family was completely disrespected by the city of Tallahassee. I don't know who decided to release the video of my nephew taking his last breath, but that was a vision that we didn't have. That was a wound that was not open. I do not agree with nothing that was done. I gave everything. I was respectful to everybody from May 26th down to today. And I'm tired, I'm sick, and somebody must respect my family. Nobody reached out to my family. Nobody asked how my family was doing. It was nothing about Malik. Now, let me ask you this. Let me ask you all this. What's the definition of a victim? If you don't know, I'm going to tell you the definition of a victim. A victim is defined in Florida as a person who suffers direct or threatened physical harm as a result of a commission or attempted commission of a crime. Malik was a victim. Malik was a victim of McDade. Malik's life was showed to the world. We did not have that vision of Malik. And I'm asking that Reese Gold and whoever else need to go. It doesn't make any sense for my sister and his father, for Malik's family, period, to have to watch this baby take his last breath to the world. The world, I saw a video, a matter of fact, I saw a video on Facebook last night that mimicked him taking his last breath. It's disgusting. We can't sleep. We can barely eat. Like I said before, nobody called us from the city just to say, how are you all doing? Until I made a video Friday night calling out everybody up there at that city hall. And it's disgusting because guess what? My sister, she lived in the city limit. Malik was a good boy. Malik was very respectful. Malik was not the type of child that would disrespect anybody. Malik would give the shirt off his back. I'm asking that the video come down. The part of Malik, I'm asking that it comes down. If not, I'm asking that you redact that video the same way that they redacted the victim over on Blairstone. I'm asking that they redact Malik out of that video. It is very disgusting and very sickening to watch him take his last breath. It's disgusting for the world to watch Malik Jackson take his last breath. And I'm hot. What do the city want from me? What do I have to do for this video to come down? For them to redact Malik out of this video? I'm asking. What do I have to do? What does his mom have to do? What does his dad, what does his siblings need to do for this video to be redacted? For all I'm asking is just blur him out of the video. I don't want to see it anymore. What if Malik was your son?
Jackson, I'm sorry, you were almost 3 minutes. I had myself muted. I apologize for that. In this setting, I believe the mayor and commissioners and those of us who work here at the city clearly heard your request. I'm not sure that there's a manageable way to give you an answer at this moment on this forum, but your comments have been heard, and we will make sure that someone responds appropriately.
I really do appreciate that.
All right. Our next speaker will be Ruthie Brown, followed by Ruthie McWhite, and then Horace Stan Brown. Ruthie Brown, if you are ready, you may give your name and address and begin. I will go to Ruthie McWhite. Ruthie McWhite. Horace Stan Brown. And the next couple of names I have will be Antonio Brown, Anthony Suarez, and then Delilah Pierre. But first, Horace Stan Brown. Not hearing. Antonio Brown. Anthony Suarez. Then Delilah Pierre, who would be followed by Timothy Mosley and Debbie Lightsey. And as with Delilah Pierre being next, Mayor and Commissioners, what I can do, Mayor, if you want me to, is when we get to the end of all of our speakers, I can run those names one last time for those who didn't respond in case they had a technical problem. But at the current moment, Delilah Pierre is our next speaker, if you are ready. Timothy Mosley. Debbie Lightsey, who I know is on because she's in the group of people who are on my screen. The others weren't on my screen, but I know Debbie Lightsey. And so, Commissioner, welcome. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jim. I'm happy to be here today. I'm so happy that we are being included in this call today, and everybody has a chance to see and hear each other and know what everybody else is saying. I'm calling, excuse me, Jim. My name is Debbie Lightsey. My address is 2340 Cypress Cove Drive.
Thank you.
I'm having to hold my phone because it decided to power down, and I'm got it plugged in as we're speaking here. I'm speaking on the Villani amendments. I think it's 04, 06, and 08, 12, 04. I attended several of the charrettes. I appreciate the city scheduling those, and I think a great amount of input was made there from the public, a lot of ideas with merit. That information has yet to be shared with the commission, and the commission hasn't had a chance to respond and share their own recommendations on the plan amendments and the master plan. So can't tell you how happy I am to see the options presented here today. I support the first option, which is the continuation and asking the state for an additional 6 months. That way, the schedule will not be scrunched up, and there'll be a chance for every single necessary step to come forward in the right time and have everybody to reflect on everybody else's ideas. So, commissioners, Mr. City Manager, Wayne, you've all heard from me. Some of my messages were not as polite as I once was, but we were getting a little stressed out at the schedule at which all these Villani amendments were moving. So you heard us. We appreciate it. I really want to support the option that gets the continuation from the state and allows these meetings to stretch out so that everyone can respond to everybody else's input, and we would get to the final adoption and transmittal in the early part of the year. But again, thank you so much. I know it's technically difficult to involve the public like this and have all of us check in. And I can't believe how high tech all of us are, particularly myself, although my son had to set up my WebEx and Zoom before I could get it to work. But anyway, happy to be here with you today. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for including this option. We really want to space this out and have time to get the very good ideas and the very workable and reasonable ideas expressed by the public into the charrettes and our elected officials' ideas written into these amendments and the master plan. It can be greatly improved so that you can be proud of it and the community can be happy with it. So please support option 1, the continuation of 6 months with state approval. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Our next speaker is Delatry Hollinger. Delatry Hollinger will be followed by Stanley Sims. Delatry Hollinger on 1204 and 1306. 1204, you've heard comment on. 1306, I believe this is the first speaker on that item dealing with your Special Events Committee recommendations. Mayor and Commissioners, we did receive a couple of comments there, one from Elizabeth Emanuel with the DIA addressing seeking some full funding in some areas, and then Vernon Bryant asking for full funding of the Harambe Festival. But those were the only two written comments on this item. And Delatry Hollinger, give your name and address, and I'll start your 3 minutes.
Delatry Hollinger, 501 Alpha Avenue. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm just would like to speak on the two items today, starting with the comp plan amendment. I believe I've heard that it's going to be continued, but I want to express my concerns as it relates to putting so much effort and energy and funding, in some cases we don't know how much, into the Northeast, especially for public dollars as it relates to infrastructure, when we still lack basic infrastructure in Frenchtown, and we still lack basic infrastructure in certain areas of the South Side. And, you know, we have certain dollar amounts that are being spent in Frenchtown that are being spent on the South Side, but you know, it's $6 million here, $50,000 there, and I think I saw in the interlocal agreement where there'll be $5.8 million to build a road alone. We have so many roads in Frenchtown that need to be repaved, so many roads that need sidewalks, so we need improved street lighting. And there are many other concerns that need to be addressed. We have people living in substandard housing right here in the city limits. You walk in certain areas of their house, you could fall through the floor. People who don't have plumbing, who have holes in the roof, where they're having to catch the rainwater with buckets or whatever else they have. And so I know that there are many projects that we're working on, which I'm very, very happy to see, happy to hear about. But I don't want us to forget about Frenchtown. I don't want us to forget about the South Side. And also, as it relates to the other item I signed up to speak on with Springtime Tallahassee, as a member of the Special Events Advisory Committee, I just wanted to make sure I voted in favor of each of the funding requests, with the exception of Springtime Tallahassee, because I wanted to ensure that Springtime Tallahassee, if that event was going to receive taxpayer dollars, that it was keeping in line with being inclusive for all citizens of Tallahassee, meaning the elimination of Andrew Jackson as a figurehead in the parade, also eliminating the floats in the parade, dealing with Confederate groups. And so if both of those things are going to be done, and it's my understanding that they will, then I can support that. So thank you.
Very good. That's well timed. That was 2 minutes and 57 seconds. We will move to Stanley Sims, who will be followed by Aaron Brock and Max Epstein. Stanley Sims speaking on a number of items, 1205, 1207. Each of those we've not heard comment on yet. 1305. Not sure that we did receive written comment on 1305. That item is comp plan bond and Griffin Heights map amendment. Then 1207 is Affordable Housing Advisory Committee appointment. So again, no written comment on that item. And then the other items are ones that Mayor and Commissioners, you've heard addressed as far as written comments. So Stanley Sims.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can indeed, and that means everyone can.
Let justice flow from the mountaintop, thanks God. First off, I want to say my name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale. I'm really upset here today because we were not told that we only had 3 issues, especially with the area of urgency in our city. Mayor Pro Tem, last time I spoke, you asked the city manager, could he loan you $20? Well, I need to correct that. You are right. He does not make almost $260,000. He makes $236,000. I was just able to correct myself because I am having a very hard time getting public records from your HR director. Even when she sends it, it's either incomplete or whatever. So my answers may be slurred. That's because Mr. Lavin is very sneaky in trying to be transparent and to be covenant at us all. My second issue, I want to support the housing issue because this budget you all passed, I would like to be able this afternoon to tell you how many city employees, city full-time employees that are making less than $12 an hour who you left out. And Mayor Pro Tem, you made the comment, at least they happy to have a job. I look for the day and to have hope where they are lucky to have a fair paying job, especially when we have a city manager who has the least amount of academia, least amount of management experience than all of his assistant city managers, and he has the direction and the power. And this is what I can't understand, that I need somebody to break down to me as if I'm a 6-year-old. Why do you send a full-fledged riot gear to what we have been calling 18,000 times? Even the Tallahassee report calls them peaceful protesters. Why do you send full riot gear police officers to police to peaceful protest? Just break that one down for me. But if you can't, then here's another one. I really especially wish, I want to express that we support the Parks and Recs, because a lot of the individuals that I'm talking about who are out there are our front line. That's our new thing of calling them seasonal workers. That's what our city manager call them. Well, I would like for our city manager to know who makes $236,000 a year.
You're at 2.5 minutes.
Seasonal workers get COVID too. The crime in our community does not merit full-fledged riot gears police officers. And the only way you could have made that call is you went down to the bunker and asked Mayor Daley, and he okayed it. It's time to go, Reese. And Mayor Daley, step up for the people.
Our next speaker is Aaron Brock, followed by Max Epstein and Linda Miklowitz. Aaron Brock, I see on my screen, so I believe is ready to begin remarks with name and address for the record, please.
Let me check, and everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Good afternoon, City Commission members and other guests in attendance. I'm Aaron Brock of 3927 Roberts Avenue. I'm a former U.S. Navy officer, and I currently practice law here in Tallahassee. On August 29th, I was attending one of the many peaceful protests I've attended this summer that have taken place in Tallahassee. I was assaulted with a deadly weapon. I know you guys have all seen the news. I'm the guy that was on his knees holding his umbrella in the air with the gun in my face. Tallahassee police allowed a man they knew was armed and had intentions counter to the protest to enter an otherwise peaceful demonstration. He predictably started a fight. I broke up that fight, and in thanks, I got a gun in my face with his finger on the trigger, and he yelled at me to get on the fucking ground. Police ran in with tasers drawn and gently took the man into custody while yelling at protesters if they did not disperse, chemical agents and physical force would be used. The man who assaulted me and others was not arrested, has not been charged, and remains anonymous in the shoes of a victim, while the actual victims of his aggravated assault get none of their constitutionally guaranteed rights. Contrast this to how police handled peaceful protesters last weekend, or Michael Johnson or Tony McDade. The officer that killed Johnson yelled, "Hey, I'm going to kill you," right before he killed him. Where was his non-lethal alternative? Likewise, the officer that killed Tony McDade jumped out of the car and shot Tony 5 times before he could react. Where was this officer's taser? Why was my assailant handled differently? The uncomfortable truth of the matter is only skin deep. It's been no secret for anybody that pays attention for a minute that there are racist cops. You can toss on a Richard Pryor record from the 70s and hear him talk about the disparate treatment received by black and white people at the hands of police, and it wasn't a new topic then. You may say, Aaron, that's just a few bad apples. Not all police are racist. And I say you're missing the second half of that idiom. A few bad apples spoil the bunch is the entire phrase. It's because rotten fruit releases gases that causes other nearby fruit to rot. One rotten apple will rot an entire bushel. Our police force nationwide has allowed this rot to spread. The systemic racism present in the criminal justice system is a deep-seated problem that will be difficult to uproot, but there is a clear path forward. The police look to the military for a lot of things, tactics, leadership, and equipment, to name a few. They could also use some military-style accountability as well. In the Navy, if your ship runs aground or you crash into another vessel, the captain, the executive officer, and the navigator will all be fired regardless of individual culpability. One of the first rules you're taught as a leader in the military is you cannot delegate accountability. This commission may not have the authority to investigate and discipline individual officers, but it does have the authority via the city manager to fire the executives. This may seem extreme, but this is how you fix an institutional problem. You start from the top. You have the authority to do that now. Remove Lawrence Revel and the other executives as necessary. If the city manager refuses to do so, remove him. This falls on your authority to do so. This falls within your authority. And if you don't do it, we'll remove you at the polls. Thank you very much. I reserve the rest of my time.
Next is Max Epstein, and then Linda Miklowitz, and then Elizabeth Emanuel. Max Epstein, are you?
Thank you.
I see you on my screen. You may give your name and address and begin at your convenience. I can hear you fine.
Thank you. Am I to assume this is for all items? Are we speaking for all items right now?
Yes, we're in the interest of the large volume of speakers, we're asking everyone to address all of their items in their 3 minutes. Mayor and Commissioners, items 1201, 1203, and 1301. So 1201 and 1203 are comp plan related, and then 1301 is your TPD update. At least those are the 3 items that I identified. You may begin.
Well, thank you. Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. I'd like to start off with the violence that we saw at the Capitol. And one thing the City Commission can do right now is to decouple the reporting of TPD to the city manager. That they should be reporting to you, the City Commission, so we can have information get out to the public much quicker. We have also seen issues in the hiring of Revel through Reese Goad. We need to look for a new city manager, a national search, and look for another transformative police chief like Antonio Gilliam. He in St. Petersburg has a $6 million unit. Their police force defunded $3 million, and the St. Petersburg city funded another $3 million to hire 25 social workers. We should have had that. For the Walani Comp amendments, just like we have been saying from the beginning, delay this for 6 months, please. These processes normally take years, and there's been no financial analysis. There's been no master plan. We don't know what this is going to look like. We can take our time. And you cannot say that Black Lives Matter without a financial analysis of the greatest annexation the city's ever seen. I like the idea of annexing people on the South Side so they can vote. They're disenfranchised, but this will take tens or hundreds of millions of dollars away from the South and West Side like the comp plan says. You're voting to break the comp plan, which is the law. We need this investment to go to the people. Finally, I'd like to address the burn ban. I don't know who did this, but just take it out. I mean, we have an ordinance for a reason, and I sincerely hope y'all do the right thing, because this is a new time in Tallahassee. You can come with it, or you can stay behind. We need sunshine. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Linda Miklowitz, followed by Elizabeth Emanuel. Do I see Linda Miklowitz. I don't, and nor do I hear, so I will go to Elizabeth Emanuel, speaking on item 1306, which is your Special Events Committee. The next speaker will be Vernon Bryant, also on 1306.
Hi, Elizabeth Emanuel, 300 South Duval Street. Good afternoon, Commission. I'm logging on before you on behalf of Tallahassee Downtown, our wonderful board, our businesses, our restaurants, workforce, and residents. We're grateful for the work that the Citizens Special Event Committee has put into the budget proposal. These events are so vitally important to downtown, but respectfully, we come to you for full funding. Organizationally, last year we had a banner year. Over 75 events and over 70,000 people brought into downtown just by the events the TDIA hosted. We accomplished this while experiencing leadership changes, recovering from budget shortfalls, and building back our brand. Now we've moved into a pandemic, recession, and civil unrest. This past weekend, many downtown businesses closed early or completely over the long weekend. They hired additional security and they saw minimal business. They need our help. This time of year is difficult, even under the best of circumstances. The TDIA intentionally plans our events during slow seasons to help create additional interest into the downtown. We're not a nonprofit, so our funding sources are more limited than other event organizers in town. We don't qualify for as many funding sources. For our events, we rely on in-kind city services and business sponsorships. Our sponsors are tourism, hotels, and hospitality, industries that have been hardest hit by the pandemic. Now is the time we need to build up their industries too, to give them the foot traffic that helped them thrive. I'm asking you to help us as we build a sense of place downtown, using events as a way to create quality of life that spurs economic development. They're inclusive, shared experiences that are safe. Because I believe inclusive, shared, safe experiences are what our community needs right now. Based on conversations with members across our community, the pandemic, recession, civil unrest have disrupted the way that people interact with their neighbor. It's shaken their sense of community. We need a reason to come together, and live music can provide that. Our goal is to put on safe, relaxing events for all of our community. These events are fun, and they give us hope. The arts and live entertainment add value to the quality of life in Tallahassee. The co-sponsorship from the city allows us to partner with you all to provide that to our citizens. Please fully fund our Sundown Concert Series and New Year's Eve events for 2021 and 2022. Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioners, our next speaker is Vernon Bryant, followed by Leanne Boone. So, as we've done, 3 minutes for each is Vernon Bryant. Not hearing Vernon Bryant, Leanne Boone, speaking on the Welaunee interlocal agreement. And see Leanne Boone, so you may begin when you're ready.
Hello, Leanne Boone, 300 South Duval as well. It's not often you get two speakers with the same address right in a row. Anyway, so I have two things I wanted to speak about. One was the removal of the burn permits, and the other thing was the almost $6 million to the roads in Welaunee. So I'll start with the burn permits. So we had many unhealthy air quality days here in Tallahassee due to burning outside of the city. It got so bad that on April 22nd, 2018, Justice wrote a letter to the Florida Department of Agriculture about the extremely unhealthy air quality episodes here in Tallahassee, where the government recommends that people with health ailments avoid all physical outdoor activities. Last year, I met with Commissioners Williams-Cox, Daly, and Matlow about this issue, and they were unsure what they could do since these fires were occurring outside the city. Well, voting no on this ordinance change is exactly what you can do to protect vulnerable people in our community. On my next item, it's very concerning to me that it appears to me that the Gazvinis have treated our city coffers as their personal piggy banks for far too long. Any commissioner who votes yes on this item is approving $5,813,124 to go directly to their corporations while the South Side suffers, as Delatree Hollinger referenced earlier. And what do we have to show for those tens of millions of dollars we have given to their corporations over the years? The environmental destruction of Canopy, the cultural destruction by College Town, and now the further separation of our people by Weelaunee. Well, enough is enough. Who here has the courage to stand up to them, to say no to their campaign donations, to say no when they come to you with their outstretched hand? I ask you to vote no on this item and to tell the Gazvinis to start living off their own hard-earned dollars like the rest of us do. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Bart Bibler, followed by Jerry C. Bart Bibler on item 1302, which is mental health initiatives. Looking for Bart Bibler. Not hearing Bart.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you, yes.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Bart Bibler at 3673 Mossy Creek Lane. I'm the founder of ihopeinc.com, a company and website created to improve race relations and crime prevention in Leon County. I've had the honor and pleasure of working with Commissioner Bill Proctor, his assistants, Rochelle Holmes, and my team members, Tom Taylor and Maisha Mitchell, in organizing 4 32304 plus Prosperity for All summits that were held throughout 2019. The final one was hosted by President John Thrasher in December at the FSU Turnbull Conference Center. Summit participants have included folks living in poverty, most city and county commissioners, and several staff members, all 3 chambers of commerce, and the Florida Chamber Foundation, leaders and staff members of our universities, colleges, and school board, the Tallahassee Police Department, and Leon County Sheriff's Office, numerous human service nonprofits and government agencies, several faith organizations, conservatives and liberals, and the print and television media. The result was a set of 10 goals with dozens of specific strategies and actions to reduce poverty. These include jobs, laws and policies, affordable housing, affordable child and elderly care, mental and physical health care, food security, education, neighborhood safety, and more. But in order to implement them, it was recommended that a Prosperity for All leadership roundtable comprised of all sectors of our community be established. Although the pandemic has slowed our momentum, it has only heightened the urgency for its creation. Food insecurity, health disparities, expanded poverty, and homelessness. Regardless of the outcome of the proposed Children's Services Council, our community needs this collaborative structure to transparently decide the best way to combine efforts and eliminate barriers for those in poverty. It's an opportunity for all perspectives to be shared, expanded engagement to occur, ideas to be heard, collective decisions to be made, actions and metrics tracked, and issues triaged and vetted by all sector leaders. I hope that you will consider a motion in support of establishing the Leadership Roundtable or holding a 32304 plus Prosperity for All workshop to discuss it. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jerry C., and followed by Zeke Greenwood. Jerry C. wins the award for most items signed up for. So I believe each of those, you've heard from someone on each of them at some point, primarily the comp plan amendments 1204, 06, 08, and 09, and then the related Weelaunee Boulevard agreement on 1307. And the mental health initiatives on 1302. So with that, I will stop and give you your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to say one thing in particular, and that is that somewhere along the line, there's been some movement toward the commissioners not listening to the people. Everybody who's talked so far has had some very common sense responses to the various issues that we're facing. But the commissioners aren't listening, because if they were listening, we wouldn't have this conversation. They would have done what they've been asked to do. months ago. Months ago. This is a problem here. And this city has a legacy to live down that's filled with segregation and racism, inequality. And the biggest thing here is that everybody on that council is elected to represent the people, but that is not happening. Consequently, we've got police in riot gear, for God's sake. We've got people trying to feed their children. We've got children who have no access to internet, even though it was asked to be a part of the utility. And what I'm asking all of you is to represent the people who voted for you. We didn't vote for you to push your own individual agendas forward. We voted for you to represent us, and you're not doing it. And here we are in probably the biggest mess that the city's faced since 1965. There's work to be done, and if you would listen to the people, you would get it done. And there's no reason to have people out in the street protesting in a little town like this. It's just beyond belief. So I'm saying there's one. Yes, there are issues. There are school issues, issues, affordable housing issues. And if you would just listen to the people, we can solve all of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zeke Greenwood, who will be followed by Vernon Bryant, and then Tommy Woodward. So Zeke Greenwood is next. I heard someone speaking, but not clearly. I believe that is Mr. Greenwood. So I will stop and let you start again here.
Can you hear me okay?
Now I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to start off by saying that I am absolutely appalled with this city commission. The consistent failure of almost everyone on this commission to listen to the demands of the people for a civilian police accountability council has helped allow for the most vile display of police aggression that I have ever witnessed in Tallahassee. Because of your inability and unwillingness to listen to the demands of your constituents, you have helped allow peaceful protesters to be brutalized and arrested, exposed to a deadly virus in the Leon County Jail, and force them to live in fear of a jail sentence, fines, and retaliation, despite committing no crime except trying to keep their community safe. Your inaction allows these monsters you call law enforcement to run through your city, suppressing individual freedoms and terrorizing Black and brown people in communities with absolutely no consequence. We are demanding that you propose an ordinance for City Police Accountability Council. I do not care that you have looked at and consulted with other cities to see what they have done. We know CPAC is not something that has been widely enacted, and it's part of the reason why you leave. I am sure you are not blind to what is going on in this country, even in cities with citizens review boards. Of police terrorizing protesters who dare to stand up against them. You know what is going on. You know you have the power to prevent this from happening in your city, and yet you refuse to. That is absolutely unacceptable. The next time one of the law enforcement officers in Tallahassee gets away with murder, you should be held partly responsible for refusing to take action to stop this violence. The next time a peaceful protester gets brutally arrested and has their freedom of speech infringed upon, you should be held partly responsible. The next time a man who is known to be armed and hostile is allowed into a peaceful protest and inflicts harm against the protesters, you should be held partly responsible. Do better for your constituents. We are not asking you to break any laws. We are not asking you to look to other cities for guidance. We are barely asking you to do any work except make a motion. Most of the work has already been done for you. We need this. Our friends need this. Our community needs this. These cops will continue to kill and brutalize people if they know they will not be held accountable. We cannot allow that to happen. Keep your community safe and help us get community control of the police. We can lead the country in this, and we can be a model city that people look to when they think of peace and when they think of freedom. But we cannot do that with just a review board. It is only possible with a CPAC that is completely unaffiliated with any law enforcement agencies and has the ability to actually make these vicious officers face consequences.
You're at 2.5 minutes. Want to give you a heads up.
for both their negligence in cases like Williams and their allowing of an armed agitator into a protest, and their brutality in cases like Tony McDade, Michael Johnson, Wilbin Woodard, as well as their absolutely egregious display of force that we saw on Saturday. Push for CPAC, push to drop all of the charges for the 14 people who are arrested on Saturday. Anything less is not acceptable.
All right. Thank you. Our next speaker is Vernon Bryant and will be followed by Tommy Woodward. I missed Vernon Bryant earlier, but I believe is now ready.
I need to be unmuted.
I can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Vernon Bryant. I reside at 2400 Cowles Lane here in Tallahassee, Florida. I'm addressing you this afternoon in regards to the Special Events Committee on the recommendation for special events designated as co-sponsor events for the City of Tallahassee, providing full in-kind services versus other festivals to receive 62.8% in-kind services for the event to pay the remaining 37.2%. I'm inquiring what was the criteria for this committee to select 4 events versus the other 10 paying out, getting 62% funding, whereas we have to pay the remaining 37.2%. I'm requesting that the City Commissioners ask this committee to reconsider this decision and add the Harambe Festival as a fully sponsored event. And as you all know, Harambe is one of the elite premier events in the City of Tallahassee. Thank you very much for your time and your services.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Tommy Woodward, speaking on item 1209, followed by Valentina Barone, also on that item, and Wendy Halleck on 1301. So Tommy Woodward is the next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. You'll give your name and address for the record. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. I'm Tommy Woodward at 1806 Pepper Drive, 32304. Have purposefully conflated and confused the demands of the community concerning the Commission-proposed Citizens Review Board and the people-proposed Civilians Police Accountability Council, otherwise known as CPAC. Just last week, Mayor Daley suggested that the grand jury that failed to indict the murderers of Michael Johnson and Tony McDade acted as community control of the police, which is ostensibly what we are calling for. The suggestion that the Toothless Citizens Review Board, or grand juries that fail to indict killer cops, in any way resemble the CPAC that the people are calling for is an empty gesture meant to pacify us. We need real change. We need CPAC with democratically elected representatives who are not affiliated with TPD or the Police Benevolent Association, and who can hold the police accountable for their crimes against the community, crimes like the murders of Tony McDade, Michael Johnson, and Wilbin Woodard, or the coordinated assault against community leaders at the September 5th protest. We need CPAC now, and we need justice for the Tally 14 who were assaulted, abducted, and caged by TPD. We need all charges against the Tally 14 to be dropped, and the protesters still caged by TPD to be released immediately. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Valentina Barone.
Hi there, I'm Valentina. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, indeed, loud and clear.
Alrighty, so I just wanted to go and start by introducing myself. I'm currently a senior at Florida State University. I will be graduating very soon, and as someone who has watched tons and tons of videos and footage of the last protests and personally known many of the individuals there, I'm very appalled by the actions taken by TPD both on September 5th and August 29th. The fact that TPD allowed an armed counter-protester to walk directly into a crowd of individuals completely contradicts their statement posted earlier this week, saying that they follow the ACLU's guidelines on separating counter-protesters from protesters. Not only was this hypocritical message spread by social media, but they continue to say that the protesters instigated the violence that day. Many slow-motion videos and footage have come out in which they clearly show this armed man punching a young woman in the face, completely unprovoked, but the police have made zero statements about these videos and are choosing to ignore them. TPD allowed an armed instigator to walk into a protest, assault several people, and threaten them with said gun, and that man has received 0 charges or consequences. Not only is this completely appalling, but how is TPD posting on social media about keeping the peace if they are not protecting their citizens, and willingly ignoring a video footage showing a man assaulting protesters? How do you plan to bring peace with violence and by not providing justice to the individuals who had to experience such traumatic events both on August 29th and September 5th? TPD continues to talk about how they want peace, and yet they vilify and criminalize every single person who decides to protest in Tallahassee, knowing that outrage will spur within the public. TPD's response was that protesters needed a permit. My question is, do I need a permit for my life to be protected or valuable? What is even more appalling is the fact that the following week on September 5th, protesters listened to the police and decided to protest on the sidewalk as they were told, and as follows every single law. You do not need a permit to protest on the sidewalk. And community members continued to listen to the police and were still arrested. It is the duty of government officials, TPD, and Leon County Sheriff to make sure that not only are the charges dropped for every single person that was arrested that day, but that they are given reparations for the traumatic event that they had to endure due to the violence that was instigated by the police. Why did they need to drag a woman out of her car for driving too slow? And why did they have to ask the general public to turn away when TPD was doing this? Instead of ending the situation there, TPD continued to arrest all of the individuals, and video footage has been released where you can see the police slapping, grabbing, dragging, and pulling the hair of protesters while they were sitting on the ground.
You're almost at 3 minutes.
Finally, to summarize everything that I've been saying, I want the police to drop the charges. I want CPAC to be created and not a performative citizens review board. I want reparations to the individuals who had to experience that sort of trauma. And I want every single government official to take accountability for everything.
You're at 3 minutes.
I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Wendy Halleck on 1301, our Police Review Board, followed by Sean Marston and Richard Smith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Indeed.
Okay. My name is Wendy Halleck, 852 Madeira Circle, Tallahassee, Florida. I've been here for 30 years. Like the previous speaker, I'm outraged. Over the years I've been here, my experiences with police officers have been professional and positive for the most part. I'm not here to malign all of the police, but I'm also not here to ignore the disparity in the treatment of Black and brown people. It is clear that it is time for every institution of power, and particularly for all institutions of justice, to take some long, hard looks at themselves, face the facts of institutional racism, and strive to improve policy, tactics, training, and community relationships. I'm here to talk about a lost opportunity. The Tallahassee Police Department completely missed an opportunity to build a bridge with the peaceful protesters who were standing up for justice this weekend. Instead, the police drew a terribly divisive line. Rather than showing up in riot gear, they would have done more good if they'd shown up in protected COVID masks and passed out flyers with sincere invitations to the leaders of this march and other BLM groups to sit down in small groups and work out goals and strategies of how the police department can specifically address their concerns. This would have been leadership. They could have vowed to protect the protesters in case counter-protesters showed up with guns or the intent to cause violence, as has happened before. They missed an opportunity to support those exercising their constitutional right to peaceful protest. They could have issued a ticket to the one driver that was on the road and moved on. Instead, they escalated a nonviolent exercise in civil rights. They escalated it even after protesters complied by moving to the sidewalk as they were directed to do. This leaves us with the question, what was the goal? What was the goal in showing up in riot gear? What was the goal of dragging, injuring, and arresting those protesters who were sitting on the ground on the sidewalk? Was it intimidation? Was it retribution for dissenting opinions and angry voices? What purpose was being served to arrest protesters who were seated on the ground? They were not violating a curfew. They were not destroying property. They were not wielding weapons. Who was involved in this decision to send officers in riot gear, and who was there directing their actions once they were there? Didn't anyone have a better idea?
You're at 2 minutes, just a heads up.
What is the plan moving forward? What community leadership, other than a show of brutal force, can the city and the TPD come up with to address the issue of racial justice? We need answers to these questions from our police chief, the mayor, the city manager, and all of our commissioners. Here's a suggestion. Drop all the charges against all the 14 citizens who were arrested on Saturday. Invite the leaders of movements in Tallahassee to meet for a sincere, open-minded dialogue about racial justice and make some real reforms. That would be leadership. Please, let's make Tallahassee an example of a city that chooses a better path. Thank you.
We'll move to Sean Marston speaking on 1306, which is special events, and then Richard Smith, followed by Ruthie Brown. Sean Marston.
Hello, my name is Sean Marston. My address is 2851 Remington Green Circle. I'm a native Tallahassean. My wife and I have been a member of Springtime for over 10 years. Springtime's main mission is to put on a festival for the Tallahassee community. This is accomplished by many volunteer hours from our membership. In 2019, Springtime brought in $6 million to the community from out-of-town visitors. Last week, I was made aware of an email sent to our events coordinator from the Special Events Committee. The committee recommended the city only fund 62% of in-kind services to our festival. Last year, we were funded at 100%. Springtime is currently experiencing a financial hardship, mainly due to the fact that 2 out of the past 3 years we've had to cancel all or part of our event. 1 year was a result of bad weather, and this year due to COVID. Next year, the coming year, it is critical that we have a fantastic event to make up for lost revenue and sponsorships. You've heard from Mr. Delitre Hollinger recommending that the city not fund an event that is not reflective of the entire community. His main points were that Andrew Jackson is still featured in the parade and Confederate groups are allowed in the parade. I spoke with Mr. Hollinger on Monday to explain the major changes we are making at Springtime. Number one, our board at its July 2020 meeting voted to remove Andrew Jackson from the bylaws and replace our new supporting representative to the governor and first lady of Springtime, Tallahassee. Andrew Jackson will no longer represent Springtime in our organization. We're also making modifications to the current crew structure. We're looking at changing crew names, time periods to be more inclusive to the community as a whole. Ms. Hollinger's seemed receptive to the idea, and he spoke about that today. Also today, I reached out to our events coordinator to search our records to see if any Confederate groups are allowed in our parade. She was able to go back to 2014, and there have been no Confederate groups allowed at our parade. Also, in the future, there will be no Confederate groups allowed at our festival. Therefore, with our current financial hardships, the removing of Andrew Jackson and replacing him with the governor and first lady of Springtime, and making changes to our current crew structure to be more inclusive to the community, I request that the city approve 100% sponsorship of in-kind services for the Springtime Tallahassee Festival. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Richard Smith, speaking on item 1301, followed by Ruthie Brown and Ruthie McWhite, also speaking on that same item. So Richard Smith is our next speaker. Not hearing Richard Smith. Oh, I'll move to Ruthie Brown.
Hello, my name is Ruthie Brown, and my address is 1403 Banker Terrace. I am Malik Jackson's paternal cousin, and I will be speaking on 1301. My thing is, when we heard about the incident that occurred between Malik Jackson and Tony McDade, we were all taken back from it because it was not in Malik's character. However, we don't have a full understanding of what occurred between the two, but we want to know what happened on May 26th that could have been avoided with both people losing their lives. And also, on top of that, the police officers that came to the home of Jennifer Jackson and spoke with her and her sister, Abigail Jackson, no one did anything. They laughed at it, and they didn't take any notes, and they seemed like they didn't care. On the following day, my cousin lost his life. On last Friday, my family was hit with something that pulled the wound out that was not even there and shouldn't have been seen. We saw our little cousin laying there taking his last breath. So what we're asking is that the video be redacted with our cousin not being shown, or you guys take the video down altogether. We're trying to hear something, this devastating, and to have that replanted in our minds as that being the last of us seeing of our loved one is totally unacceptable. And I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Ruthie McWhite, followed by Antonio Brown. Ruthie McWhite. And do not hear Ruthie McWhite, so is Antonio Brown. Don't hear Antonio Brown. Horace Stan Brown. Then let me move to Kathy McGuire. Kathy McGuire, and then Jessica Grace. Kathy McGuire speaking on items 1204, 1206, and 1209 in your comp plan. Kathy McGuire, prepared? Yes, I see you. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Kathy McGuire. I live at 1101 Pine Street. I wanted to speak to 3 issues this afternoon. First, regarding the budget. This winter, the moratorium on evictions will probably end, and I wanted to mention this because I think that the city needs to be ready to be of assistance. I think we need to have an understanding of generally how many families may lose their homes and plan for how to keep them out of the winter cold, safe from COVID, and their children in school. So if the wheels aren't in motion yet, I hope you'll put them in motion to develop a plan and set aside money so that we'll be ready to respond to that process. Secondly, Walani, I think we've talked about that quite a bit already, and I'm happy that the city is planning to have a workshop. I hope it has the kind of participation that you're allowing today, and that will slow down a little so that everyone has a chance to comment. I appreciate the staff and all the volunteers who've spent time on this. I want to give a particular heartfelt thanks to Pam Hall for all the time, energy, and expertise that she's poured into this project. Third, I'd like to talk about the police board. I think that the last few weeks demonstrate that the proposal right now as it stands is wholly inadequate due to the lack of independence, the narrow scope, and the lack of understanding that actually we do have a problem here in Tallahassee. For over 30 years, I've lived here, worked at the Capitol. I've observed countless groups, many of them numbering in the thousands, exercise their right to walk to the Capitol in support or in opposition to public policy. And I have never seen the police presence that I saw this past weekend, especially for a peaceful march. Who approved this effort and who's paying for it? I assume it's us. And what did it accomplish other than just increase tension and probably result in demonstrators feeling that they have to harden themselves to protect their heads and stuff. So the other thing about it is it's just such a marked contrast to what happened the week before when an armed man scanned the crowd with a gun, pointing even at police.
You're almost at 3 minutes.
Okay, my third point is that we have a problem with our police department and the administration of it. And so I encourage you to not take the proposal that's on the table, but create an independent police board. Thank you.
All right. We'll go to Jessica Grace. Jessica Grace will be followed by Michael Yost and Heather Huff. Jessica Grace is our next speaker. Moving to Michael Yost. Saw Michael Yost on my screen earlier, so I'll hold just a minute there.
I'm here.
There we go. There you are. You may begin at your, when you're ready. Name and address for the record, please.
All right. My name is Michael Yost, 401 West Park Avenue, apartment 206. I'm a grad student, teacher, and researcher at FSU, and I have lived in Tallahassee for 5 years. What follows is an abridged version of my remarks. I hope you'll understand that I must be concise and deliver my remarks rapidly, given the limit on my time. I will be timing myself, so there's no need to interrupt me, Mr. Treasurer Clerk.
You got it.
To condemn the City Commission's recent approach to public engagement, which stands in open hostility to democratic deliberation. It was unacceptable to hold previous virtual meetings with no public comment and to go months without public comments. It is unacceptable to meet just once a month and pile up agenda items to restrict the public's ability to engage. It is unacceptable to require people to wait 2 hours before the meeting even starts to issue public comments. It is unacceptable to limit remarks to 3 minutes per speaker rather than 3 minutes per speaker per topic, as was advertised. It is unacceptable to schedule meetings in the middle of business hours on a weekday when most people are working and cannot attend. It is unacceptable to limit the number of City Commission meetings, vastly expanding the agenda and further limiting the ability of the public to engage in important issues before us. It is unacceptable to gut the affordable housing and mass transit requirements of the comp plan. It is unacceptable to pass through massive changes in the city's infrastructure and planning before an election. It is unacceptable to make the Citizens Police Review Board an appendage of the City Commission, who appointed a killer cop to the head of TPD, gutting any confidence the public might have in your ability to check the police. It is unacceptable for members of this review board not to be popularly elected. It is unacceptable to whine about needing a city charter amendment for review board elections when it is within the authority of the commission to put a charter amendment on the ballot. It is unacceptable to require members of the so-called review board to participate in police ride-alongs and the so-called Citizens Police Academy so that they can be PR minions for a police department run amok, rather than independent, critical checks on police violence. It is unacceptable for members of this review board to not have a seat at collective bargaining negotiations where the police union secures endless funding, devouring more of the city budget every year. It is unacceptable to release video footage of the last moments of a murder victim's life to corral public opinion in favor of TPD. It is unacceptable to require a permit to hold a protest. It is unacceptable to deploy hundreds of cops equipped with riot gear to a peaceful protest. It is unacceptable to target and arrest leaders of a protest movement that seeks to challenge this commission's corrupt, incompetent, and authoritarian rule over the city. It is unacceptable to arrest protesters for driving too slow and blocking traffic while using unmarked trucks that themselves drive too slow and block traffic in an attempt to illegally disperse a peaceful protest. It is unacceptable to arrest a litany of protesters and charge them only with resisting arrest. It is unacceptable to request that as a condition of those protesters' bail, they must not exercise their First Amendment rights. It is unacceptable to display the degree of malice and contempt for voters that this commission has shown over and over again. There is a reason Elaine Bryant lost her seat and Curtis Richardson is heading to a runoff despite being massively over-resourced compared to their opponents. Reese Goad must resign, Lawrence Ravel must resign, and to the extent that any of you knew about and signed off on Saturday's gratuitous and draconian attempt to stifle protests, you too must resign. The people of Tallahassee have had enough, and if you won't listen to the public, we will replace you with leaders who will. I yield the remainder of my time.
All right. Thank you. 2 minutes, 57 seconds. You timed yourself well, as you said. Heather Huff is next, followed by W.B. Huey. Heather Huff. Not hearing anything. W.B. Huey. Okay. I'll move to Melissa Johnson and then W.L. McClendon. Melissa Johnson on item 1209 and W.L. McClendon on item 1301. I don't hear either. Oh, well, let me say W.L. McClendon. Not hearing W.L. McClendon, then Lakey Love, who will be followed by Robin Callahan and June Noel. So our next speaker would be Lakey Love, and I'll pause a minute because I moved on down the line for people who may not have been expecting their name to be called. Not hearing Lakey Love, then Robin Callahan. June Noel. Michael McLaughlin. Move down a few, so I'll pause a minute for Michael McLaughlin, who would be followed by Pamela Hall and William Leach. Don't hear Michael McLaughlin, so I see Pamela Hall celebrating in the middle of my screen. So Pamela Hall, if you'll give your name and address, I'll start your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Pamela Hall. I live at 5051 Quail Valley Road. I am talking about the Wilani amendments, and I support option 1, which is to hold a workshop. And I would suggest that you do it October 13th, since I really think both the city and county commissioners should talk together. They had a very productive workshop in February, but that was only about the urban services area expansion within the Wilani amendments. So now is the time to talk about the master plan. And then option number 2, which is to request more time from the state to write a good master plan, which is the goal of all this. In sitting here and listening to all these comments, it has struck me how superficially many of these issues may not be related, but I want you to recognize that a great deal of the problems that we're having in the city that are related to inequities, both in financial capacities of families, as well as spending on infrastructure and policies about land use, are reflected in a lot of the social unrest and the issues that we are dealing with in terms of trying to recover or survive COVID. I think the City Commission should recognize that, like the County Commission, some of your most important decisions that you make are about land use and infrastructure. And while they might seem that they aren't that connected to these other problems, they truly are. I mean, Wilani is essentially the putting in of $47 million of public monies for road systems to move suburbanites from one part of the county in town and to not really alleviate traffic, except there's now more routes to get to Capitol Circle Northeast. The other part is the homes in this area are going to be extremely expensive, as seen with the development already that's going on in Canopy. And it's going to be very expensive to live there, not just to buy a home, even if it's a small one, or even if it's a townhouse, because you're going to have a car for every licensed driver to get around, because there still is no decent transit system, which would go a huge way towards lowering the inequities in this town if people had capacity to get around besides owning a $9,000 a year car. And you might not think cars cost that much, but I have a number of people who work for me, and getting to my house is the most expensive thing they do because they can't afford to keep a functioning car on the road, even though I pay them as well as I can. So the point here is that Wilani is a huge investment in our future, and it should not be decided by the developers who bring in the PUDs. It needs to be decided by the applicant. And the applicant in this case, thank you, is the City of Tallahassee. Therefore, I think this next phase needs to be doing the work that should have been done before the application came forward, which is ecosystem and habitat preservation. That's always been one of my favorite things. Stormwater management, schools. But now that we can really see, one of the most important things is to not have Wilani become an elite suburban residence, which hardly very few people can live with unless the family makes $100,000 a year. and that we really need to put serious housing and transit policies into this master plan. And they need to be put in now, not later, and they need to be put in by the applicant. And I want to thank the city commissioners who have reached out to me to talk to me about this and to have this happen. So I sincerely hope that you will pick option 1 and option 2 and spend the time and effort to make this a more equitable city. And the first way to do that is to do Wilani right. Thank you.
William Leach is next, followed by Cynthia Colas. William Leach will be on 1209 and 1301. Do not hear William Leach, but I know I saw Cynthia Colas a moment ago, so I'm going to guess that Cynthia Colas is ready to speak and would be followed by Connor Jordan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Certainly can.
Okay, so thank you. So I just want to add comment in regards to Citizens Review Board. Just right now, I feel that there is an issue with the power dynamics and the structure of the Citizen Review Board, and I think that the city needs to revisit it. Just like how others have brought up, the review board right now, people are not democratically elected, and there is an issue with it. And there's also an issue about the power dynamics as to the point where they're not allowed to make any investigations. They're not allowed to subpoena people. They're not allowed to fire anyone. And they also don't have the ability to determine anything as far as the police officer's budget goes. I also think that there is an issue pertaining to Wilani, like others have mentioned. I think that we should delay the Wilani Arch adoption vote until there is more like in-person public comments that can be heard, and to expedite the right of the comprehensive plan so that the future development can proceed in a data-driven way. I also think that since this, with right now that's going on in the city of Tallahassee, I think there needs to be more, just more insight as to how we can kind of make up for the lack of adequate public transportation and affordable housing and even essential infrastructure such as sidewalks before we kind of like revisit that. But that's the only comment that I just wanted to add to this.
Thank you very much. Next speaker would be Connor Jordan and then Joel Jarrett. Mayor, I'm cognizant of the fact that we're approaching 4:50. But Connor Jordan would be our next. Without Connor Jordan, then Joel Jarrett.
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's Connor. I believe I have Connor Jordan. I just heard someone speak up.
Yeah, sorry.
I apologize for cutting you off there. Go right ahead with your name and address.
Hi, I'm Connor Jordan. I live at 3909 Reserve Drive. Am I good? All right. I have lived in Tallahassee since I was 9 years old. I've watched the city change for better or worse. I've learned a great deal from the people I've met while living here. I've met many different people from many different walks of life. On Saturday, September 5th, a group of over 100 militarized law enforcement officers from a handful of different agencies brutalized and arrested 14 peaceful protesters and traumatized many more. As I was watching these events unfold, I felt my stomach sink, and I just felt completely disgusted by what I was watching. A group of peaceful protesters were dragged by their arms, legs, and even hair. Meanwhile, days before, our city officials waxed poetic about the peaceful nature of protest in Tallahassee. This was after an agitated counter-protester brandished a firearm at multiple unarmed protesters, threatened to kill them, and proceeded to get away without even a slap on the wrist. By allowing this to happen and then permitting the monstrous response to Saturday's peaceful protest, our city officials have broken my trust and I'm sure many others. Their silence has been deafening. This is the first we're hearing from Mayor John Daley. To me, that's unacceptable. We had a disgusting display of violence displayed in our city on Saturday, and we haven't heard from anybody except Jeremy Matlow and Jack Porter. To me, our city officials should have been the first ones to speak and assure the protesters that they would be supported. What I saw on Saturday was a disgusting show of excessive force. I'm ashamed to call myself a Tallahassean today. I demand that we drop all charges against those 14 protesters. The city's watching. We watched as riot cops brutalized our friends, and we will not back down until the people that allowed this to happen have been held accountable. Lawrence Revel and Reese Goad have caused irreparable pain to this city, and they must resign or be removed from office before Tallahassee does any healing. Furthermore, the city must reallocate a portion of TPD's astronomical budget to things that will actually move to solve the issues plaguing our city. There are more than enough alternatives to giving TPD $60 million plus. John Marks put out a 10-year plan in 2006 to end chronic homelessness in Tallahassee. What happened to that? Recently, pavilions were removed at Lake Ella, and anti-homeless installations were installed on the benches.
You're at 2.5 minutes.
Chronic homelessness in Tallahassee was supposed to be solved by 2016. It's time to stop trying to police our problems away and instead look for real solutions to systemic issues. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Mr. Treasurer Clerk, I'm going to go ahead and jump in real quick. First of all, I want to thank everybody for participating. This has been an absolutely fantastic public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and call for a recess so we can come back at 5 o'clock for the public hearing. We will pick back up right where we left off. And Mr. Clerk, also, if there's a way to reach out to those that we missed earlier to see if we can get them to come back after the public hearing, that would be fantastic so that we can hear from them as well. With that,
yeah. I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, we will make an attempt to do that. And just for the information of the commission, we've probably got about a half dozen folks on policy items we weren't able to get to. And then we do have a number of unagended speakers, but I think some of those have already spoken. So we may be down to a very limited number on the policy items, and we have about 20 speakers on the various public hearings combined.
It's been a fantastic public participation. Okay, we're going to take a recess. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. Commissioners, if you just want to mute and cut your camera and come back at 5, we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure. I see Commissioner Bryant. I see Commissioner Matlow. You have a quorum. Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
So sorry about that. I'd like to call the public hearing to order. We're on item number 1501. We have a quorum. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'll briefly introduce this item, and I'm going to turn it over to Robert Wiggin, our Director of Resource Management. As you know, Robert and his team have steered us through this budget cycle. It has been challenging. We know that. And tonight is the first of two public hearings that are normally conducted at this time of the year for a fiscal year budget that begins on October 1st. The budget combined operating and capital as proposed is approximately $895 million. That's approximately the same as it was last year. We know with your direction, we have made a commitment to retain all full-time staff to keep our service levels steady as we work ourselves through fiscal year 21 with an optimism that we'll be fiscally healthy and strong entering fiscal year 22 and as we hopefully emerge from the impacts of COVID. Robert has a brief presentation. We think that's appropriate just to share with everybody where we are and obviously entertain any feedback. And at the conclusion of his presentation, the city attorney will walk us through the very prescriptive process for today and then give us guidance for our next meeting on September 23rd. So, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, with that, I will turn it over to Robert to share an overview, and we look forward to your input.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Commissioners, and appointed officials. And the viewing public. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on the fiscal year 21 budget. As mentioned, the budget was a challenge this year. We were faced with sales tax, gas tax, and utility revenues that were instantly reduced through the pandemic. We have responded by ensuring that we provide critical services for the health, welfare, and safety of our community. At the same time as identifying those areas where we did not need to continue expenditures, travel, certain programs that were suspended, and then fortunately had a good policy in place to maintain our reserves. We also then will balance that with the CARES Act. What you have before you today is essentially the budget we discussed August 19th after your input. Since that workshop, we have made some nominal changes. We have included the most recent information on property insurance premiums. Those are allocated across all funds that they pay their fair share, depending upon the facilities that are covered in that policy. We've updated the wholesale fuel purchases that we'll be making in fiscal year 21 in this budget. And then we made some 5 updates to the capital improvement plan. We included funding for Cascades Park Amphitheater, the Forest Meadows Tennis Facility, additional funding for the East Side Garage. These were all just last minute items that were too important not to include in the budget. And that is what comprises our $743 million operating budget and our $152.2 million capital budget. With that as a brief update, as prescribed by Florida Statute 200.065, the city attorney has statements to be read into the record. She will also guide us through the public hearing process on the millage rate, the budget for the city and the Downtown Improvement Authority. And then there are some specific votes that we'll ask you to take in approving a healthcare agreement, approving an agreement with Leon County for use of CARES Fund federal dollars, and 5 fee resolutions. If there are no questions or comments at this time, I'll ask City Attorney Cassandra Jackson to walk through our, unfortunately, 17-item process.
Okay, before we do that, let's make sure that everybody's had a chance to speak. Mr. Cook, do we have any public speakers on 15.01?
Mayor, we do, but I'm going to look at the city attorney for a second. I believe there's a point in the process where we call for those speakers. So we do have speakers, got about a dozen or 15 on the budget, but I will call them at the time the city attorney gives me the sign.
Walk us through.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. As noted in the agenda, resolutions number 20-R-33, updating fire service fee rates, 20-R-36, updating growth management fees, 20-R-37, updating planning fees, 20-R-38, updating fees for parking citations, and 20-R-39, updating public parking rates, will be introduced for approval as a part of item 15.01, the initial public hearing on the city budget for FY21. There are several steps we must go through tonight pursuant to the Truth in Millage Act. The Truth in Millage Act requires certain steps in a certain order and that certain things must be read into the record. These steps are in the agenda item if you want to follow there, but the first of them is to read into the record the following. The proposed millage rate for fiscal year 2021 is 4.1 mills for the City of Tallahassee and 1 mill for the Tallahassee Downtown Improvement Authority, which millage rate is more than the aggregate rollback rate of 3.9812 by 3.51%. This tentative millage rate is equal to last year's rate of 4.1 mills. Resolution number 20-R-40, which is provided to state the percentage that the tentative millage rate is more than the rollback rate, is in attachment 1. The next 2 steps are to allow public input on the city's proposed millage and the city's proposed budget. If anyone has signed up as participants, They can speak on either the proposed millage or the proposed budget for the city at this time. Further, the treasurer clerk may have written comments to be acknowledged and which you have already received. In compliance with Florida statute section 200.065, the date of this hearing was included in the trim notice, which was mailed to all property owners by the Leon County property appraiser. At this time, it is time to call public speakers on the city's proposed millage and the city's proposed budget.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Mayor and Commissioners, we did receive 10 to 15, and I believe it was 14, but don't quote me on that, comments on the budget. There was a variety of comments. Probably the majority, probably 2/3 of those addressed a recommendation from their standpoint to reallocate some of TPD's funds to other departments. We do have speakers on the budget. The first speaker is Stanley Sims, then William Booker and Zeke Greenwood. So I will call Stanley Sims, and a number of these who are signed up for the budget did speak earlier in the meeting. So if they are not here, they probably provided their comments as they were speaking earlier. Mr. Sims? Not hearing Mr. Sims. William Booker?
I'm here.
All right. As with the earlier portion of the meeting, you have 3 minutes at this time, and if you'll give your name and address, you can begin at your convenience.
Thank you. My name is William Booker. I live at 1618 Stanley Avenue. I spoke on this a little bit earlier. I wasn't aware that this was going to be a separate thing, but I will just expand on what I was saying. So the TPD currently has a budget of around $60 million, with our second most funded department being Department of Parks and Recreation, having a budget of $24 million. As I said before, I've heard in other commission meetings and in other discussions a large need to address issues in Tallahassee regarding crime, or however you want to define the issues that sort of plague our impoverished communities. As I said before, over-policing and policing does not reduce crime. What does is investment in our communities and investments that support people who need it the most. And so that is why I'm saying, again, I would like for $20 million to be removed from the TPD's budget and be reallocated to the city to help improve our poorest areas in the city, help improve housing for the homeless, and generally just vitalize our city so that it can be safer and more prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zeke Greenwood, followed by John Reimert. Zeke Greenwood did speak earlier in our meeting, or was called earlier in our meeting. Not hearing anything, I'll go to John Reimert. If you'll hold on just for a minute, I can hear you speaking, but your words are being broken up. So maybe make sure you've got a good connection and a good microphone, and try again here.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. If you'll speak as loudly as you can. It was breaking up a little bit, but I think that's improved. So I'll let you begin, and then I'll interrupt you if we're not able to hear you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to start by seconding William Booker's, Aaron Brock's, Tommy Woodward's, Valentina Barron's, Michael Yost's, and Wendy Halleck's statements on all issues they discussed. And I do want to extend my deepest condolences to Ms. Abigail Jackson, her family, and also second her statements as well. Now on to my statement regarding the budget. I want to say TPD has the largest portion of the city's budget, accounting for over 1/3 of the general budget at about $60 million. The city's second most funded department is the Department of Parks and Recreation, having a budget of just over $24 million. Our least funded department is the ethics department, accounting for only about $402,000 of the general budget. Only 2.3% of TPD's current budget is allocated for training, and I believe this is extremely evident in light of recent events. However, our current leadership is proposing a future budget that actually decreases TPD's training budget and increases its patrol and office of the chief budget. TPD has an exorbitant budget and spends it on militarizing itself against its own citizens with drones, almost 500 patrol vehicles, helicopters, and many other items, vehicles, and tactics used for intimidation and violence. TPD's budget needs to be reallocated into other departments and put towards funding actual positive change within our community, rather than more fancy vehicles and toys for our law enforcement to use to intimidate and brutalize the citizens of our community. Personally, I would highly recommend reallocating more of their funding into more extensive training because, as evidenced by recent grand jury videos, many of the officers on scene were clearly unfit for duty and should have undergone further training prior to being allowed to pull a trigger of a gun pointed at our citizens or even attempt to provide life-saving EMT services to the people who they shot. Imagine how much more our community would benefit by taking $20 million of funding from TPD and putting it towards areas that are in desperate need of funding. Put it towards areas that would actually work towards uplifting our community, not dragging them by their feet face down across the pavement. We deserve better and we can do better, and we're begging you to please do better. I would also like to request that all charges against the Tally 14 be immediately dropped, and I request the immediate release of the remaining member of the Tally 14 Leon County from Leon County Jail, and demand public statement by all of our officials condemning the multi-agency effort from Tallahassee Police Department, Leon County Sheriff's Office, and other related agencies' use of police brutality and escalation tactics on unarmed citizens. Thank you. All counting on you.
I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, I was done. I just wanted to say thank you. We're all counting on you.
All right. Next speaker is Valentina Barone and Kathy McGuire. Again, those are two folks who spoke earlier and may or may not have remained. Valentina Barone, Kathy McGuire. And Mayor and Commissioners, I have several names who did not connect earlier, and so I'm assuming they're not on, but I will assume these names are not here, but I do want to call them real quick.
This is Kathy McGuire.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you can't see me, sorry. But I did say what I wanted to earlier, so thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, so thank you very much. Sorry that I missed you there. But we have Heather Huff, Lakey Love, Robin Callahan, and June Noel were names I called earlier, and we're not here, but I'm just making sure, pausing for a second to make sure they haven't joined and are ready for the public hearing, which they signed up for separately. Not hearing those names, Connor Jordan also spoke earlier and may have expressed his comments, but I will pause briefly. Then next will be Kevin Baumanfind. Kevin Baumanfind. I will move to Elizabeth Winchester. Elizabeth Winchester, and then Sierra Bush Rester.
Yes, hi, this is Elizabeth Winchester. I reside at 2118 Old Fort Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. Quick question, am I only able to speak to the budget issue at this time? Is that correct?
That is correct. At this point of the meeting, we're in public hearings, which are legally noticed and advertised, and so we're taking speakers item by item. So those who signed up for the budget will speak on the budget, and if someone signed up on multiple items, we'll call them separately at each public hearing for those other items.
Okay, so I'll speak to the budget. I did sign up for the 1301 as well, but I had difficulty getting into the meeting, so I'd like to speak on that if that's already passed. As far as the budget, I just would like to say that, I really believe that TPD's budget is excessive, and I was very concerned by the militarization that I observed last weekend in response to the protesters. I am, personally, I think it's cherry picking to I don't know. I just think that more of the money needs to be delegated to social services and homelessness and other needs that we have in this area. And it just seems that, everything that's going to TPD is excessive and unnecessary unless it's going to go for additional training, as Mr. Raumeier said earlier, and that's all I'd like to say.
Great. Thank you for those remarks. And we did have a number of speakers earlier in our meeting, but if I missed you, we do still have some other opportunity for the policy formation and other agenda items. And I will call you again when we get to that point later in the meeting. The only remaining speaker, Mayor and Commissioners, on the budget that I have is Sierra Bush Rester. Who, there she is. You may begin at your convenience.
Just real quick before I start, I am kind of confused, so I wanted to clear something up because I did sign up for 13.1 as well as several other agenda items that were from beforehand. I'm wondering why I wasn't called for that. Same with Elizabeth, who just spoke as well. So I wonder how that happened. Can you answer that for me?
I'll jump in. Hey, Sierra. So what we did was we have to publicly notice the public hearings that begin at 5 o'clock. So we started the meeting at 3. We've been going through public comment, but we had to full stop for the public hearing at 5. When we get through the public hearing, we will go right back and pick up where we left off. So you'll still have the opportunity to speak before we even get to the consent agenda and then the general business item. We just had to stop for the public hearing.
So the public hearings happen,
and
then I get to speak afterwards? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, this is the appropriate time to speak on the budget. And then if you want to speak on one of the items that's coming before us, you'll have another opportunity later.
Okay, so the other items that I signed up for.
I'll interject there one second. And I do have your name as signed up to speak on those other items. We simply weren't able to get through all the speakers, and that include you and several others we were not able to get to on those other items. And so when we pause for the public hearing, we take up the public hearing, but we will return to you and those others that we didn't get to on the other policy items when we'll conclude the public hearings. So,
and that's still going to happen today?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can. You froze for a moment, but I can hear you now.
So I can talk about the budget now, and later I get to talk about the other stuff I signed up for.
Right.
Okay. Great. Okay. So, and like Michael said, I can time myself, so I don't need you to let me know. I will start the timer now, and I will keep an eye on it. That's a good idea. So I'll go ahead and start talking about the budget. So as expressed by other people before, the police department gets $60 million of the city budget a year, which I feel is a little outrageous given that there are so many different things that people need in this town, including affordable housing, mental health programs, things to help homelessness instead of just prevent it, like we tried to do in Lake Ella and try to stop homelessness, moreover, I think that as other people have expressed, we can take and reallocate some of the city budget's money into different forms that will help people create less crime, because as we know, crime often happens when people have a lack of needs. And if we have people in the city who are on the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and they're not even getting their needs that they need as a human being and their human rights, that's problematic. And I think we should see that first before we start investing $60 million in the police budget. Not only that, but it seems, again, a little excessive that my tax dollars, me as a citizen, I elected you, I pay my taxes, and that all goes to funding a police state in this town that I don't support, where police officers can show up to peaceful protesters in riot gear with police dogs and they can attack our young people and our children in Tallahassee. Those are all young people. And as a mother, I can't tell you what I would do if my child was in that protest. And the police officers who I told them all their lives, police officers are here to protect you. And then they hurt them like that. That is absolutely ridiculous, and it's absolutely sickening. And where were these cops in these riot gear and the police dogs when a white nationalist showed up to the protest last week, drew a gun on a veteran, and women and children who were at that protest, and we don't have helicopters then? So I even question whether or not the $60 million in the police budget is being spent appropriately. And
You
I
have
question
2.5 minutes. You have 30 seconds.
Okay, like I said, I got it. And I question whether or not that money is even being spent in the right way. And it seems that it's only being spent to quell resistance and to harm people who are trying to practice their American right to speak out and their constitutional right to protest. And it's absolutely sickening. More has to be done to fund the police, to drop the charges for Tally 14. I yield my time.
Thank you. I apologize for the interruption. I'm pretty well programmed at this point at 2.5 minutes to interrupt. So that's the last speaker on the budget, and I'll return to the city attorney or the mayor, whichever is appropriate.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, walk us through the process.
Thank you. That concludes public input on the city's proposed millage, city's proposed budget, unless there are any other speakers on those items.
Seeing none, let's move forward.
The next two steps, 4 and 5, are to allow public input on the Downtown Improvement Authority's proposed millage of 1 mil and the Downtown Improvement Authority's proposed budget. In compliance with Florida Statute Section 200.065, the date of this hearing was also included on the trim notice, which was mailed to all property owners by the property appraiser, Leon County property appraiser. At this time, we need to hear from, if there are speakers, on the Downtown Improvement Authority's proposed millage and on the proposed budget.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on the DIA's proposed millage rate?
No, sir, we do not.
At this time, we would have discussion, if any, by the city commissioners.
This discussion solely on the DIA proposed millage?
This would be discussion on any on either the millage of the city or the millage or in the budget of the Downtown Improvement Authority.
All right, we are at the point where it's time for a commission discussion. I'll open up the floor. We'll just go right down the line. Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Cox.
I have no comment.
Commissioner Richardson.
Comment, Mr. Mayor.
Moving right along, Commissioner Bryant.
No comment, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is on the millage rate and the DIA. Was that correct?
No, sir. I believe this is overall budget. Correct, Cassandra? Ms. Jackson?
Madam Attorney, you're muted. You might want to repeat that.
You're still muted, Cassandra.
There can be discussion on either one, the DIA millage and proposed budget or the city millage and proposed budget.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think we've made many comments over the past few meetings on these budget proposals, and I appreciate a lot of the comments that we heard today from the public speakers. I know that this is a challenging time to meet, and it's difficult to figure out the process, and it's a long process throughout the year. So I just want to thank everybody coming forward to participate today, and looking forward to further conversation. Thank you.
Attorney.
Thank you. We now will need a motion for approval of the city's tentative millage rate of 4.1 mils as set forth in resolution number 20-R-40. And we are publicly announcing that the proposed aggregate millage rate is more than the rollback rate of 3.9812 by 3.51%.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Bryant.
Move approval. Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Bryant, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson.
We now need a motion for approval of the city's tentative budget as stated in resolution number 20-R-41.
There a motion on the table?
Move acceptance.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem moves the proper motion, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson.
We now need a motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's tentative millage rate of 1 mil as stated in resolution number 20-R-40.
Commissioner Mallow is our representative. I'll come to you for a motion. Commissioner Mallow?
Yeah, move approval. Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson?
We now need a motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's tentative budget as stated in resolution number 20-R-41.
Move approval.
Commissioner Matlow?
Move approval.
Probably moved by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Dr. Bryant. Commissioner Bryant, any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you. As discussed earlier by the city manager and Mr. Robert Wiggin, we now, pursuant to our agreement that we have with Capital Health Plan, require a separate vote on the health care rates. I would need a motion for approval on the negotiated health care rates with Capital Health Plan for FY21.
Is there a motion on the table?
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. To summarize, the City Commission has tentatively approved the millage rate for both the city and the DIA and the expenditures and obligations of the City of Tallahassee and the DIA for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021, designating the sources of revenue and appropriations. The titles to the resolution setting forth the City Commission's approvals are as follows. Resolution number 20-R-40. A resolution establishing the millage rate for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021 as 4.1 mils for the City of Tallahassee and 1 mil for the Downtown Improvement Authority, which is greater than the aggregate rollback rate of 3.9812 by 3.51% and providing an effective date. And resolution number 20-R-41, a resolution adopting the operating and capital budgets for the City of Tallahassee and the operating budget for the Downtown Improvement Authority for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021, designating the sources of revenue and said appropriations and providing an effective date. A public hearing on the final budget will be held on Wednesday, September 23, 2020, at which time resolution number 20-R-40 setting the millage rate and resolution number 20-R-41 setting the budget will be approved. Contingent upon commission action, the resolutions and required budget summary advertisements will be adjusted for all issues resolved as a part of this agenda item as well as for other items approved during tonight's meeting that may affect the fiscal year 2021 budget. Separate from the approval of the City of Tallahassee and Downtown Improvement Authority tentative millage rates and tentative budget, at this time, the City Commission is scheduled as a part of this agenda item to approve 5 proposed resolutions regarding updating the fire services fee rates, updating growth management fees, updating planning fees, updating plans for parking citations, and updating public parking rates. The first of the 5 resolutions is Resolution number 20-R-33, adopting updated fire service fee rates, which reads as follows. Resolution number 20-R-33, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, relating to fire service assessments and fees, providing for the provision of fire service charges, facilities, and programs throughout the City of Tallahassee, Florida, imposing a fire services fee on government property, describing the method of apportioning the fire services costs for the government property among the government property, providing for the collection of fire service fee on the city utility bill, imposing a fire service assessment on non-government property, describing the method of assessing fire services assessed costs against non-government property, providing for the collection of the fire services assessment on the city utility bill, and providing an effective date. Are there any public speakers regarding this item? Seeing none, I will request a motion for approval of Resolution 20-R-33, adopting updated fire services fee rates.
A motion for the fire services fee. Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you. The second of the 5 resolutions is Resolution 20-R-36, adopting updated growth management fees, which reads as follows. Resolution number 20-R-36, a resolution of the City of Tallahassee, Florida City Commission establishing the schedule of permit and review fees for signs, buildings, life safety, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, roofing, mobile home installation, gas, reinspection fees, competency examination application, environmental, land use, concurrency, and development agreements pursuant to Chapters 4, 5, 7, 9, and 10 of the Tallahassee Land Development Code and Chapter 163 Florida statutes to be effective on September 9, 2020. Are there any public speakers regarding this item?
We have no public speakers on this item. Mr. Cook, thank you. Is there a motion for Resolution 20-R-36?
So moved.
Been probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Dr. Bryant. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. The third of the 5 resolutions is Resolution 20-R-37, adopting updated planning fees, which reads as follows. Resolution 20-R-37, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, establishing the schedule of permit and review fees for services provided pursuant to Chapter 10, Tallahassee Land Development Code, to be effective on September 9, 2020. Are there any public speakers regarding this item?
No, sir.
No public speakers. Is there a motion for approval for Resolution 20-R-37?
Move approval.
Been properly moved by Dr. Bryant, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson.
The next resolution for approval is Resolution 20-R-38, adopting updated fees for parking citations, which reads as follows. Resolution number 20-R-38, a resolution of the City of Tallahassee prescribing fines for parking violations. Are there any public speakers on this item?
Mr. Cook.
No speakers.
No speakers. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 20-R-38?
So moved.
Been probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. The fifth and final resolution is Resolution 20-R-39, adopting updated public parking rates, which reads as follows. Resolution number 20-R-39, a resolution authorizing public parking rates. Are there any public speakers on this item?
Mr. Cook, any public speakers?
No speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 20-R-39? Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Dr. Bryant, Commissioner Bryant. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson, anything else on the proposed budget?
One more item. Finally, as a part of item 15.01, action is requested to allow the city manager to enter into an agreement with Leon County for pandemic response cost reimbursement through the CARES Act as approved by Leon County on July 14, 2020. May I have a motion for approval of this item?
So moved, Mr. Mayor. Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Excuse me. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Was there someone in dissent?
No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Passes unanimously 5-0. Ms. Jackson, anything else on the proposed budget?
No, this concludes item number 15.01. Once again, the final public budget hearing is scheduled for September 23rd, 2020.
Thank you so much. We are on item number 15.02. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. By the way, great job, Madam Attorney. Yeoman's work. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, item 1502 is a public hearing involving the request to locate a proposed medical marijuana dispensary within 500 feet of a school, which requires your approval by state statutes. The request is to approve a dispensary at 302 North Monroe Street. That's the intersection of North Monroe, Tennessee Street, the old BP station. That location is within 500 feet of Kingdom Life Preparatory Academy, which is located at 324 North Adams Street. I believe there is a project representative that's in attendance. Mr. Mayor, if you would like, Assistant City Manager Tedder can provide a brief overview, or you can take comments at your discretion.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson, you're recognized for comments.
I have conferred with the city attorney and have been advised to abstain from voting on this item. And I'd like to read a statement into the record, please, in that regard. As authorized by Section 286.012 of the Florida statutes, I am abstaining from the vote because of the appearance of a possible conflict of interest in Florida statutes, Section 112.313, due to a private business relationship with the representative of the applicant. I will complete the voting conflict form and will leave the room virtually during the discussion and vote on this item. I guess I need some direction on how I leave the room. Do I turn off?
I would suggest, Commissioner Richardson, if you just turn your camera off, turn your microphone off, you are out of sight, out of hearing.
And can somebody call me when we're done with the vote?
Yes, Mr. Manager, or Madam Attorney, if you wouldn't mind texting Commissioner Richardson as the attorney when the vote is over. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. You're recused from the vote. Now, before we get in this, and I think that we should have a presentation first, and then we can hear from the parties that are involved. Madam Attorney, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. I want to announce on the record that I did receive a phone call from Mr. Gary Hunter, letting me know that he was representing the applicant on this, and a call from Mr. Gary Jordan, letting me know that he was representing the applicant on this, and I believe everyone on the commission both received an email from Mr. Hunter and Mr. Jordan, which is part of the record. I'll fill out the appropriate paperwork, but quasi-judicial, we need to put that on the record. Is there anyone else that needs to make a declaratory statement on this quasi-judicial nature? Dr. Bryant,
Mr. Mayor, I too was contacted by Gary Jordan.
Okay. All right, Dr. Bryant.
I was contacted by Mr. Jordan and received the correspondence.
Commissioner Matlow?
Yes, I received a phone call from Gary Jordan as well as an email from Gary Hunter, and we'll file the disclosure form.
Okay, excellent. So, colleagues, make sure that you fill out the appropriate paperwork and make sure that you're conscious of the timing of when that needs to be filed with the city attorney's office. Madam Attorney, have we met all the requirements of disclosure under quasi-judicial proceeding?
Yes, you have.
Excellent. Let's turn it over to Mr. Tedder for a brief presentation, and then we'll go in and hear from the applicants.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm sharing my screen, and so I'm going to walk through a quick presentation for you. As the city manager indicated, Section 3.81 of the Florida statutes indicates that a medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facility may not be located within 500 feet of a school unless you go through a formal proceeding and the city or the county can determine that the location promotes the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Now, this is a unique situation. The state statutes do not identify a particular review process. The state statutes do not indicate what we should be looking at regarding public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. And it also, when we're talking about a deviation to this standard does not follow the local deviation standard process that we have in place in our local ordinance. As the city manager indicated, this site is located at the northwest intersection of Monroe Street and Tennessee Street. This intersection is the primary focal point of our CRA downtown redevelopment plan. The deviation from the state standard of 500 feet is to take in consideration the separation from the Kingdom Life Preparatory Academy. The existing distance from the site is 370 feet. Now, the applicant does enhance the building. At this point, it is not clear as to how much of the site the applicant will be focused on, but I did want to put on the record that these are the concepts that the applicant has included for remodeling the existing building on the site. The Planning Commission, they have reviewed this request. They have recommended approval of the request, and if approved, I would ask that you include the condition that was recommended by the Planning Commission that is included on this screen. Upon review by the Planning Commission, this request was forwarded to the city manager's office to place on the City Commission public hearing agenda. And my review included reviewing this as with consistency to the CRA redevelopment plan. And that's where the issues that I will be indicating fall from. So the CRA redevelopment plan identified issues really throughout the entire CRA district. And each one of these issues can be related to this particular site all in one bundle. For example, there is automotive service repair facilities with cluttered signage. It is an underutilized site. It is a vacant, underutilized building. There's high traffic volume on the surrounding streets with poor circulation on the site, which basically has driveway access the entire length of both edges of the site. There are deteriorated physical conditions on the parking aprons, a very clear lack of sidewalk delineates through that corridor, a lack of tree canopy and streetscaping along the site. And basically, we all know that it's an unsightly condition that really does provide a negative investment image in our downtown area. So as I scroll through the pictures, you can see the things that I just discussed. There is signage on the site, structures that are abandoned. There's a lack of a defined sidewalk system, a lack of streetscape. You have unkept areas as far as the existing pavement areas are really not in great condition along this corridor. And again, as we're talking about the underutilization of a building and having a vacant building on the site, these are images that were provided by the applicant of the condition of the building. Again, the applicant's agent has provided some changes to those buildings that does enhance the building quite a bit. When we talk about the downtown redevelopment plan for the CRA district, the intersection at Monroe and Tennessee Street is the primary focal point of the downtown redevelopment area and should be treated as such. This is an excerpt straight out of the redevelopment plan. And when we talk about significant gateway treatments combined with appropriate future land use, should transform this intersection into a magnificent entrance to our downtown area. So while the applicant is making positive changes to the building, I do believe that there are other considerations that could be appropriate that could further the general welfare of the downtown district. For example, There could be a removal of the dilapidated signage structures. We could have a well-defined sidewalk system on both edges of the property. We could reduce the large driveway openings and have a more controlled access location at this site. We could provide streetscape, or we could redo or remove the deteriorated parking areas that we showed on the western edge of the site. There has been citizen input regarding this request. We mailed out 430 notices to property owners and property folks who reside in that area within 1,000 feet. The Kingdom Life Preparatory Academy, which is really the main issue that we're talking about with this application, they have indicated they're okay with this request. Just 2 blocks over, we have the Midtown Place Condos, LLC, and this individual owns 40 of the 48 units in the building, and he has indicated he is not okay with the request, as well as a citizen located at 609 Bruno Street. So, Commissioners, based on the fact that when we reviewed the downtown redevelopment plan and really what is anticipated to come out of that redevelopment plan and activities as we move forward, the recommendation that we have is that you find that the medical marijuana dispensary should not be allowed within 500 feet of the school. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right. And before we get into some questions and hear from the applicant, what exactly is that recommendation? That it should not be within 500 feet of the school?
That is correct, Mayor, which means it would be a denial of the deviation to the state standards.
Okay. Let's, Mayor Pro Tem, you had a question.
Well, actually, I was going to make a statement. I reached out personally to the executive director of the school because I know him, and confirmed that he was okay with it. And his reasoning for being okay with it was that he was assured that it was going to be like a pharmacy, that you would have to, it would be required to have a prescription in order to be able to make purchase there. And so if I'm understanding that that is how this is supposed to be operating, and perhaps the representative can confirm that, that was why he was okay with it. I too would want to see something beautiful in that intersection, because that's the gateway kind of into our downtown area. And so so improvement there with along with the nice building, but also with the parking lot paved, you know, some streetscape, something to make it look like it belonged in the center of downtown would be something that I will hope that the folks will be interested in doing to make it fit with the scenery there.
Before we get it further down with commissioner comments, Wayne, are we going to have the applicant speak or just here for questions?
The applicant's here to present his application.
Mr. Hunter, are you here on behalf of the applicant? Okay. Colleagues, if you're all right, shall we hear from the applicant and then go back into discussion and questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Dr. Bryant?
Yeah, I just really want to put my question on the table so when the applicant speaks, he can actually talk about it. Is that okay? Because I am only concerned with the fact that the streetscaping, the removal of whatever the debris is, and the entrance to our downtown area is not an option, but would be done. And that would be a part of what we're saying has to be done, or if they are not amenable to that, then I would want them to say that now. Thank you, sir.
Can I please have everybody mute? Speak at a public, at one of the public opportunities so we can get rid of the background noise. Thank you. Certainly appreciate it. With that, let's have the applicant, Mr. Hunter. Or representing the applicant, Mr. Hunter. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Y'all don't tell anybody in my office I was able to do that. I'm sorry. Gary Hunter, here on behalf of One Plant. Mr. Mayor, I'm their attorney, 119 South Monroe Street. As you all know, I have the highest regard for your staff, specifically Mr. Tedder. I think they do a wonderful job for you. I disagree with his recommendation to you all. I think he is missing the point of the state statute to which you're directed and limited, frankly, on your review in this case. Mr. Tedder did a really good job of presenting the issue for you as far as what's being proposed. I think his frustration or hesitance is driven by the community redevelopment vision for that corner. Unfortunately, the vision for that corner is not the zoning on that corner. The zoning on that corner allows the use that my client has proposed. The building that is there is permissive for the use that my client has proposed. And the overlay vision for that redevelopment area, listen, we all agree with it. And I promise you, I bet you there isn't a person on this in this meeting that wouldn't wish that the use of that corner for the last 10 years had not continued to deteriorate over time, but we all know that it has. And by the way, this downtown redevelopment vision, which is a very good vision that your staff put together for downtown, has existed for some time without any changes to that corner. The uniqueness of that site is real. It's small, so redeveloping that site by itself is just not feasible, honestly. It's a former gas station, and we all know what that means. They're very likely, and I don't know this personally because I haven't researched it, but they're very likely, given the history of that corner, petroleum contamination issues that would need to be dealt with below the surface to redevelop it. And let's be realistic. Right across the street, the very corner that has what would probably be argued or suggested as a model development for this corner is half vacant. That model development didn't work. And you all put lots of resources and energy into that project that sits half empty on that very focal point that we are talking about today. So what does my client propose to do? They propose to take a dilapidated building. They propose to reuse that building, repurpose that building in a way that, as you saw from the renditions that Mr. Tedder appropriately showed, greatly enhance a corner of our city that is worsening by the day. It's a location for vagrants and homeless people. We all know that. The roof is caving in. There's nothing good going on at that corner, which is our center point of our downtown. And my client's proposed reuse of that site greatly enhances that site. And so, Commissioner Bryant, to your question, the landscaping issue and the improvement of the site is not really part of what's being done tonight. This isn't a rezoning because the zoning is allowed there. But I will represent to you that just out of the pure use of that site, my client too wants the site to look better because they're going to have customers coming to the site. And so the condition of the site today will not be what the condition of that site is after they have occupied and repurposed that building. This is not to say that years down the road, some higher use of that corner won't happen. I mean, there very well may be when the market demands it. That's what real estate markets do. If there's a redevelopment plan that goes and acquires other parcels in the vicinity of that property and the market supports the redevelopment of that corner, then very well the vision of the overlay would occur. And here's where Mr. Tedder's right. If you did tear down that building, you would have to meet the downtown zoning the downtown redevelopment standard for that site, and that's not happening. So if someone were to come in and redevelop the site, they would have to meet the city's vision for that corner. That's not what we're doing. We're reutilizing a site that's frankly horrendous as it sits on that corner today. And Commissioner Williams-Cox, to your question, you're exactly right. And Mr. Young down at the school is supportive, as you all know from the letter in your record that I submitted to you and that you may have seen from the planning staff report. But he is supportive under the premise that we are treated as a pharmacy. You can't go to to that dispensary without a prescription. Medical marijuana in Florida is just that. It's a pharmaceutical. You have to have a prescription to get it. We'll do deliveries from that site to people who have appropriate prescriptions. And then also people could come there and pick up their just like if you went to a CVS and pick up their prescription if they had one, and it were, they called ahead and had it, they were ready to pick up. But that's all it can be utilized for. And, I would say this, lastly, the focus of the state statute that we're governed by is a public health, safety, and welfare standard. I think any of us would be hard-pressed to argue that the public health, safety, and welfare of our community isn't improved by that site being used for something other than what it's used for today, by that site not continuing to look like it looks today. As lofty as our goals may be for what we would like for it to appear to be, that hasn't occurred. It hasn't manifested itself, and it isn't going to because of the challenges with that site by itself. And by the way, your planning staff went and asked the police department for data to determine whether public safety was enhanced by the location of the medical marijuana dispensaries. And the data from our own police department suggests exactly that outcome, that crime rates reduced, and they looked at every dispensary within our city and provided that data. That's not Gary Hunter's data, that's our police department's data. And it was absolutely supportive of an enhancement of public safety. And so by the standard that we're governed by in the statute, we have met our burden. And I know that an apartment building down the way complained about this. The apartment building is not the protected interest in this statute. The only protected interest in this statute is the school. And the school consents to this use. They wrote a letter suggesting so. They've told at least one of you commissioners as represented that they support it. And so, listen, again, I have the highest regard for the city staff and Mr. Tedder personally. We just disagree on this, and our proposed use of this site meets the standard in the statute. It improves the corner, and we would very much appreciate your support of our request. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
Mr. Hunter, hold on just a second, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Hunter, is your client buying or leasing the property?
They're leasing the property, Mr. Mayor.
I'll ask. I don't know if you're comfortable. How long is the lease on the property? How long y'all plan on being there?
Well, that's a good question. We're going to be a new business, so I think we would plan to be there as long as the corner supported our business. Our lease, I'm sure the landlord may not renew our lease. Presently, it's a 5-year lease. That's the term. It's a extendable term. So that maybe that's the answer you're looking for.
Just out of curiosity, why not the Walgreens?
I didn't pick the location, Mr. Mayor, so I can't answer that question for you. And again, there's probably a lot more space than we need. And I'm not sure the owner of that building honestly has interest in leasing to a competitor facility, to be candid.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question, but what you just said, that last statement here, Walgreens is a competitor to this company?
Walgreens is not, Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem, but the owner of that building has connections to another medical marijuana treatment center.
I see. Okay. Yes. All right. Well, let's get that clear now, because that's my Walgreens is my pharmacy. I want to make sure that I wasn't missing out on something. Now, and don't get me wrong. I've already told everybody, if I need some, y'all get me some. Okay. If I need it. Right now, I don't need it. But I want to go back to the streetscape that I mentioned earlier. You think that the leaser would be interested in, putting some trees out there, trying to make it look, spruce it up a little bit, make it look like it fit in with the other structures down there?
That's a fair question, Mayor Pro Tem. I have not asked them that, but I'm certain they would be willing to work with the city and do reasonable landscaping improvements on that site. The portion of the site to the west is basically a green space area and could use some vegetation. I don't think you'd want to make it too heavily vegetated because you wouldn't want to increase the likelihood of, you know, not being able to see what was going on the site. But you could plant some things there and enhance it. There's no question.
Thank you.
Other comments? Let's open it up for discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Wayne and Gary. I think this has been vacant a very long time. You know, we have to recognize the private market moves at its own speed on different parcels and different units. And looking at this, a lot of the challenges Mr. Hunter mentioned, as well as it being a unique facility that has, you know, very limited parking, but also very limited pedestrian access. There's only very few industries that can go in and be successful in a place like that, which is a former gas station where you're really going only in for 5 or 10 minutes. I wanted to go back, the Planning Commission recommendation on the signage, Wayne, that was just text only. What was the verbiage there? I didn't catch the slide.
Yes, sir. It was basically limiting the signage that could be located on the building. The condition was the site shall contain only one sign on the front wall of the structure with only the words "one plant" and no logos or images.
And is that agreeable with you, Mr. Hunter? Yes. Okay.
I muted myself, Commissioner Matlow, but yes, that's agreeable.
Okay. And the only other thing I'm going to bring up just as really a point of personal privilege and the argument you made earlier regarding people experiencing homelessness. Like we do like to see redevelopment. We do like to see you know, vacant buildings occupied, but we do know that problem doesn't go away just because a new tenant comes into a building. They just get displaced, and it continues to be a city burden. So personally, in the future, you know, when we're making arguments for a certain facility, I don't think that really speaks to the interest of the site. But the question was asked, is it appropriate for this to be in this location due to its distance from the school? I think that was established by the school. They're okay with it. And by the pedestrian path, it doesn't seem likely that you would meander in that direction. And then the second question, does it support promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the area? You know, I think a vacant building that's been vacant for a long time, finally being occupied, that does meet that standard. So I'll be in support of the motion.
Well, first of all, we need a motion. Do you want to make the motion, Commissioner Matlow?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Excuse me, Mayor. I wasn't clear if there were any other speakers.
I'm sorry. I apologize. We had the presentation. Mr. Cook, do we have speakers on this item?
I do have one speaker, Mayor, W.B. Huey. That's the only name that I have other than Mr. Hunter.
Is Mr. Huey with us? Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey for a third time. Okay, I'm moving on. Mr. Goad.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could, just for clarity, I think I heard this, but just to be crystal clear, I believe there's an old vertical sign at the corner of that intersection. Wayne, I'm looking at Wayne. I just want to make sure that would be removed as part of this plan, or corrected if I'm wrong.
There is a sign, an abandoned sign structure on the corner, and that is correct.
So to his question, would that be removed? It would just be one sign on the building?
Well, so commissioners, as we typically deal with deviation requests for our local ordinance, we use that as opportunities to make the project better. And so in order to give something to a developer, and in this particular case, to give a deviation to that setback, we're just asking for some things that we can do to the site to make it better. And that's been a sign that's been there. Karen's shop has been bombarded with a lot of questions about having these abandoned signs. They just don't fit well on the site. And if that can be removed and further enhance the quality of the site, then I would absolutely encourage you to do that as part of the condition of approval.
Okay. Well, I will make a motion that the medical marijuana dispensary should be allowed in the location with the caveat that it meets sign recommendation of the Planning Commission and the removal of the offsite sign. So just the one sign on the building face for the guidelines recommended.
Second.
Commissioner Mallow probably makes a motion, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes 4-0 with Commissioner Richardson having recused himself. Mr. Hunter, thank you very much. Wayne, thank you very much for your hard work and dedication on this issue as well. Cassandra, if you'll please let Commissioner Richardson know that he can come back and join us again. We are now moving on to item 15.03.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15.03 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 20-0-24, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Tallahassee amending section 2-357 of the Code of General Ordinances relating to competitive bidding, repealing section 2-358 of the General Code of Ordinances relating to penalties, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Section 2-357 of the city's Code of General Ordinances establishes when communications are prohibited between city commissioners, commissioner staff, city personnel, and prospective vendors or vendors' representatives during a competitive solicitation. The modifications to 2-357 provide the following. Clarifies the prohibited communications period, commonly known as cone of silence, and that it goes into effect at the date of the time of the competitive solicitation is released to the public. Specifies that any communication during the cone of silence must be directed to the Procurement Services Division, removes the provision exempting purchases less than $50,000, establishes repercussions should a vendor or representative engage in prohibited communications during the cone of silence. This would include disqualification from the solicitation process. Thus, section 2-358 relating to penalties is no longer needed. Option 1 is recommended, which is approval of the ordinance amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we have no speakers on this item.
Open it up for discussion.
Move approval, Mr. Mayor.
Acceptance.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes 5-0 unanimously. We're on item number 15.04.
Thank you. Item number 15.04 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 20-0-25, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, City Commission amending Chapter 21, Article 11 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, by deleting Section 21-492 entitled Burning Permits, amending Chapter 10, Article 1 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, to create Section 10-2 entitled Burn Permits, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date. This ordinance will codify the burning permit regulations in Chapter 10, Fire Protection and Prevention. Staff recommends the ordinance language be revised to delegate all permitting authority for outdoor burning to and comply with the regulations of the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Florida Forest Service Division, which includes regulations on recreational fires. These provisions mirror county provisions.
Thank you. Before we get into public comment, I'm going to ask Chief Gaines, as he is with us, to please comment on this item. There's been some very valid concerns that have been raised that I know that you have responded in email, but I think it's important before we get into public comment to have the chief actually respond on the record during the meeting. Chief Gaines?
Mr. Mayor, I believe Chief Brown is standing in for Chief Gaines, and she can respond to that.
Chief Brown, thank you for joining us.
Okay, I think I was on mute when you said it earlier, but can everyone hear me clearly? Okay. I did read the public comments on this. What I would like to relate to the public is that in 2009, all of the permitting was transferred to Florida Forestry at that time. the Tallahassee Fire Department day-to-day operations from 2009 up into this present day has been governed by Florida forestry guidelines. So since 2009, the fire department has not issued a permit, a burning permit, outdoor permit, because Florida Statutes 590 as it governs that portion of outdoor burning, and Florida forestry has the authority in that area. So what we have done is that we happen to go back and look at the city ordinances to make sure that the language mirrored what our day-to-day operational practices were. And they did not. However, in 2009, the county did make those adjustments in their ordinances, but the city did not make those adjustments. So that's all this ordinance is for. It is not minimizing, it is not reducing or changing anything that we have been practicing for the past 11 plus years. It's just making sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Thank you, Chief Brown. If you can stick around just in case there's any questions, that'd be great. All right, Mr. Cook, let's go into public comment, please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have several speakers on this item. The first will be Kara Fleischer, and then Leanne Boone would be next. Just before we begin that comment, I will add that we did have about 25 or 26 written comments submitted, and I think almost every one of them indicated that the citizen did not want the city to relax our burning regulations. Clearly, Chief Brown has just addressed that, but that was the nature of those written comments, which she has had the opportunity to read. And with that, Kara Fleischer, if you'll give your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hello, I'm Kara Fleischer, Leon Soil and Water Conservation District Supervisor, 4706 Inishere Court, 32309. I'm here today to urge the Commission to vote no on changing the burn ordinance. Our current ordinance requires residents to obtain a permit to burn leaves and debris where, as the proposed change, is the lowest regulation in the state and would allow 8-foot wide burns creating noxious smoke inside the city limits. I understand what the fire chief is saying as far as the county did revert to the Florida rules, but those are the weakest rules that a city or county can use. And just for example, when we had our last hurricane, Tallahassee did not have to pass a burn ban emergency ruling, as Mayor Daley shared with me, because we had this burn ordinance in place. So there is a difference with what our burn ordinance is compared to the county and the state. The surprising thing is to hear that it has not been enforced over the last decade. So the burning leaves and yard debris creates a large amount of haze and smoke made up by particulates that cause asthma, cancer, and heart disease, and is a nuisance to neighbors by hindering outside activities. Many children and adults struggle with asthma, including my 2 kids, and breathing smoke is dangerous for all people. The fire chief says they haven't been enforcing the current ordinance and want to relax it to match the county and state rules. In my view, our community would be better served if the fire department would follow the ordinance already on the books that require a permit to burn debris, just like cities across the state, including Gainesville, Tampa, and Jacksonville, and the list goes on. This proposed rollback would increase burning and smoke by removing the permitting process, causing more air pollution and fires that could get out of control. Also, the timing couldn't be worse. Now that coronavirus is spiking in our community, and research links those living with higher levels of air pollution have more severe illness and higher death rates from COVID-19. The Leon Soil and Water Conservation District Board has voted to develop a public education initiative called Mulch It, Don't Burn It, that encourages residents to mulch their leaves to increase soil health while at the same time keeping our air cleaner. I think that the residents have not been aware of the ordinance, and this is an opportunity to educate them. Tallahassee is a leader in sustainability, and changing the burn ordinance to make it easier to pollute is counter to the city's own strategic plan to be a leader in environmental stewardship.
You're at 3 minutes.
I urge you to vote no on changing the current burn ordinance in order to protect our air quality and public health of Tallahassee citizens, especially our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate it. Mr. Cook, our next speaker.
Next speaker, Leanne Boone. Also, we'll have Brian Lee and Elizabeth Winchester. So, Leanne Boone, who spoke earlier but may not have remained. Brian Lee. Going once and twice.
Hey there.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, got you now. Go right ahead. Make your address, and you got 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm Brian Lee, 1203 Buckingham Drive. I serve also on the Williams-Cox Water Conservation District with Supervisor Fleischer, who just spoke. Wanted to reiterate a little bit about what she said and see if our two boards, the City Commission and the Soil and Water Conservation District, might find a path forward that works for improving the that works to improve air quality here in Tallahassee. So at the past few meetings, without being aware that the city was going to be considering this action today with dropping the permitting requirements for burning yard waste, we've actually been working on a proposal to see if we could partner with the city to promote and publicize the ordinance and encourage compliance, along with also encouraging folks to mulch their yard waste rather than burning it if possible. Kara Fleischer mentioned that as the mulch it, don't burn it initiative. Mulching is great for your soil, you know. So we sent some of this information on to Commissioner Matlow's office back a few weeks ago. Like I said, we weren't aware at the time that this was going to be up for discussion today. So I would like to ask that the city table this item today and give the Leon Soil and Water Conservation District a chance to partner with the city on an educational campaign encouraging mulching over burning. This is an opportunity to create a better environment for public health through improved air quality. And I feel like the two boards, the Soil and Water Conservation District and the City Commission, can find a path forward on this. So I look forward to hearing this discussion. Thank you.
Our final speaker on this item is Elizabeth Winchester.
Yes, hi, this is Elizabeth. I just would like to echo what Ms. Fleischer and I'm sorry, I didn't catch the gentleman's name before, but what they both said. And I guess it occurred to me as well that would be a really bad time.
Sounds good.
That this would be a really bad time to implement this. You know, with COVID-19, I mean, we already have concerns with breathing and our air quality. I also have concerns, you know, if we run through another dry patch with fire, you know, the risk of fire, because in the city, of course, we're so close to one another. And I know if I were to set a fire in my backyard, my neighbor would freak out because it would, she would, and in fact, her husband has passed now, but in fact, her husband had medical issues, which it would have been, you know, greatly to his detriment to have to breathe that smoke. So I just think, you know, I'd like to see what's in place just be implemented and some education occur, and I'm all for mulching. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not trying to be rude, folks. I'm turning my camera off. I am trying to eat a bite of dinner while we're conducting the meeting. I'm trying not to eat in front of the camera. So pardon me, please. Do we have any other public comment, Mr. Cook?
Mayor, we have no other speakers on this item.
All right, I'm coming back to the city manager and the chief, Chief Brown. You heard the concerns, difference of opinion from Soil and Water. What exactly, you know, I understand that you're asking us to bring our language in line with the state, but are we in fact moving backwards instead of not forwards? I don't think anybody wants to actually repeal or loosen our standards at all. But Mr. Goode, let me start with you, and then Chief Brown, if you'll come back, that'd be great.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'll be quick on it, but I think certainly we'll look for your direction. This clearly codifies what has been happening for many, many years. This is not a departure from that. And we always look to clean up our ordinances and other rules to reflect what's current and available. So the question is, if in fact we could retain the ordinance, change our practices, if that's your will, we would do that. But I think it's appropriate to hear from Chief Brown, who deals with this on a regular basis in terms of our enforcement. And keep in mind, our Tallahassee Fire Department serves the entire county, not just the city. So there is an advantage for uniformity. But I think Chief Brown probably knows a lot more about this than me. So I think we should hear from her in terms of the application.
Okay, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, I heard Miss Clara Fletcher, Mr. Lee, and Mrs. Elizabeth Winchester. I have to speak to Miss Fletcher to inform her we have been enforcing all public safety hazard guidelines as it pertains to the Tallahassee Fire Department. What you don't understand is in 2009, when the city and county came together to try to codify their language as it pertains to outdoor burning, they decided at that time that the regulation of outdoor burning would be transferred to the Florida Forestry Service. The language should have been changed in 2009. Unfortunately, it was a mishap that it was not. That's why I said that as far as the permitting process on this is concerned, Florida Forestry has been handling that since 2009, and they govern all outdoor burning. Permits are still issued through the Florida Forestry Services. They are not issued through the Tallahassee Fire Department. We still enforce making sure that everybody follow the guidelines of proper burning. Within the city, most of the houses or homes in the city do not meet those guidelines. They do not meet the setbacks that are governed by the Florida Forestry Division. Therefore, they cannot burn. Anytime we get a call, and we answer every call that is sent to us by 911 or by the non-emergency number of any outdoor burning, we go and we investigate. If that burning does not meet those setbacks, they are required to extinguish that fire. We have never lowered our standard of service. We have never conformed to causing outdoor burning to be a complete hazard to the city of Tallahassee and Leon County. Nothing has changed. The only thing that's changing in this, not minimizing protection, not minimizing service. The only thing that has changed in this is that in 2009, this language should have reflected the same language as the county. That is all that is changing. It doesn't interfere with your mulch it and don't burn it. It doesn't interfere with your proposal of trying to get this plan adopted through the city. It doesn't interfere with any of that, because there still is a guideline in there that the citizens of Tallahassee must bag up or put their waste on the streets. We're not interfering with that ordinance. We're only addressing the ordinance where the language is not codified with the entire county.
Chief Brown, could you clarify for the group, you mentioned something that I think is very controlling, and maybe it's the reason we don't see a lot of burning, is the required setbacks under the county and state rules for burning from property lines. I think that might be helpful for us all to know.
Okay. Our county, the setbacks for the Florida Forestry is on the City of Tallahassee, TalGov website, under the fire department's website. We made sure that those was under the website when we decided to fall up under their managed outdoor burning, up under their guidelines because of Florida Statute 590. But in order for a burn to happen, they have to be 25 feet from any wildland, brush, combustibles, or anything of that nature. They have to be 25 feet away from their home or the burner's home. They have to be 150 feet away from any occupied building. They have to be 50 feet away from any paved public road. And they have to start their fire at 9 a.m. in the morning, and it has to be put out before sunset that same day. They cannot leave that fire unattended. They have to clean out around the area when they're getting ready to burn. They have to have a water source in place for immediate extinguish, things of that nature. But within the city, we have not had any major concerns or any major issues because the houses don't meet those setbacks. The distances are not met. So I had a report ran to give me an account of how many fires we've had, outdoor burns we've had from January until today, and it was like 100. And as I've been going through them, I haven't gotten through all of them. I've only had 2 out of that. I've gone through about 25 of those calls. I've only had 2 after reading each report that was actually considered to be a legitimate illegal outdoor burning. Most of them was just neighbors complaining on another neighbor because they just had a problem with it.
So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I think the rules that are in place probably are accomplish what we want to accomplish, but certainly if you want us to take this back and discuss it more with others, I think that certainly can happen. And there was a suggestion of supporting the mulch it, don't burn it. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think that's a great idea. I think that's very consistent with a lot of other things we do. And so certainly look for your direction on this, but I do think this is an administrative cleanup that probably keeps us in the standard where we would want to be, but look forward to your comments.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the speakers have made a compelling argument. And with the large lots in the city, there still may be an opportunity to burn. Chief, I respect your expertise and your experience, but there may be some opportunities, and so I don't want us to lessen our restrictions. And certainly, if we have another group or organization that wants to work with us, because air quality within the city is an important aspect, and we've made a commitment to clean air and clean water as part of our strategic plan. And so, Mr. Mayor, I would move that the city manager and staff work with the Soil and Water Conservation Board to bring us something back that we can consider that again doesn't lessen what we're doing now within the city of Tallahassee.
There is a motion on the table. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it for discussion, but I'd like to see if I could add to it.
Sure. Commissioner Matlow seconded the motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't want it to be just soil and water working with them. I think Rethink Energy and any other environmental groups that have a concern could work with Chief Brown and come back with something that you may come back with the same thing. You may get an understanding and come back with the same thing, but let's have some conversation and see if we can't come to some type of agreement. And I like the educational piece to teach our community about how to, do mulching and not burning where necessary. So I will support this motion.
And I'll accept that as a friendly amendment, Mayor, to as well.
Great. Any other further comment? Ms. Jackson, are you trying to get in?
Yes. I was wondering, was this a continuation to a date certain so that we would not have to re-advertise, or what does the motion include?
Yeah, I would suggest the maker of the motion consider just postponing action until we have the opportunity to get everybody to the table, hammer it out, make sure we're on the same page, and then move forward.
Will that require re-advertisement?
If you continue it to a date certain that we have, such as the next commission meeting, then we would not have to re-advertise. But if you do not continue it to a date certain, we will have to advertise.
Start all over again.
Well,
so why don't we push back to make sure? And look, if there's major problems, then we'll address it then. But let's give everybody the opportunity to get to the table and see if we can get on the same page. Commissioner Richardson, are you good?
Let me ask a question. Would the first meeting in October be sufficient time?
I think so.
Commissioner, I would, if it's okay with the commission, I would recommend, I believe we have a public hearing on November 10th.
November 10th.
Make sure we have adequate time to work out the details. I don't think there's great urgency on cleaning this up, so I would like to make sure staff has enough time to work with all the parties.
Excellent. Commissioner, you good with that?
November 10th. Date certain.
Commissioner Matlow, you were the second of the motion.
Yeah, just briefly, first off, thank you, Chief Brown and staff. You guys do a great job there. Keeping a lot of this in line, so we do appreciate that. I just wanted to add general comments. It seems the end goal is to just improve air quality. So I'm not sure how this burn ordinance specifically or what other municipalities may do just to improve and monitor air quality overall. So I think, more research on that path would be helpful and knowledgeable and maybe really get to the end goal we're trying to get, which is clean air in Tallahassee. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further comments, I want to thank our friends from Soil and Water for joining us tonight. There's a motion on
Rethink Energy too. Don't forget down bills from Rethink Energy.
That's right. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We are now on item number 15.05. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15.05 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 20-0-26, an ordinance amending section 21-346, 21-354, and 21-376 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee relating to discharges to wastewater system and pretreatment, amending section 21-537 Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee relating to stormwater management systems, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The ordinance seeks amendments relating to the city's stormwater management system as to discharges to the wastewater system and pretreatment due to revisions to Chapter 62-625 Florida Administrative Code. Staff have developed several modifications which will ensure the city's ordinance is consistent with Chapter 62-625 Florida Administrative Code and provide local authority to implement the state rule. The ordinance would also prohibit recreational activities within the waters of the stormwater management system due to untreated runoff not intended for recreational purposes by either people or pets. Option 1 is recommended.
Excellent. First of all, Ms. Marshall, thanks for joining us. You do a wonderful job. Any comment on this? This is in your department.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. No, the city attorney summed it up pretty well. We're basically updating the ordinance so it comports with the administrative code and making explicit that stormwater facilities are not recreational.
Move option 1, Mayor.
Before we entertain the option, do we have any public comment, Mr. Cook?
Mayor, we have no speakers on this item, nor do we have any comment that was submitted.
Excellent.
Second motion.
Item going back to Mr. Richardson, moving staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimous. I'm sorry, was that one in opposition?
No.
No.
Just
okay. Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 15.06. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. Item number 15.06 is the first of 2 public hearings on the extension of the campus development agreement with FSU. We are also asking to schedule a second and final public hearing for September 23rd, 2020. No action on this item is requested this evening. This item seeks City Commission approval of a 1-year extension of the development agreement between the city and Florida State University. Under state law, a development agreement is required to facilitate coordination between a state university and a host local government and to provide for implementation of the university campus master plan. The existing development agreement is scheduled to expire on December 31st, 2020. FSU has requested an extension to allow FSU to complete the adoption of a new campus master plan. After adoption of the new campus master plan, a new development agreement will be required to implement the new plan. I'm requesting that the second and final public hearing be set for September 23rd, 2020. No other action is requested.
That is the recommended option number one. Do we have any public comment, Mr. Cook?
Mayor, we do not have speakers. We did have one individual submit written comment. I don't think particularly on with the extension, just specifically expressing opposition to using any funds for a convention center that would be on campus, but that's not, I don't believe that's part of the specific item, but I did want to mention it since it was submitted.
Wonderful, thank you. So open it up for commission comment. Are there any comments? Seeing none, Madam Mayor Pro Tem moves the staff recommendation, seconded by Dr. Bryant.
I thought there was no action.
The option number one that is recommended is to hold the first public hearing on the extension of FSU Campus Development Agreement and schedule the second public hearing for September 23rd, coming up at the next meeting. Isn't that correct, Ms. Jackson?
That is correct. It's no substantive action.
Right. No substantive action.
All right, Ms. Jackson. I tuned out when you said there was no action. So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Seconded by Dr. Bryant. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney and Mr. Manager, do we have any other items come before us today during the public hearings?
No, we do not.
Okay, so we are going back to the general business meeting. We are back on citizen input on agenda items. I will go back to Mr. Clerk so that we can pick up where we left off and make sure that we give everybody the opportunity to weigh in. It's your ball game, Jim.
Thank you, Mayor. We will go back to where we left off. Our next speaker at that time was to be Joel Jarrett. So Joel Jarrett would be speaking on the special events item. And then the next speakers will be Kelly Keys, Lucia Summer, and Dawn Farrow. But first, Joel Jarrett. Not hearing. I know we heard a speaker on that item, and I believe Mr. Jarrett may have sent written comment. So you probably would have that in the form of an email if I'm not mixing up my emails and my forms and my speaker lists. Next speaker then would be Kelly Keys.
Can you hear? This is Joel Jarrett. Can you hear me?
Oh, Joel Jarrett is here. We will go to Mr. Jarrett. Now we got you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you are correct. We did submit a documentation to the commission and for public record. Again, I am Joel Jarrett, reside at 6532 Montrose Trail, Tallahassee, Florida, 32309, and I'm the current president of Springtime Tallahassee. I'd like to thank Mr. Hollinger, who already spoke for us, and Sean Marston, who already brought up what we started talking about for the special events money. Just like a couple things to point out. Springtime's been put on a parade for 53 years, with the exception of 2. Had a great partnership with the city. And we have COVID, and the weather before has really put a hard on organization like everybody else in the community. So the loss of funds and the in-kind service was greatly compromised. Springtime Tallahassee putting on a great festival, bringing in $6 million a year on average. And that's our mission. We are a volunteer organization. Everybody volunteers many, many hours to do it. We do go after sponsorships and grants and things like that. And again, we're right in the middle of our fundraising efforts, trying to see what's left out there.
Okay. Go up front.
So it would really hurt us to lose this money. We appreciate everything the commission has done for us, and we really look forward to putting on a great event. And I appreciate everybody's comment on that. And I'll turn you back to your time.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Kelly Keys. No Kelly Keys. Lucia Summer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can.
Hello?
If you'll give
Hi.
your name and address, you can begin your remarks. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Lucia Sommer, and I live at 1611 Milton Street, and I am commenting on agenda item 12.09. on the Citizens Review Board. And I just wanted to urge you to approve a modified staff recommendation for option number 2, which would be to modify option number 2 to include a motion for a community-engaged deliberation process to be co-led by Commissioner Williams-Cox and Commissioner Jack Porter or Jeremy Matlow, with the assistance of city staff in conjunction with members of the community. The goal of this process would be a drafted ordinance which would create a collaboratively designed mechanism to implement a new vision of police accountability. And the reason I'm saying that is that, you know, I grew up in Minneapolis. My family lives a few blocks from where George Floyd was murdered. And like many cities across the country, they have a civilian review board, very much like the one you just voted to create. And obviously, it did not serve as a deterrent to George Floyd's murder because it has no power. And it has not brought justice to people like Philando Castile or the scores of other victims of police violence. So why do what has been shown to fail? I stand with the Alliance of Black-led organizations and faith groups and businesses backing the ordinance drafted by Tallahassee Community Action Committee, which calls for an independent body, a Civilian Police Accountability Council. And the CPAC would be comprised of elected citizens, not appointed. And, you know, other people have spoken to the other aspects of that. You should read TCAC's ordinance. And I just wanted to add that such an elected body is possible under the city charter. Please refer to Attorney Steve Bean's letter for legal analysis of why this is so. If there is disagreement with the city attorney, then there should be a pause and further discussion with legal consultants, including from the community. And I just wanted to say, I also asked that City Manager Goad dismiss Police Chief Revel. If Goad refuses to do so, he must be removed. 3 civilians' deaths at the hand of his police force since January, and an overwhelming show of force against peaceful protesters.
You're on
a
3
gunman
minutes.
Threatening protesters was not charged is unacceptable. And finally, on items 1204, 1206, and 1208, I just wanted to echo what Debbie Lightsey and Darwin Gamble said. We need 2 public hearings. Please vote for a modified option 1. Direct staff to schedule 2 live real-time joint public hearings before the adoption vote. And
You're at 3
an
minutes.
extension from the state planning agency to have the hearings in January and the adoption vote for February. This is too big of a change to go through
You're
all the
at 3 minutes. We're going to have to pause your comments, but I do thank you for those. I believe you were able to get in each of the items you spoke about. So thank you. Our next speaker would be Dawn Foro, and then Elizabeth Winchester. Dawn Foro. And I'll go to Elizabeth Winchester and then Wiz Benoit. Elizabeth
Yes,
Winchester. There we go.
Yes,
I
hi,
knew you'd
this
be
is
there.
Elizabeth. Yes, can you repeat the article number for me again, please? I've been hopping around reading.
Sure. Several items signed up for by Ms. Winchester. Item 1201 is the comprehensive plan amendment, and then 1209, 1301, and 1302 dealing with Citizen Review Board, TPD progress update, and the mental health intervention initiative.
Okay, and it's all right for me to address those all now, right at this time?
That's right.
Is that correct?
You go ahead.
Okay,
You've
I
got
just
3
wanna-
minutes to address any or all of those items.
Okay, give me 1 second because I'm going to set my, oops, I thought I was going to, oh, well, never mind. You'll have to time me. Just give me like the 5 seconds, not 30 seconds, if you don't mind.
You got it.
Okay. All right. So first things first, please delay the Wolani development. I actually started paying attention to Tallahassee politics because of all of the developments that have been proliferating all over Tallahassee. I grew up here. I moved back here in 06, and I moved back here because of the trees, because of the birds, because of all of that. I lived in Orlando for 20 years. I don't want to live in another Orlando. So I would, ask the board delay anything on the Weelaunee. And secondly, I guess as far as the other articles, I just see like a common theme here with allocation of resources and representation and inequity. Because while I became interested initially because of like all of the pet developer projects I see popping up everywhere, what I have come to realize is that's also where all the money is going and where the resources are going. And I was really, since Chief Rebel has come into office, I've never been pulled over for a traffic stop where I kind of felt uneasy and afraid, and I felt like an officer was like a little bit aggressive and trigger happy. I've lived here like until I was 25, and like I said, came back in 06 or so, and I've never seen what I saw the last 2 weekends by our police force. And I'll grant you, if you cherry pick and say resisting arrest, those protesters are all bungled up together. Yes, you could say that's resisting arrest, but the problem that you have is the disparity in the application of the police force, and having like SWAT, 200, police officers dressed up in SWAT uniforms for 100 peaceful protesters that have never once indicated they have a weapon. And as Valentina, I believe her name was, earlier pointed out, that I watched all of those videos. I looked at them really with an open mind, and I was amazed that the protesters noted and kind of tried to like buffer that instigator before TPD did. But yet TPD showed up last weekend with all of those, with all of that force. Okay, and then last, this should have been first, but last, I'm also very troubled that Reese Goad refuses to remove the video of the young man that was murdered, Malik Jackson. And I also became aware, the video presentations that have been put forth by Chief Rebel are misrepresentative of the full facts, because the full facts is that TPD was made aware of the danger to Malik Jackson's family before that. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, his mother, Tony McDade's mother, is also in video saying that she called them to tell them that he was suicidal. So I just really feel like this could have been avoided. I'm sure it was traumatic for the officers as well, and I just think—
Your time's up there.
Yep. So thank you. That's all.
Next speaker is Wiz Benoit, and then Catherine Draken. Wiz Benoit. Let's hear from Catherine Draken. Not seeing or hearing Catherine Draken. Sierra Bush Rester. You recognized, and just for Mayor and Commissioners, items 1204, which is Weelaunee amendments, and then 1209 and 1301 and 1302, which you've heard several times addressed together. So you have 3 minutes, and I'll let you start. I'll try not to say anything at 2.5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I also, before I start, I wanted to ask a clarification question. So what I'm getting when things are like public hearing ordinances, like the one we just had with the man who got to speak about the marijuana dispensary, the time limits are different, because I noticed that he spoke for nearly 9 minutes, whereas everyone else is being condensed to 3 minutes. So my question is the can you hear me?
Yes, I think I heard all of your comments. Mayor, you're unmuted. Were you getting ready to speak?
Yeah, I would like the city attorney to weigh in on the defined times of how people present and the different roles that we all play. I think that would be appropriate.
I think in the instance involving the marijuana dispensary, the person who spoke was the applicant who was seeking the approval to determine whether or not it promoted health, safety, and welfare. This was a very novel issue, an issue that the City Commission has never dealt with before, and it also was a quasi-judicial proceeding. So in an effort to accord that applicant the ability to present his request, that time was extended. But in general, each public speaker is allotted 3 minutes.
Okay. And then a follow-up question to that is, are people not considered like the applicant during a city budget hearing, given tax dollars do fund the city budget? So should we not have time and give the same discretion as a business owner?
It was simply the nature of the proceeding. When you're speaking, it's not a quasi-judicial proceeding. It's a quasi-judicial proceeding is more like a trial almost, an application of law to facts. So it is a different type of public speaking.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification. It helps to understand. Just making sure you guys can all hear me clearly.
Sierra, you're kind of going in and out, like your connection is not good. You might want to try calling in on the phone.
Okay, let me do that, or let me switch.
Our IT folks have suggested to me that it might connect a little bit better if you want to turn off your video while you make your remarks. That may make your audio a little clearer. So I'll rely on them.
Okay, you guys hear me now? Is this clear? Am I still breaking up?
That was very clear right there. If you'll begin, and I will not interrupt you for time, but I'll only stop you if you're breaking up and not clear.
Okay, great. And just checking for one more time, you guys can hear me, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so thank you, everyone, commissioners and everything. I guess what I kind of just want to address is the fact that it seems that there is a trend in Tallahassee where city officials are not doing their job in accordance with what the Constitution and what American government is supposed to look like, right? So politicians are supposed to be the mouthpiece of the people. Your job is to do what we would like you to do and to communicate our interests to each other and to do it in a way that satisfies the people who pay your salaries via our tax dollars. And what seems to be happening in Tallahassee is that the commissioners will do, everyone except for Jeremy Matlow, who makes an effort to actually reach out to the people. What they do is they do what they think is best for the city of Tallahassee. And when we talk about the city of Tallahassee, what we're really talking about are the people in Tallahassee who have money. We're talking about the developers, the city, who builds the city. And that's who we're talking about. And unfortunately, when we're only worried about the city, the people get left behind. People without class privilege get left behind. People of marginalized communities get left behind. People who have disabilities get left behind. And there is a systemic trend in Tallahassee where the people are getting left behind, and that is a problem. Moreover, it's very frustrating, and I'm like emotional because, I have kids and I tell them, okay, America's a pretty cool place. This is how it works. We have these officials and we vote them in, and it's so good to vote, and then they're supposed to do what we ask them to do. Except that's not happening. So what am I supposed to tell my children when our city officials aren't listening to the people? The people have asked you to delay the Wilani vote. Has anyone bothered to state that they would do that? The people have stated that they want CPAC and they want real police accountability. Have you bothered to do that? The people who stated that they want police to step down. Have you bothered to do that? And the people have stated that they want Lawrence Revel to step down. Have you bothered? None of you are doing your jobs correctly. We pay you we pay your salaries. So I would recommend that you do your job properly and you start listening to the people of the Tallahassee instead of big interests, special interests, and developers. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Mayor, that concludes the speakers that I have on agenda items. We did have about 10 people on unagended items. With that number, my guess is a couple of them may have intended to attach to an item, but they did not with their submission. So that so we do have some names that we'll take it unagended, but that concludes the speakers that I have for the items on the agenda.
I apologize for the interruption, but I thought you said you were going to recall people from earlier.
Yeah, run through the names, Jim, to make sure that we have everybody that wasn't on earlier that might be on right now for an agenda item.
Yep. So earlier, we have, starting from the very beginning, Margaret Moore, John Coulter, Katarina Kirkpatrick, Laura Hurston, Ed Deaton, Antonio Brown, and I'll pause there. I know there was a technical issue. He may have been on and dropped. I'm making sure he. Anthony Suarez, Delilah. Oh, thought I heard somebody come in. Delilah Pierre. Oh, I do see Antonio Brown's name, so I'm going to saw Antonio Brown's name. I don't see him on my screen, but I did see the name pop up briefly.
I'm on.
Perfect. Antonio Brown, Mayor and Commissioners, as he gets ready to speak, I'll point that his comments are on item 1301, which is TPD update. Mr. Brown, you'll have 3 minutes. If you'll give your name and address for the record, I will start your time and I'll let you know when you get close to 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Antonio Brown, 14566 Northwest Richard Hardy Road. And my question, comments, and concerns to TPD is about, I have several, but one is about a video of my son and the events that led up to the video of my son, Malik Jackson. And I have a question for TPD. I'm just, wanting to know, have anybody asked Jennifer about the release of the video where she's asking for help the day before that led up to and ultimately demise of my son? Or even if any officers are getting investigated from the day before. And as a parolee, a week prior to where she even supposed to be out, was she even able to, supposed to be bonded out? And my kids, it's a video that's out there that my kids, my son's younger siblings, seen. Nobody asked the family, myself, Jennifer, nor Abigail, for this video to be released. And I'm asking y'all if y'all could take that video down, because it's hurtful. It just opened up wounds that was closing but will never be closed. Now, it's too far gone. And my kids seen this. 12, 13, and 14-year-old kids seen this video of their brother taking their last breath. which no child should see that. That's going to traumatize them for the rest of their life, as well as the mother, the grandmother, me, the aunts, cousins. I mean, I don't think it's acceptable. And me as a father asking, what if it was your child that was on this video? What if it was your family members that had to see this video? Would you then take it down? I mean, I'm all for my time up.
You've got just a few more seconds. I thought you had stopped. I was going to just say thank you for your comments, but I'll give you a few more seconds if you need to wrap up.
Oh, that's fine. I was pretty much done, but thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Margaret Moore, who I see, and then we'll go to Timothy Mosley.
Hi, again, Margaret Moore, 1910 Monticello Drive. Grateful for the opportunity to speak again, specifically to the fact that it's completely unconscionable to me that a family should have to come and beg to have that material removed off of the city website. The videos that were produced, they were overproduced. I read an article today in WFSU saying people have not seen things like this before. It's not normal. It's not usual for a city and a police department to work so hand in hand to craft a narrative, to sell something. We all knew what was going to happen. There's so many inconsistencies in there still. I still think about every day. I parse out what happened in those 2 days in my brain every day. I wake up every day wondering who will be next in our city. And it's not even who will be victimized next in our city, who will be victimized by our city. My city is victimizing my neighbors. I live in a place of privilege. I live far from a lot of the dangers that are the result of these policies and procedures. And I hear a lot of excuses about why things might be legal or lawful, but that does not make them moral or right. I want a different standard from my leadership. And I find it, I'm appalled that the Jackson family has to come here and beg for this. Any one of you could have asked for them. One day, but thank you. I'll use the rest of my time. Have a good evening.
Next speaker will be Timothy Mosley.
Good evening. Can you hear me clear?
We can hear you clearly.
Well, greetings to you guys. My name is Tim Mosley. I'm the founder of the Less Fortunate Still Matters Foundation, based out of 942, Capital Circle Southwest, Tallahassee, Florida. This is what I want to do for us. I want us to look at each other in the face and ask one another, what are we doing to better ourselves and to enlighten our community based on our decisions? Based upon what I've seen in the past week, my heart has dropped to the bottom of my feet. I'm one of the type of people where I look people in the eyes and I talk to them as a man. We've let Tallahassee down so many times this year that it's unbearable. And my heart goes out to that man that came on this call and told his story about his child. We sat up here all upset with our eyes open, listening to what this man had to say. He's crying out for help. I would think that our city manager and the chief and the city commissioners will reach out to this family and to these other people in this community that have been tragedy has taken a part in their life at this point in time. We need to stand clear. We need to be transparent. We need to be held accountable. Right now, there is no accountability within our city. And I'm going to be honest with you. I am heartbroken. It's time for a change. And the change need to be, if you can't do the job, remove yourself, resign. This is my thing. Me being the type of man I am, if someone said that they wanted me out of a position in an organization, my pride would not take advantage of me doing what's right for the people. If you love Tallahassee, I think you need to do what's best for Tallahassee. Don't do it for personal gains. I think we all need to take a look at ourselves and evaluate everything that's going on around us. Because if the truth be told, it's not about you, my brothers and sisters. It's about the people that we serve. And it's time for us to come together, unite, and be one and stand for all. I yield my time back.
Thank you. Next would be returning to our list of folks who were called earlier, but we weren't able to make contact. Richard Smith, and then Jessica Grace. Richard Smith, Jessica Grace, Heather Huff, W.B. Huey, checking a list here, one second, ladies and gentlemen. Melissa Johnson, W.L. McClellan, Lakey Love, Robin Callahan, June Noel, Michael McLaughlin, William Leach, Kelly Keys. Unless I missed someone, which is possible, those are all of the individuals who have been called earlier in the meeting. We just gave them a second opportunity, Mayor. Again, we have unagended speakers, but I have not called any of them yet.
All right, so we have had public comment on our city commission business before us. Wonderful. Thank you very much for running through that. That was a great program, Mr. Cook, letting everybody have the opportunity to speak. We are now on the consent agenda. Mr. Manager, has any of the consent agenda items been pulled?
No, sir. No consent items have been pulled.
Is there a motion for the consent agenda? Been properly moved by Commissioner Bryant, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously. We are on item number 11.01. Mr. Clerk.
Sorry about that, Mayor. I was making sure I had all my notes together on speakers. Item 1101 is an appointment to the Architectural Review Board. This is a board that's got representatives from the city and the county. The city has 4 seats. This recommends the appointment of Christopher Coram to a term that would expire June 30th of 2023. As with most of our boards and committees, that's a 3-year term.
Excellent. So, motion on, is there any public comment on, well, we've been through the public comment. Any written public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Excellent.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a point that I'd like to raise. I noticed that the demographics on this Architecture Review Board, they're all male and they're all white. And I'm not sure why that is, but I hope that in future appointments, we work hard to find some way to diversify this committee.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir.
On that point, I did touch base with the staff who staffs this committee, had what I thought was a productive conversation there. This, with the city and the county appointees, I think the last appointee, as they're working with it, because there are specific qualifications, whether architect or property owner and the historic preservation overlay zoning, as they look for candidates, they identify those qualified and appropriate candidates, and they may or may not distinguish city or county. So I think the last appointment that was made was a county appointee, but was a female. And then I believe, if I understand correctly, the seat that is being filled now is a applicant who had applied for the board before and did not get appointed at the time, though qualified for that reason, to make sure that there weren't all male on the board. And then I'm also fairly certain that the person being replaced is an African American who had to leave the seat, and so there has been attention paid to that. Last thing I'll point out is that staff is aware, but the city's seats, there are 3 seats that will be in this position next year. So 1 year from now, 3 of the city's 4 seats. One of those is someone who's eligible for reappointment, but those other 2 city seats are people who have served 2 terms. So you will have 2 new appointees next year, and staff is aware. I had advised them that this question would probably be asked by the commission.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Move acceptance of staff recommendation.
It's been properly moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I just want to reiterate the point that I appreciate the comments that the Treasurer Clerk. I just want to reiterate the point that the Mayor Pro Tem made in terms of diversification of that board in the future when new appointments are to be made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 12.01. Is that Madam Attorney, or is that, yeah, Madam Attorney, Ms. Jackson? Madam Attorney, are you with us?
For some reason, it didn't take when I pressed it.
There you go.
You can hear me now. Great. Item number 12.01, introduction of ordinance number 20-0-32, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting text amendments to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. These text amendments are to the Southeast Sector Plan and the land use and mobility elements. Public hearing is scheduled for October 13, 2020 at the joint meeting of the City Commission and Leon County Board of County Commissioners. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I move for option 1.
Option 1's been properly moved, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 12.02.
Thank you. Item number 12.02 is introduction of ordinance number 20-0-33. An ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a text amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. This is a text amendment to the neighborhood boundary and the land use element. Public hearing is scheduled for October 13, 2020 at the joint meeting of the City Commission and the Leon County Board of County Commissioners. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced.
All right. Do we have any comments, commissioners? Mayor Pro Tem, staff recommendation?
Yeah.
Commissioner Matlow. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. 12.03, please.
Item number 12.03 is introduction of ordinance number 20-0-34, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a text amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. This is a text amendment to the Pine Cone Woods Urban Services Area in the land use element. Public hearing is scheduled for October 13, 2020 at the joint meeting of the City Commission and the Leon County Board of County Commissioners. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced.
Excellent. Commissioners, motions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, move for option 1.
All right, option one's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. 12.04, please, Madam Attorney.
Item number 12.04 is the introduction of ordinance number 20-0-35, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a text amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. This text amendment is to the Walani Critical Area Plan and Urban Services Area in the land use element. Public hearing is scheduled for October 13, 2020 at the joint meeting of the City Commission and the Leon County Board of County Commissioners. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced. There may be a presentation by staff.
Options 1 and 2. Staff recommendation on options 1 and 2.
Second.
All right, options number 1 and options number 2 have been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson. I'll second that motion for you, Commissioner. Any further comment on this? See none. All those in favor? Yes, Commissioner Matlow.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, first off, I wanted to thank staff for all the charrettes that they held on this. You know, I think the more feedback we get, the better off we are in the end. So I think we went from a place a few months ago where people were just looking at lines on a map and just saw big lines and were wondering, you know, what we were doing, to now where they think, you know, they're actively engaged and wanting to be part of the planning process and the park plan and really come through with a master plan that they can be proud of. So I really appreciate that extra engagement, and I think just backing up and slowing this down is helpful. So I just want to clarify on the motion, option 1 and option 2, seeking an extension from the state local planning agency. So that will put us on the continuance of state deadline?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Pam Hall. Pam gave me a lot of good advice on this item. So I wanted to thank her for the information that she gave me and a lot of the advice that she gave me on this item. I think we've done the right thing by scheduling the workshop so that we can hear what came out of those charrettes and how they can be incorporated into this master plan. You know, what I've heard from those that I talked to, they feel like the plan is a good plan, but could be made better with a little more input, a little more time. And so I think we're taking the right action here this evening.
Great. Any other comments? Seeing none, Commissioner Richardson has properly moved options number 1, options number 2. I seconded the motion. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. 12.05, please.
Item number 12.05 is introduction of ordinance number 20-0-36, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a large-scale map amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. This map amendment is to Bond and Griffin Heights neighborhood boundary in the land use element. Public hearing is scheduled for October 13, 2020 at the joint meeting of the City Commission and the Leon County Board of County Commissioners. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced.
All right, commissioners, any comments, motions?
Move staff recommendation, Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson has properly moved staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously 5-0. 12.06, please, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 12.06 is introduction of ordinance number 20-0-37, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a large-scale map amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. The map amendment is to the Walani Arch in the land use element. Public hearing is scheduled for October 13, 2020 at the joint meeting of the City Commission and the Leon County Board of County Commissioners. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced.
Mayor.
Yes, sir. Who's that? Commissioner Richardson.
Yes, this is the second of three ordinances that have been introduced tonight that were the subject of our earlier public hearing. And so I would move staff recommendation for options 1 and 2 on this item as well.
It's been properly moved for 1 and 2, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. 12.07, please.
Item number 12.07 is introduction of ordinance number 20-0-39, an ordinance amending section 15-36 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee relating to Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, revising the frequency of submission of the Affordable Housing Committee report to the City Commission and to the state, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The first and only public hearing is scheduled for September 23rd, 2020. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced.
All right, 12.07. Do we have any comments, motions?
Move acceptance of staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation's been probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Dr. Bryant. All those in favor, Commissioner Richardson, did you want to speak?
No. I was just going to second, but Dr. Bryant seconded it.
All right, co-second with Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. 12.08, please. Thank you. Item number 12.08 is introduction of ordinance number 20-Z-38, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating and including additional territory as planned development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, adopted and established by the City Commission, providing for conflict and severability and providing an effective date. Amendment to the official zoning map to change the zoning classification from rural critical planning area and single-family detached to planned development. Public hearing is scheduled for October 13, 2020 at the joint meeting of the City of Commission and the Leon County Board of County Commissioners. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
This is the trifecta. This is the third of the three ordinances that have been introduced concerning the Walani property, and I'd like to move staff recommendation on options 1 and 2.
Staff recommendations, options number 1 and 2 have been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson. I'll second that. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, we are on item number 12.09.
Item number 12.09 is introduction of ordinance number 20-0-31, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, creating Division 4, Sections 2-253 through 2-258 and Article 6 of Chapter 2 in the Code of General Ordinances, creating a Citizens Police Review Board, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The first and only public hearing is scheduled for September 23rd, 2020. Let the record reflect that the ordinance was introduced.
All right. Do we have any comment? Any motions?
Mr. Mayor, I will be supporting. I'm going to make the motion that we accept option number 1.
That as well. Motion's on the table by the Mayor Pro Tem for option number 1, seconded by the Mayor. Any other further comment?
Mayor, before we vote, let me just share that I've heard great comment. I've read every piece of written email that has come in regarding this, and I'm happy to, with the city attorney, to meet with whoever is interested in meeting to learn more about what we have here and why we are here. I think it is fair to say that the citizens of this county have been calling for a citizen police review board for as long as way back when Henry Lewis was on the Dr. Henry Lewis was on the county commission, and that was a long time ago. No one said that this is a perfect start, but it is a start. And it is something that we can build upon as we grow. And so I just wanted to say to the citizens, I've heard you. We've looked around the country, and this is the best that we can do with our current law right now. And so I'm asking you to just ride with us and work with us, and we will make this as best as we can make it as we go along. So I've heard you. I've read what you said. I hear you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comment?
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Richardson.
You know, I think that all of us, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your remarks. I think all of us want this to be the best that it can be. I think our city attorney has done a good job of looking at all of the best practices from around the state and have compiled those in our ordinance. So this is the best of the best for what we have to work with right now. I'm proud of the fact that we immediately got on board with this notion when we met with the student leaders of the protest out at the intersection of Monroe and Jefferson Streets the day that they were protesting. And they said this was one of the things that they wanted, and we immediately put that into effect. And here we are with an an ordinance. Can it be improved? Maybe, and we will look down the road on how it can. But I think this is a good start, and I think that if we give it the independence that it needs, the staffing, put the right people on the board, we'll see some tremendous things happen with this Citizen Review Board in terms of reviewing the policies and procedures of the police department and making recommendations to that organization. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are now on to policy formation and direction. 13.01, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. This is the first of our policy items. I believe it's the first of 9. As you know, over the last good while, we've provided periodic updates on TPD. And so this was scheduled as a TPD progress update. Chief Revel is joining this conversation. He's joined by many of his partners in law enforcement in our community, and he'll introduce those individuals that have joined virtually, of course, as we have these meetings via WebEx. There is an agenda item with a lengthy description of those activities and achievements and general direction of TPD. I know we had planned a full presentation, but we want to be in the moment. We want to talk about what's happening now, and I'm glad that the chief is with us to do that, to share his thoughts, and his colleagues are with him as well, because we want to share information with the public, and we realize this is a great venue to do that. So we realize we've been at this for many hours tonight, but I think this deserves time to spend on it and get a full update from our law enforcement experts. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Revel, and I would love him to introduce the folks that are joining him. I wish they could all be together, but times are interesting, and I think this will be a good opportunity to have a full discussion.
All right. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, and all the appointed officials. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I was very excited about the opportunity to come and talk about the things that we've accomplished so far in the 9 months, and had a whole PowerPoint presentation ready to do that. And I will make sure that you all get that and can see that and read through it. We can talk about that later if we need to, but I agree, with all the questions that have come up tonight, and as well about the weekend. I think it's important that we stand before you and explain exactly what happened and present the facts so that the misinformation that's out there can be corrected. So I have joining me, obviously, Sheriff Walt McNeil, Mark Glass, who's the Director of Capitol Police with FDLE, and Chief Terry Brown with FSU Police Department. So easiest way to do this is obviously to start at the beginning. After the grand jury, we anticipated that there would be some that would not be happy with those decisions. So as we began to plan for events and making sure that we protect our city and anybody's right to disagree with those decisions, several other factors came into play. We knew that there was a group that was planning a protest, and we were watching the numbers of that group. With those two numbers together, we believe those numbers could be upwards of 200 people in that group. We also had the Trump rally, car rally, which was coming to town, which could have been up to 200 to 300 people as well. So we had the potential for 500 people, two different groups, that have opposing views, could very well meet together in our city. So we had to plan, all of us together collectively, on how to be prepared to deal with that and how to make sure that when those situations, if that situation were to occur, that we could protect our city, that we could protect both groups' right to protest in those situations. So we went into planning in that. Again, everybody was at the table, and we made sure that we had the resources there in case that happened. On Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, we actually met with the group that was protesting. We have that on camera. Deputy Chief Holmes walked into the lot and talked with the group and explained to them, like, look, we are here to protect you. We are here to make sure that you have the right for your voice to be heard, but you cannot violate the law. You don't have a permit, and it's not really about permits. Everybody has the right to protest without a permit, as long as you stay on the sidewalk, as long as you don't impede traffic, as long as you have a right to be on the property where you are. And we fully support that. And we told the group that on Saturday. But we also made it very clear that you will not be allowed to block the street with either people or vehicles. And that was clearly communicated, that was clearly understood, to the point where one of the leaders said, well, we're going to get in the street, but when they tell us to get out of the street, we'll get out of the street. And that is, in fact, when the group first started, that is exactly what happened. They did get in the street. We made announcements for them to get out of the street, and they did that. The problem became when the cars that were with them did not obey the rules like we had asked, and like we told them they must do. They were clearly impeding traffic. We had several people there, including our legal advisor, which it's obvious with all the traffic backed up, they were clearly impeding traffic. At that point, we have our motorcycle units go up and ask them to move on, repeatedly ask them, you can't block traffic, you're impeding traffic, this is a violation, you can't do this, you have to move on. They refused to do that. So the decision was made to stop the first car. At the point where we make that decision, I will tell you the 4 other cars that were in line all chose to comply and pulled out and left. And there was no stop, there was no stopping them, there was no issue with that. But the lead car refused to do that. The lead car was finally stopped after about a block, and the officers went up and made contact. The motorcycle officers went up and made contact, asked for the ID. There was an exchange there several times, initially refusing to do it, talking on the bullhorn, from the car while the officers were dealing with her. But ultimately, they got the information and they went back to write a citation, just like we would do. We were going to write the citation and move on. There's some information about, we asked her to pull around the corner. We did. We asked her to pull out of traffic to block traffic and to pull around into the lot, which was right there, 15 feet on the other side of the crowd. So it would have been clearly seen as well. She refused to do that. She refused to move the car at all. When the officers came back, they were still trying to deal with her. They asked her to step out of the car. She started to do that, and then dove back into the car. That's when people from the other side reached through the car and grabbed her and began pulling, her, locking, we call it a daisy chain, locking themselves together. The officers began telling them, you can't do this, you're resisting, you can't do this, you're under arrest, you can't do this. And so they were still trying to get them to comply at that point. A couple of more officers moved in to try to move them away from the car. And at that point, our officers began getting hit. One officer was kicked in the head and one deputy was slapped in the face. And when that happened, we called in the people that we had. They were, again, hidden away. If we'd had compliance, they would have never seen any of these people. But they were there to address the groups that we thought could have interacted, the two clashing groups. So when our officers began getting attacked, yes, I did call them out, and I did do a good show of force, because I'm not going to have my officers attacked, and neither are any of these other law enforcement leaders that are standing here or with us here tonight. That is not acceptable. And so once that was done, you can watch the video. It's very clear. Our officers didn't hit anybody. Our officers didn't use clubs. Our officers didn't use pepper balls. They came in and they restored order to that situation, and they did it very professionally. So there were several arrests based on that resisting. And once that situation was done, the crowd dispersed, and it is over. So that is exactly the facts of what happened. I'll be glad to take any questions from you as it relates to that.
Before we open it up for any questions, Chief Rebel, thank you for joining us tonight. Sheriff McNeil, thank you for joining us tonight. Chief Terry Brown, it's great to see you as well. I appreciate you joining us. Director Glass, as always, we appreciate what y'all do across the street over at the Capitol for us. And Jack Campbell, thank you for joining us as well. And really do appreciate it. Sheriff, I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, there's been a lot of questions as well about who all was involved with this. And during a declared local state of emergency, what is your role as sheriff? Because there seems to be some confusion on whether this was a coordinated effort this weekend. Can you talk about, I don't know if you can you talk about intelligence that you might have received leading to certain decisions? And first of all, also, please clarify to the public, there was a very incendiary press conference at noon today alluding that some of us might have insider information and that we're pulling strings, when in fact, Sheriff, you never briefed me or Commissioner Proctor or anybody on these issues, I believe. And Chief, you did not brief me or Commissioner Matlow or anybody on these issues. And we need to make sure that we're all on the same level playing field moving forward. So Sheriff, can you comment on, during a declared state of emergency, your role as a law enforcement officer in the coordinated response?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In fact, I share it with Chief Rebel that one of the things that we try diligently to do is to make sure that as a constitutional officer, that I am not moved by what the commission does. I don't report to either the county or city commission, but my job is to look at the circumstances that are taking place in our community and then try to make the best possible judgment I can about how we can best keep our community safe. The best way to kind of lay an example of the authority and the way that we try to deal with these, what I call somewhat emergency kind of situations, if you can liken it to a hurricane preparedness. I think most of us get prepared for hurricanes all the time. And there are two ways in which we can declare a curfew. In this case, either I can do it, and that authority I have is very broad, and it virtually shuts down the entire county with respect to gun sales, alcohol sales, and those kind of things. So we did not invoke that statute. We used a statute that we've used throughout the summer with the COVID outbreak and trying to do the curfews and that kind of thing with respect to that element of public safety from a health perspective. So I looked at all those circumstances that were emerging in our community with an understanding, and never briefed you all about all the intelligence information we get, but we were very much aware that the Trump rally would take place here in Tallahassee. Very much aware of the protest march that would take place in Tallahassee. The information that I had was that there would be close to 300 trucks that would be in our community, and those trucks would be flying flags and both police support the police and support America and support President Donald Trump. One of the things we worked diligently on was to make sure that the convergence of those two groups would occur in Tallahassee. On the other side of that, just like we prepare for a hurricane, we have to prepare and make sure we've got every possible avenue resources available to us so that we can respond appropriately. And if it's easy to Monday morning quarterback these things, but had those two groups gotten together, cross paths, those deputies and officers you saw out there may have been very well needed. And we can't call in the posse after the fact. We have to have those resources on the ground ready to mobilize and be able to keep our community safe. So that was our response. Again, dealing with the intelligence information we got, we stayed in contact with Alachua County, which is where the Trump rally was emanating from, coming to Tallahassee. And we kept information about who was coming, what the attitudes were. We also, as we do in hurricane situations, the City of Tallahassee, in terms of electric utilities, the electric utilities reach out to all those other utilities in the state and ask, what do you have in the event the storm hits us? What do you have? We do the same thing, and we put those processes in motion. If the worst happens here, how many deputies can you send? How many officers can you send? What kind of resources do you have? Do you have masks? We have to figure out where are these resources going to stay, and all those things. So this for us was a law enforcement potential horrific kind of event, and we were trying to make sure we did everything we could possibly do to avoid that. And that and it goes directly to the issue of the curfew, and it goes directly to the issue of your city ordinance. What I've talked about is there had to be some structure to the protest marches. The ones I've seen previously during the summer, most of those we were chasing people all over the city. They'd be on Pensacola Street, Appalachian Parkway, Monroe Street, the police department, sheriff's department, and we realized that we have to give some order. One of the things that I've been doing this a long time. I heard one of the speakers today say that they can remember back when there were like 2,000 to 3,000 people that came to Tallahassee and peacefully marched. And I'll be honest with you, I was the police chief during most of those, and we did have peaceful marches because the marchers met with law enforcement and we set up the parameters. This is how this is going to happen. These are the things we need you to do, and these are the things we will do. And when that happens, you have protests that are done in a very respectful way and does not disrupt the entire community. And the protests we've seen have been far from that. While they've been small in number, but they've been far from being a protest that is seeking to, I'm not sure what they're seeking to do, except bring attention, but certainly disrupting the community. And maybe that's the goal, is to just disrupt the community. I hope I answered your question there.
And I want to give everybody the opportunity to weigh in as well. Director Glass, thanks again for joining us. At what point did y'all play a role in the coordinated effort as well? When I guess y'all figured it out that downtown was the area, or what is your role with the consolidated law enforcement response moving forward as well?
Well, same thing. We look at everything from a holistic approach and based on the community and everything that's going on. As the sheriff discussed, we looked at everything that was coming in that they had availability to look at, and potentially of convergence of two groups coming together. This happens all the time at the Capitol for the most part. A lot of stuff you don't see that we bring people to come in, work overtime, just to make sure we have adequate staffing so people have a right to protest and have a right to have their voices heard. As you know, the Capitol is a place where everybody wants to come to the front steps, Appalachian Parkway and Monroe, to be physically and visibly seen, and also their plight to be heard. The Capitol is always going to be here. That's what we're here to make sure everybody has a safe and peaceful protest. But we also here to, and we talked about permits. I think Chief was talking about permits. It's not about permits. We like to, when the organizers will get a permit, that way we can reserve their space. That way, if another person comes in, we can help them by, if a counter protester tries to invade their protest, then we can go to them like a tenant owner and say, do you want this person here or not? And they say no, then we can tell that person, you can't protest in this square. They've reserved this space, just like reserving a park pavilion, and they have to go to the other side or go to another park. This allows us to have order and also allows us to have people to do this safely. So we come and we work with Chief Revel, the sheriff, McNeil, Chief Brown with the FSU, FAMU. We work with all of them to make sure we have a orderly process. And we're here to help provide everybody to have their voices heard.
Thank you so much. Chief Brown, I know you have your hands full now that school is back in, dealing with COVID and with the protests that we've also had, and appreciate you being a great community partner as well and everything that you and the men and women of the FSU PD. Obviously, the college community is a very important part of our overall community. Tell me a little bit about the role that y'all play as well.
Can you hear me on here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I want to just echo what Chief Revel said and the sheriff and Mark Glass. You know, when we start developing intel and we know that our students are going to be involved, we want to make sure that they have a safe protest and experience. So that's why we work with the city and the county and other law enforcement agencies to make sure that, you know, we're all on the same page. Everybody's working together to make sure that they can safely protest. You know, unfortunately, in this incident, everybody didn't follow the rules, and so, you know, things unfolded not quite like we wanted them to. But behind the scenes, we did support Tallahassee Police Department and Sheriff's Department just to be out there and, again, make sure that our students are safe. But, you know, sometimes that, you know, I just want to say that I really appreciate the job done by the city and the county and our relationship with them to make our community safe.
I appreciate all y'all as well. Jack, thank you for joining us. Mr. Campbell, State Attorney, want to give you the opportunity to weigh in as well.
Well, I appreciate it. Once again, I'm not on the tactical side or the logistical side of that, but probably more relevant, we had two incidents where you had non-permitted, non-planned, non-coordinated protests where acts of violence broke out. And my office was involved in both of those. We're continuing to investigate and consider charges arising from the gun condition at, once again, the exact same intersection. And we were involved when a truck got in there and people unfortunately were struck. So we were working with our law enforcement as far as under the laws of the state of Florida, we're reacting to stand your ground. We're reacting to a reality where people can carry lawful firearms and come in very close contact. We in law enforcement have been dealing with that for years in various bad situations where the allowing mutual combat through stand your ground has led to some real tragedy and loss of life. So I'm fully in support of our law enforcement. In those prior incidences, I had the opportunity to talk to the sheriff's office, to the chief, and to all of our partners about the fact that the law was not going to stop people from coming. If that Trump rally had come and every one of those cars had carried a lawful gun in their car, which under state law they could have done, we could have had a terrible, terrible tragedy if we had had a convergence of a large armed population at the intersection of Monroe Street and Appalachian Parkway.
Mr. Campbell, thank you very much. I know my colleagues probably have some questions for everyone. So with that, I'll turn it over and let's just go down the line. Mayor Pro Tem Diane Williams-Cox.
I see the city manager has his finger up. I'll yield to him.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I know Chief Revel had some additional comments. I think they'd be appropriate at this point.
We've got the other law enforcement leadership with us as well. I just want to see if there was any quick questions for the other law enforcement leadership, and then we'll focus solely on Chief Revel and the rest of his presentation. And Chief Revel, I know you'll answer any questions that my colleagues might have in regards to the incident this weekend as well. I just trying to take, we've taken a lot of your time already this evening. Any other questions for the sheriff, the chiefs, the director, the state attorney?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I yield to the
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Bryant, Commissioner Matlow.
Okay, thank you. And I do, some of my questions got answered in just listening. Thank you all for coming to provide some clarity. I've been accused of being silent. Well, the reason I've been silent is because I needed more information. And so what you have done tonight is provided some additional information. My grandmother taught me that there's always at least 3 sides to a story, mine, yours, and the truth. And so what I'm trying to do is when I speak, I'm trying to speak to the truth of the matter. Sheriff, you told us about how the curfew went down. You were the person who did that. You talked about the protocol. that you do with dealing with emergencies. The Emergency Operations Center was also activated, as I recall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so you had incredible information that there could be an emergency in our city, and so that was why. Chief Rebel, a question that I keep hearing over and over is in words that I'm hearing from people, well-meaning people and good citizens, is the militarization of the police and riot gear. Tallahassee is not accustomed to that kind of lifestyle. That's why we are here. That's why we have raise our families here. Can you, one of you, speak to why the riot gear?
Sorry, I couldn't get it to unmute. Yeah, I'll be happy to. Obviously, with all the planning that we had in place, and the reason we have this gear is in case that those type of situations were to occur. If we were to have situations like that there are in other parts of the country where city property and personal property is being destroyed and looting is occurring, you have to have that type of equipment to deal with those type of situations. And given all the information that we've already discussed and that we knew we had the potential for in this hurricane, we had to prepare for that, and we had to have them there and ready. Like the sheriff said, you can't call them from home once something happens and expect them to get there and get suited up and deal with anything in the amount of time that would take. So they have to be there. They have to be on scene and be ready. They were out of sight, in all of these places, and they would not have come out. No one would have seen them had not our officers been attacked.
And you were anticipating how many peaceful protesters?
Well, we knew from the protesters of TCAC, which again have not complied with any of our requests or worked with us at all. When we work with other groups continually, and those groups meet with us, they've had no issues. That's the Black Lives Matters, the FAMU football team, the Moms Against Domestic Terrorism, Moms Demand Action. There are many, many groups which we work with that have held protests, that have met with us, that have talked with us. Some of those permitted and some of those have not been permitted. But in each and every one of those cases, they are willing to work with us and obey the rules and obey the laws that are there. So this group, for 2 weekends in a row, had not done that, and it actually escalated their efforts to defeat following the rules, like circling the cars in the middle of the intersection. So we knew that there were probably 100, 150 is what we were anticipating, and then we didn't know with the grand jury decision, how many people would come out and not be happy about that. So we anticipated another 100 or 150, protesters about the grand jury decision. So when you add those 300 plus the 200 to 300 Trump, issues or protesters that were coming into the city that we knew about, we had to prepare for the possibility that those two groups could have come together.
Okay. And the state attorney, I have a question. What I'm doing is I've been listening and gathering information, so I'm trying to get questions answered. And State Attorney Campbell, I think you're still on. I can't see you, but I know you're here somewhere. You mentioned the 2 episodes of violence, the truck getting into the crowd this summer. Can you explain why? Because TPD is being accused of not arresting, but they did arrest, but charges were not filed. Can you explain how this process works? The police arrest, but the state attorney's office does the charging. Can you explain why charges were not filed?
Absolutely. Stand your ground is the quick answer. I was consulted at 11:30 at night on the more recent incident. I was actually at the Tallahassee Police Department meeting with the sheriff and the chief on the first incident, literally while it was happening. As an ethical person, I don't get to decide what the law is. You all do. You're a legislative body. And more importantly, the Florida legislature writes the criminal laws for the state of Florida. If you go back the last 20 years, prosecutors and law enforcement have been warning the community about stand your ground and some of the abilities for mutual combat and for us to have terrible tragedies. Michael Jackson was a teenager who was shot to death in our community, and his shooter, his murderer, was acquitted and given immunity based on stand your ground. Well, that's the same statute that allows people to use deadly force and not have a duty to retreat. That is in both of these situations is what has come up, where you have people in the state of Florida, the law allows people to carry concealed firearms, and when they are attacked, they do not have to retreat. They can stand and use force, including deadly force. That was the situation with the red truck, where we had a person who was punching a passenger, and we found that duress or stand your ground in self-defense allowed them to drive away from that. And that is the situation that we were dealing with the person who held a gun. Once again, the video evidence unequivocally shows that he was being hit and kicked at the time, and as such, the law allows it. If we want to change the law, I would certainly join you in that effort, but we need to go to the Florida legislature. With all respect to this body, neither you nor I can change the law concerning the Florida criminal statutes. That is decided at the Florida Capitol.
Okay, thank you all for answering my questions. And one final question: is Tallahassee one of those cities, because it's a capital city, is it a hot spot for this rash of activities, protesting, and all those kinds of things right now in this climate?
Yeah, absolutely it is. As a state capital, it is the center of attention for issues that go on across the state as well as the nation. So yeah, absolutely. And Director Glass can certainly account for the fact that, they get protest around the clock, 24/7, 365 days a year.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to, once everyone's had an opportunity to ask their questions, I do want to come back with a proposal.
Sure. So now we have Commissioner Richardson.
Is that we certainly support citizens' right to protest, to express their views, to address their government in that capacity. I think we've seen that across our community. I think the chief or the sheriff mentioned how in the past we've accommodated protests when they were planned, unplanned, permitted, unpermitted, stationary, mobile, moving across the community, south side, north side. We've accommodated all of that. And we've assured nobody was injured. There were no interactions between people. Nobody was hit by an automobile because our police officers were there to ensure everybody's safety and the mobility of our community. That is, people being able to get to and from on our roadways. And so we support that. I think all of us have said that on more than one occasion. We do support that. But at some point, our resources become stretched. And if there was an instance where there was a protest going on and we weren't able to have the appropriate staff and ensure the safety of those protesters, then I would imagine there would be some lawyers that would come to the scene quick and in a hurry to file, a suit against the city for maybe negligence or whatever that might look like. So I want all of our citizens to know, our young people, are young at heart, that we do support a person's ability to protest and address their government in that respect. But we have to do it in a manner that ensures everybody's safety. And so that's what we have been trying to do, and that's what we will do going forward. As the chief has mentioned, we've done, and the sheriff have mentioned that we've done many times in the past. I guess the couple of questions that I have, and I was out of town when all of this was going on. I was attending the funeral of my sister-in-law, actually. And so I intentionally didn't keep up with what was going on in Tallahassee because my family was at the time grieving in that way. But when I came back and I read the articles and I saw the video the brief part of the video that I was able to see. I did have some questions, and I was waiting until tonight to get a full briefing on exactly what happened. So as the Mayor Pro Tem said, we could go forth with all of the information from both sides and speak from the truth. And so I guess the two questions that I have, the first is, was this a law, and I guess based on the speakers that we've had this evening, it kind of may answer the question, but was this a decision of our law enforcement collective to respond in this manner?
Yes, sir. You're talking about once our officers were being attacked, that call?
Well, just to was it the collective's decision to bring about I think the number I heard was there was 300 officers in riot gear.
No, sir. That's inaccurate information. We have about 45 on our SRT team that were there.
Okay.
And FHP, I think their team was probably 35 FHP's team that came out to the edge of the Capitol complex, I think actually into the first lane, but never went across the road to where they were. They were there as well. So no, it was you know.
But the collective made that decision?
Correct. We all were sending our people at the point where officers are calling that they're being hit and kicked. Correct. I know Director Glass and I were standing together, and we were both sending our people. I know that the Sheriff's Department immediately sent all their people. So yes, we're not all standing in the same place. There are people that are in the EOC, but there are those of us that are on the ground kind of running the event. But yes, it was a collective decision, and again, once our officers, indicated that they were being hit and struck, yes, we all sent our people in.
Okay, and then the other question that I had was, when you got there and you saw that it was a crowd, maybe much smaller than you had anticipated, that it was just maybe around 100 people or so. Did you still think, and you saw, what the crowd looked like, did you still think that it warranted the kind of response with the riot gear and the dogs, and did you still think it warranted that kind of response, that level?
Yeah, I absolutely do. Again, we sent the officers in, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, Capitol Police. We sent them in to gain control of that situation quickly. And if you'll notice, the field force, they're called field force, the special response team, the people in the gear, they did not engage. They basically set up a skirmish line, and they separated the arrestees that were happening from the people that were still linking arms, but they did not engage the crowd. So you didn't have the clubs, you didn't have that. They simply formed a skirmish line, and that is actually a form of de-escalation. You get there, you show force, you make sure that you calm that situation, you de-escalate that situation by having that force there and making sure that the lawfulness is not going to continue. And so, the officers that were making the arrest were all plainclothes officers and plainclothes deputies. And again, so absolutely, they were there. As soon as the situation was under control, they immediately left.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, I have one other question for the state attorney.
Real quick, I think the sheriff was trying to comment as well before you move on, Commissioner.
All right. Sheriff?
There are two elements of this that perhaps, one, I want to clarify, we were not in a collective environment. We were in what we call unified command.
Okay.
And that's a complete different configuration than the collective that you're referring to.
Okay.
And that means that we're in the EOC and we're doing things tactically and strategy that all of us are engaged in that conversation. So we make those decisions in a unified way. Secondly, as relates to what you saw on the street, you talked about stepping down or do we need this or that in terms of the response gear. Keep in mind that part of and I don't think many of you know this, but Pastor Mandrell has talked about this on Facebook a great deal. Some of the President Trump supporters who were going to a place that we were trying to get them to, that would not bring them through downtown. Their initial plan was to come from East 90 all the way through West Tennessee Street, all the way out to the VFW Lodge. And what we did was route them around Capitol Circle. Now, there was an element of that group that strayed away from that and were right there. When all that took place, there were about 6 Trump cars that were stopped by us on Appalachian Parkway and turned around. So to answer your question, we never knew when we would need that or not need it, depending on what was taking place or what could take place. So at any point in time, had those Trump supporters gotten on Monroe Street at the same time that this was going on, you may have had a different outcome altogether. Just to get some clarification.
And the last question that I had is for the state attorney, if he's still on. There have been requests to drop the charges against some of the protesters. Mr. State Attorney, what's your response to that?
I have to follow the law. Right now, what my investigators are doing is going through the exact, we're lucky that we have a tremendous amount of video, both from the protesters, from the media, and from law enforcement. And we're going through that case by case, making a decision. I don't get the luxury of deciding which laws I follow and which laws I don't. I took an oath to enforce the laws of the state of Florida without prejudice, malice, or personal feelings. And so that's what I'm going to do in this case, as I do in every case. We're looking at the specific evidence on each incident, and we're going to make whatever charges are appropriate. But I can't fail to follow the law in this or any other incident.
So do you think there's a chance for, once you've looked at all the evidence, that in some cases charges could be dropped?
Charges, absolutely. Charges, that's what we do with law enforcement on a regular basis. We look at the evidence. Once again, I have an entire team of prosecutors that are working on it as we speak on each incident. And so we're going to look at exactly what each person did. If they broke the law, we'll prosecute them for it. If they didn't break the law, we won't prosecute them for it. But once again, that's what I and particularly talking to you, you know a little bit about the judicial process, and just as your wife has to make decisions, and every other person on the bench has to make decisions not based on their personal convictions, but they have to carry out the law. As your state attorney, I have a similar oath and guidelines that I don't get to decide, well, it would be politically expedient for me to drop charges, or I'm getting a lot of emails or phone calls, or even that our commissioners and elected officials are asking me to drop charges. I have to follow the law every time, consistent. Otherwise, I would be abdicating my responsibility as your state attorney.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chief Rebel.
Yeah, just a real quick point of clarification for everybody also. The K-9 that was there on scene, sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. The K-9 that was there on scene was not part of our ops plan. That was a FHP trooper who happened to be driving through on his regular patrol, saw what was happening to the officers on the side of the road, and stopped and got out. And I applaud him for doing that, but just so you understand, that was not part of our op plan.
Okay, Dr. Bryan and Commissioner Matlow, do y'all have questions for the other law enforcement officers before we let Chief Rebel move on?
No, my questions have been answered.
Okay.
So I won't belabor the time.
Sheriff McNeil, I need to know, point blank right now, do you have faith and confidence in the police chief of Tallahassee Police Department?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Director Glass, do you have faith and confidence in the police chief? Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Chief Brown, in your capacity, do you have confidence in our police chief? I think you just, there we go.
Yes, absolutely. I do. I have complete confidence in Chief Rebel.
Thank you. State Attorney Campbell?
Absolutely. The conduct of his officers as presented to the grand jury and throughout his tenure as chief only strengthens my conviction of his abilities. I have complete confidence in him.
I just want to make sure we didn't have any problems within the collective. Commissioner Matlow, you recognize comments and questions?
Yeah, thank you, sir. First question for the state attorney. We've had 2 victims in communication with our office. One of them spoke earlier today in public comment, and both of them were not engaged in mutual combat. They were bystanders in the incident, the red truck incident. Somebody just happened to be in the path. And then the second incident, there was a gentleman who attempted to pull somebody off of the fight. And after the firearm was pulled and people kind of cleared out, then he was ordered to get on his knees. And I'm just wondering, when you look at a victim like that, is the stand your ground cover his experience? And I mean, I think he was victimized by every definition of the word. So even though he's not engaged in mutual combat, do you think stand your ground still covers that individual?
More importantly, the Florida Supreme Court does. Every court that's reserved it does. I've spoken out against stand your ground because lots of innocent people get shot and killed by various types of deadly force. They have clearly held that the use of deadly force is authorized and that they can face no criminal or civil responsibility when they are using that deadly force. So even taken to the situation you're asking me about with the gun being pointed, even if somebody had been walking their dog 2 blocks down and had nothing to do at their Capitol and a wild shot had shot that person, he once again would have been privileged, and it would be contrary to Florida law as interpreted by the appellate courts all the way to the Florida Supreme Court for me to charge him. I don't have the benefit of being able to overrule the law. I have to follow the law. That's what I've done with both of those cases. I have nothing but, and I've spent my career trying to advocate for victims. I am absolutely frustrated with people who overuse violence and with people who would come and try to bring guns to volatile situations. But once again, Jack's judgment on how somebody should run their life really doesn't trump what the Florida law requires me to follow. As your state attorney, I'm going to follow the law even whether I like it or not. And that's what I've done in both of those cases.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So my understanding is the position is because of stand your ground, that victim, there can be no charges brought against his assailant. Secondly, thank you. My other questions are just more for the chief. As you know, we've expressed grave concern as well as community members that saw this response on Saturday disproportionate to the protests that we've had. As you clarified earlier, the protesters took to the street. When asked to clear, they moved onto the sidewalk, and then that eventually led to a traffic infraction in front of the Capitol. So, and I think where I want to just figure out is where different decisions were made. So I understand there's a Trump rally in town, there's a march, we don't know what's going to happen. We need to be prepared. We need people in tactical gear to be prepared because we just don't know what's going to happen. But just overall, Chief Rebel, approximately how many police officers were on scene or in the vicinity ready to go overall?
Police officers or total law enforcement officers?
Or how many TPD and then total law enforcement as well?
TPD probably had 100, and there's probably 100, 150 more from others, probably 200 plus.
Okay. And generally, when responding to large community events such as Springtime Tallahassee, how many law enforcement officers do we bring to those types of events?
There's hundreds of traffic posts. One of my majors is here with who used to do that. That's the reason I'm turning around.
Bringing TPD alone, 110 people.
What about Springtime?
Springtime, 65.
Yeah, probably 100, 125 or so for football games, and just TPD, and then probably 70 to 80 or so, 65 to 80 for Springtime.
Okay, so those large scale events had roughly the same amount of officers ready for this protest and ready for those large events.
Yeah, the difference is suspected the potential for conflict.
I understood. The second question is, at the point of everybody was dressed in full response if a threat happened. So at the point of confrontation, when an arrest was initiated and people started linking arms, you said that officers came under attack. How many officers were assaulted, and how many assailants were assaulting officers?
We're working through that with the state attorney's office and with video. I know of 3 personally, but again, I haven't seen all the video. Our investigators are working through that, and writing up those charges and presenting those to the state attorney, like Jack said earlier.
And as we there was a real tense moment, I suppose, in the videos when the situation started to get wild. People started linking arms. Everybody kind of got shoved to the grass. And at what point, and who made the call to bring in the tactical team, the response team in riot gear at that point? What was the, who called it in, or who made the call that we needed additional support?
Again, we've answered that already. We all made that call. We all understood that when our officers began to be attacked, we are sending in people. We're not going to allow our officers to be attacked. You cannot hit our officers. You cannot kick our officers in the head. And you can't slap deputies. So when that began to occur, we sent in the forces. And I can't say, hey, send 2/3 of SRT, and then just for clarification, the tactical team is completely different than the SRT, the special response team. So it was a special response team that was called to calm that situation down and make sure that we regained control of that situation. But again, we were all there. We were all in the unified command, and we are all sending our resources when our officers are being attacked.
Right. So when somebody, I assume an officer who was on the lines called in and said, "Hey, we're under attack. We need help," and then somebody made a command decision to send in. Was that your decision? Was that everybody voted on it? How did that decision get made?
No, I mean, we're again, we're in different places in the unified command. Some are in the EOC. Director Glass and I happened to be standing together, and we were both sending our people at the same time. The Sheriff's Department, sends their people. So again, all of this is coordinated through the EOC and through the unified command, and it's a unified decision. There's no secret. When our officers are under attack, we're sending them whatever help we can get to them. And so that was a joint decision that was made by all of us simultaneously.
Okay. And you mentioned this earlier, K9s on scene, those were not TPD dogs.
No, there was only one on scene, and again, it was a FHP trooper that just happened to be driving through and saw what happened.
Okay. So one of the more troubling scenes that are on the videos, as officers are attempting to pull people who are chained together, one person, you see an officer grab 2 handfuls of hair and just pull them backwards. Is that an appropriate response to resistance?
I haven't seen that video, so I can't respond to that. I don't know. I mean, typically we would pull people apart, and typically pulling someone's hair, that's not a technique that we teach. But again, without knowing the totality of what that officer was dealing with and seeing their body cam and seeing what happened, I'm not going to respond to that without knowing all the facts about it.
Okay. I'll forward you that video. It's widely on social media just so you have it. I just want you to be aware of what the public's seeing and why they're reacting.
I've heard that, so yes.
Okay. And then a couple more questions. Do we know the ballpark cost of this operation and the ballpark cost of the operations previously, just following around?
I absolutely do. Since the start of not this particular incident, but the total cost of just overtime for protests since they began this year were over $840,000.
Okay. And can you send us, or city manager, can you send us kind of an itemized of different protests and this protest all together? And a couple more questions. At the incident on Saturday, was there any property damage, looting, threatening of buildings, bricks being thrown, any of those types of riot situations that we tend to, or situations that we tend to associate with rioting?
No, sir, there was not.
Okay. So look, where I am on all of this is, no matter what happened Saturday, we got to do better. Cooler heads. We have to meet the protesters where they are, as long as they're engaged in their constitutional right to free protest. I believe they're outside of City Hall today, and that's their right. And yes, there will be times when more action is needed. Arrest may be needed when the law breaks. But it does seem what we saw was a very peaceful protest of people in yellow vests, not looking to damage property, not looking to throw water bottles, and it erupted into a situation where we've seen more tactical gear, riot gear, that sort of thing on the streets of Tallahassee than we have ever seen in the past. And this has been shocking to the community. They see that type of gear, that they see that type of response. And I do want to thank you and applaud you. We didn't deploy tear gas, we didn't deploy pepper balls or any of those types of things that people see unnecessary. So I don't want to seem like I'm just attacking what's being done. But I think for the layman who's watching these videos and they're just saying, what the hell's happening in Tallahassee? What are they doing over there? And so my question is, how do we move forward? We need to open up a better dialogue with the protesters. We understand, sometimes they don't want to talk at all. But it seems like they're not going away, and the answer isn't going to be more riot gear in the streets and continued escalation. So as we further the conversation, I would just like to hear other commissioners' thoughts, Chief, your thoughts, city manager's thoughts, and this can't continue down this path. So where do we go?
I'll be glad to respond and just relate. You said your position, and I'll relate mine. When we have compliance, we have no issues. When people follow the rules and follow the laws, we have no issues. Commissioner Richardson spoke to that earlier. So as we move forward and as protests continue, let's have people follow the rules. Let's have people have those conversations that you're talking about and actually work with us. Even in this case, we tried to have those conversations beforehand. So when we have compliance, we have no issues. So as we move forward, let's start there. Let's start with compliance. And the second point I would like to make is, you keep talking about the community. I will assure you that I have heard from many, many, many people in our community who are very pleased with our response, who are appreciative of the fact that we are finally enforcing the laws as they're written on the books and not allowing unpermitted, unlawful protests to occur. And this one became unlawful when the resisting occurred. So, if we're going to start somewhere, let's start there.
Thank you, Chief. Certainly do appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead. I don't think we have any other questions for our friends in law enforcement that have joined us. Thank you all.
Well, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Not a question, but I too wanted to talk about how do we go forward? We've got to move our city forward.
Absolutely.
We've got to learn from this, and we've got to move forward. Now, I have some suggestions, because what we've got to do is we can't just walk away from this and say, we can't just walk away. We got young people who have been charged, and we can't control that. That's in the state attorney's office. But we have some young people who probably need to know why what happened, and what can be done to prevent it in the future. We've got to have some conversations with law enforcement, with leaders of the groups, and other community leaders. We've got to embrace this moment and make it a teachable moment, so that we as Tallahassee, we're not Portland, we are not Milwaukee, we're not going to become that. We are the hub of the major universities, research, and all kinds of good things that are happening in Tallahassee. And we can't let one incident or two incidents stop that. So we've got to have conversations with these young people. I absolutely believe in protesting. I have been a protester. I'm just too old to do it now. It's hot out there. Mm-hmm. So I get it. But we've got to have some conversations and mend some fences and shake some hands or whatever. And I know in COVID, we can't do a lot of things in person, but we need to find a socially distanced place where we can come together around a table and talk about what has happened in our community and what are we doing. This summer, the young protesters asked us to do some things, and we have done those things. They asked for an app that will that they can voice activate in the event that they're stopped by police to record. We are almost there in having that thing in place. Technology and Innovation told me today, we are almost there. They asked for a citizens review board. It may not be exactly what they had in mind, but we are working on one. See, I was an IT person. My job was to gather requirements. We put this citizen review board together without requirements. So we had to go look for what the rest of the state was doing. We've done that. They asked for full transparency. They wanted all of the body cam footage. They wanted everything that happened in these cases. They got that last Friday. So we're trying to beat them where they are, because we've been them, and you know, we've got to mend and do better. These children, well, not children, these young people could be my children. And so I have a heart for them, but I also know that the police has a job to do. So we've got to figure this thing out, and we got to figure it out in a hurry before something really happens. People will take advantage of the fact that we got a little crack right now, and they'll come in and make that crack into a ditch. And we don't need that in Tallahassee. We don't want Milwaukee and Portland and Philadelphia and Rochester. We don't want them coming here causing problems. So we've got to fix this. So we need to figure this out, but we can't figure it out. The adults alone, well, I keep saying adults because they're like my children. We on this call cannot do it by ourselves. We've got to do it with them. We've got to hear them. We got to let them know we're hearing them, and that we want to work and make this thing better for everybody. I'm off my rant.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will tell you that this would be the appropriate time. I would like Chief Revel to go through a little bit of the actual agenda item. And we have an action item to accept the update from the chief. As you know, I also had a press conference after the grand jury presentments came out, excuse me. And there's a couple of formal items I want to bring before the commission today, specifically the use of force audit that I referred to at the press conference, and we can have discussion. And Dennis Sutton is with us as well to help us define that scope. And then also moving the officer-involved shootings investigation out of the Tallahassee Police Department, and having Chief and City Manager bring options back to us in an agenda item at the next meeting for consideration as well. So with that, Chief, and the third part was the mental health piece. Chief, you've done a great job on 13.02, bringing that to fruition. We've been working on this, so we'll address that on the next item. But with that, Chief, if we can move forward with your item, that would be great. Our other law enforcement partners, you're more than welcome to stay on with us, or if you need to move on, we understand as well. So, Chief, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I very much appreciate that. And given the time, I will move through this pretty quickly, and I will make sure that each of you have the whole entire PowerPoint presentation. But you know, we're very excited about the possibility for change. You know, George Bernard Shaw said, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem, that we have to be able to sit down and talk, and we have to be able to come together, not just make demands, but to work together for change. And so as we move forward, as we talk about some of these things that we have done in the 9 months so far at TPD, I can't tell you how excited I am about them. We set our vision, we move forward through that. And I will tell you that started with leadership. And I have been very purposeful in diversity and inclusion throughout the entire police department. And that was a charge given to me by you, the commission. It is one I believe in and supported from the beginning. And you know, that's why my executive staff is 50% women and minorities. My command staff is 38%, and we're working on that one to get that higher. I just promoted 8 new lieutenants. and 62% of them are women and minorities, with 50% being African American. And we just promoted 24 sergeants, which brings our total at our sergeant rank up to 40% women and minorities. So we are making great strides at the Tallahassee Police Department where diversity and inclusion are concerned, and we are bringing that team together to focus as we move forward with recruiting and getting those percentages up in our officer rank as well. The next thing I'm very excited about, and again, I was going to spend several slides on this, but I have been telling you for multiple meetings now and over several months about our partnership with the Tempo program and our community service technicians. I'm proud to tell you right now that we are hiring Corey Jackson and Jaree Charlton from the, I see Dr. Thomas there clapping. They are employed with the Tallahassee Police Department, or will be in a matter of a couple of weeks or so. And we are very excited about that and getting that moving. Again, I just think that's going to be a huge victory for this community and for the youth themselves. I will take the privilege at this time, if you'll allow me. Come on up. We've been talking about our new digital media manager, and I'm proud to introduce Alicia Turner.
Hello, everybody. In the essence of time, I won't hold you up. I'm so honored to be here at the police department and certainly grateful to be back home. The department.
Welcome home.
Welcome back.
Thank you, everybody. The chief and the department have been very welcoming, and I'm looking forward to getting to work.
Great.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, we are very excited about that. All the things that we've been talking about for 9 months, you know, with branding and with messaging and all of those type things, and making sure that we're getting our message out on social media. You know, we're extremely excited. She's in her second day, so we put her to work very quickly, but just very excited about that. Our Community Advisory Council has met. We actually met last night in a very quick meeting, so they could hear the details of the weekend, and they had questions as well. Just a very, very powerful, positive meeting there. And our Youth Community Advisory Council has over 92 applicants, and they will be meeting, I think, next week, the 19th, to hold their first meeting. And so we are incredibly, again, 92 of our youth that we are going to hear from the youth in our community, of all over our community, hear that youth voice, and be able to hear from them what we need to do to improve relationships all over our community. We've talked about technology and the advances that we're making there. Our real-time crime center and our joint effort with Chief Brown and the sheriff and our other law enforcement partners with FAMU are all coming together for that real-time crime center, all bringing individual parts into that. That is becoming a reality very quickly, and the technology to support that you have helped us to fund, and we're very much looking forward to moving through that very, very quickly. You know, I will jump now because I know it's a part of it. Our community engagement, you know, our community liaison officers, we have 20 of those within the department. We have our critical incident training officers that deal with the mental health, and I'll talk about that a little more in just a minute with the reform. But all of these things, the fair and impartial policing training, which we had our whole department go through, we're bringing it back, and we're going to go through it again. So all of those things, as well as the partnerships, which you've seen here tonight, are just tremendous. And you know, these things didn't exist in the past. The relationships that we currently are enjoying among all these agencies, they just didn't exist to the extent that they are today. So we are very, very excited about that. The last thing I'll talk about before I do reform is, because it was mentioned on, is our app. And so we have been working closely with our students that you know, met with us, the sheriff and I and State Attorney Campbell, and you know, said we need something where we can record officers and we can make sure that we're safe. So we've been working with them. We've had regular meetings. They've done a tremendous job of getting that. And just so you know, the ACLU has their mobile justice app, but all of that information is loaded up to the ACLU. So that's an option. It is out there as an option. But we wanted something local, and that's what our students wanted. They wanted something local. So we've set up something temporarily where they can send us videos, and we incorporate that into our Axon system so that we can review those and watch those. And then the real-time app, the TPD app that we're talking about that we've been trying to do, like Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Cox said, is very, very close. And there is nothing else like it in the country. So this was not something that we could go out and just, it was out there and we can copy it. This is something our IT people with the city have just done a phenomenal job with. And our people here in-house, Jim Van Riper and his team internal here have just been incredible in working through that and getting all that done. Tim Richardson, I know I'm leaving people out, so I apologize for that. But that app is something that doesn't exist anywhere else, and we're very excited about that. Obviously, I want to spend just a couple more minutes talking about reform, because I know that that's something that's going on across the country, and it's certainly something we need to address. But I have said repeatedly, and I will say again, TPD is on the forefront of leading policies of best practices when it comes to our training and when it comes to our policies and our procedures. And that is, we've talked about our accreditation through the CALIA as well as the Florida accreditation. I'm excited to say, if you haven't seen it, the Florida Police Chiefs Association just put out their best practices and best policy and recommendations on reform that, again, this group of police chiefs from all over the state came together, chaired by Chief Holloway with St. Pete, and came up with, I think there were 8 recommendations. And I will tell you, TPD already does all of those. So we are already there, and I'm very proud to say that, because that doesn't just happen. That takes direction and leadership, and that started years and years ago, and has gone through, the many chiefs that we've had before me, and we've continued that over the last 9 months. So very excited about that. It talks about chokeholds and officers' duty to intervene and policies outward facing, all the things that, again, we've been talking about and that we've already done. We are working on currently, and will shortly have available, an officer report card where we can show to our community the things that the community wants to know. And we've been working with community members and students from FSU and FAMU to get that form done and to see exactly what's going to be incorporated into that officer report card. So again, I say all the time, we have the best officers in the country. I truly believe that here in Tallahassee. And I want us to be as transparent as possible. I'm not worried about anything. Dennis and I talked, about the audit. I welcome it because, again, our policies, I welcome audits of our policies, of our procedures, of anything, because I want everybody to know what I know. And that is TPD is on the cutting edge of all of these things. And it's something our community can and should be very, very proud of. So, we talked about 8 can't wait, and we have done all of those things as well. Again, they're already incorporated. And then lastly, I will just touch very briefly, because I know Director Ojataya is going to deal with explaining this much, much more. But we're very excited about the mobile response teams and our mental health approach, where we are going to do exactly what the community has asked us to do, and that is try to get officers not responding to these type of calls, but teams that are trained and professionals that have the ability to deal with these mental crises and issues that are going on outside of law enforcement and outside of the legal system, and get them the help that they need. So very excited about that team. We just signed another MOU with the Appalachia Center in the meantime. So we have that currently in place while we develop the plans that we've been working on for our mobile response team. So with that, I will simply say, it is a privilege and an honor to serve the men and women of the Tallahassee Police Department. And I would like to just add, with one quick thing, and that is extending my appreciation to the 4 officers that were involved in our officer-involved shootings, and just echo what the grand jury says when we thank the officers in these cases for their willingness to put themselves in harm's way in service to our community. So thank you to them, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Chief. So here's what I'd like to do. First, entertain a quick motion just to accept the update from staff. And then, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I was wondering if you would be willing to make a motion for me that I will spell out in regards to a use of force audit, and also a motion in regards to officer-involved shooting investigations. So the first thing is there a motion on the table for option number 1, which is accept the staff recommendation?
So moved.
Properly moved by Dr. Bryant, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Mayor Pro Tem, would you be willing to sponsor a motion to have Dennis Sutton bring back an agenda item for consideration for this body to do a full audit of our use of force policy? I actually agree with Chief Revel. There's even been an article that has come out that has shown that the Florida Police Chief Association has studied use of force policies across the state. I do think an audit is going to make us look good with some of the policies that we have, but we need to make sure and ensure that what we're doing is in line with being the best 21st century department. So again, the motion would be for Dennis Sutton to bring back an agenda item for the commission in regards to a full audit of our use of force policy.
So move.
Probably moved, and I will second it. Any comments? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Finally, Chief, what I would like for you to do is work with Cynthia and with Reese, and I would ask the Mayor Pro Tem if she'd be willing once again to sponsor a motion for the city manager to bring back an agenda item exploring options of how we should handle the investigations of officer-involved shootings moving forward outside of our agency.
So moved.
I will second that motion. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. The discussion is that the Citizen Police Review Board.
Right.
I kind of was hoping that later this year, when we are able to get this approved and get it staffed, that those individuals would also get a bite at that. So we can discuss it further, but until such time, I will support it. But hopefully we won't have any more of these to deal with. And so if we're gonna not if, but when we form the Citizen Review Board, they would need something to look at. Yeah. And remember, these are going to be outside folks as well, but they're going to be civilians, citizens. So just keep that in mind. Of course, I made the motion. I will support it, but we want to keep that in mind as well.
Of course, and there will be a role that will be defined for them to play. But the official investigation by law enforcement personnel, which is currently conducted by the Internal Affairs, I am suggesting through an item to come back to us that review should be done from an outside agency, which is
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, which is not necessarily outside of the norm for many jurisdictions that do not do investigations internally. Let me state for the record, by the way, our TPD investigators are some of the best in the country. They're nationally recognized. And this is not shining a light on our investigators at all. I just think that in today's day and age, with public perception, we should have outside eyes looking in on officer-involved shootings, which is the norm in many other jurisdictions. But again, I appreciate our investigators, and they are recognized as some of the best in the country. So the Mayor Pro Tem has made the motion. I've seconded it. We're on discussion. Commissioner Richardson.
Did you say Richardson?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had the same, I won't say concern, but question that the Mayor Pro Tem brought up, because these seem like the same kinds of items that we would be expecting our citizen review board to take up. You know, reviewing policies and procedures, maybe not doing investigations of officer-involved shootings, but certainly the policies and procedures of the department, doing those kinds of audits and fact-finding in that respect. Now, let me ask, I would assume they are, but let me ask the question anyway, is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, do they routinely do the investigations of officer-involved shootings when they're requested to, or on a routine basis?
Yes. Yes, it's my understanding that many jurisdictions use the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to do the review of officer-involved shootings. That might not be all the options. That's why I have always referred to, as an example, FDLE, without specifically saying that that would be the only source. But yes, that would be one of the options on the table as well.
Okay.
When it comes to the audit of the use of force policy, absolutely. And if Mr. Sutton wants to chime in, we've had conversations about the role of a formal audit, yet also the role of the Citizens Review Committee that you will be staffing once it is created. So Commissioner Richardson brings up, and the Mayor Pro Tem bring up great questions.
Yes, thank you. Of course, we don't know exactly which direction the Citizen Review Board will take, what actions they will take. But what I envision or think might happen is that the Citizen Review Board may look at use of force incidents and then work back towards the policy. And is that policy appropriate? Where our office would take more of a holistic view of the policies as a whole and compare to best practices as a whole. And we would cast a very wide net for those best practices, looking at federal, state, local government agencies, civic, law enforcement organizations, a very wide net to identify those best practices. And I think that the board may look at it from incident back to the policy, and does that policy fit the community standard?
Commissioner Richardson, does that help answer? Excellent. Okay. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. I believe we have covered the business.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, under this, my phone is blowing up over here, and I must share that I'm getting a lot of requests from people who happen to have my number, wanted to know about the video, and so I want to bring that up. I know that we promised full transparency. We promised body cam.
Commissioner Williams-Cox, Mayor Pro Tem, I hate to cut you off, but I'm going to go directly to the city attorney on this one.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Before we talk too much, Madam Attorney, right. will you address the situation on hand?
Well, as I often give you caution, anytime we have a pending claim or lawsuit, I would again encourage you not to comment regarding this matter. As you may know, the family of Malik Jackson does have a pending claim against the City of Tallahassee, and for that reason, I would encourage you not to comment on the matter.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Does that clarify, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow, comment.
Yeah, I'm going to make a broad recommendation. We haven't had three instances of great public interest before when we release these three videos. So I recommend we look to develop a policy of how we're going to release information in officer-involved shootings and matters of public interest. And then secondly, I'm going to recommend we take the videotapes that are the three videotapes that are online now and remove any victims or blur any victims that are currently on those tapes. I'll make that a motion.
Dies for lack of a second. Thank you, Madam Attorney, for your advice on this matter at hand. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 13.02, and we are with the City Manager. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. This next item clearly has a nexus to law enforcement, especially relating to mental illness. And you'll recall back in July at your budget workshop, Mr. Mayor, you brought this idea up and you asked that we develop a staff recommendation. I think the one in front of you today is well done. It was done in a team effort and Abena Ojitayo, who's our new director of housing and community resilience, has taken the lead on this. You heard Chief Revel talk about that, and we have 3 recommended actions, and I would ask Abena to draw a distinction between the first 2, which could be funded and done pretty quickly, and the third, which is a potential long-term change of where we go. We've got a full presentation. I'll ask you to bear with us. This does require some discussion and feedback from you, especially as it relates to option 3. So I won't belabor this. I'd like to turn it over to Abena, who I believe has a couple slides for our reference. And again, we are looking for your direction, especially as it relates to option 3, which is a long-term solution.
All right. Thank you, City Manager and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you. With your leadership, as the City Manager mentioned, we have prepared 3 pilot initiatives that we think the city may implement to address emergency mental health issues in our community. If you'll bear with me, I'll just briefly share just something to have in reference, but you have the details of the agenda item in your packet. We know that there are longstanding mental health issues throughout our community, but these issues have also been compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other recent public safety stressors. And so the options that are presented are aimed at providing an immediate response related to our pandemic emergency, but also it would advance your long-term strategic priority of building a safe, resilient, and inclusive community through community-based solutions. As highlighted in our community resilience plan, which you adopted last year, we understand that the underlying causes of many public health and safety risks can be traced back to what mental health professionals have termed as adverse childhood and community experiences, or ACEs for short. So we know also that early and frequent traumatic shocks and stressors can lead to mental illnesses and often send ripple effects throughout the entire neighborhood, through workplaces, schools, and eventually the broader community. And further, when these issues are not treated, they can worsen the individual's vulnerabilities that already are there. They can also overburden our public safety services, and in some cases, lead to tragic outcomes during emergency response. And so I'll briefly go through the options that are before you, but before I do that, I wanted to thank the various partners that have eagerly engaged in the preliminary discussions to get us to this point. Internally, we have staff from my department, Housing and Community Resilience, which includes our Human Services Division, as well as the Fire Department, Police Department, and our Neighborhood Affairs Division. Coincidentally, we all report to Deputy City Manager Barber, and I think we have all been greatly influenced by her dedication and passion for community engagement and collaboration. So you'll see that spirit reflected throughout. We've also received enthusiastic input from the Mental Health Council of the Big Bend, the Appalachian Center, as well as 211 Big Bend. So with that, I'll get right into it. If you're seeing the screen okay, hopefully I get a thumbs up. The proposals, thank you, that we have before you are designed to operate at 3 scales, beginning with the individual or the household level, leveraging resources that we have in our community. And then we go from there to a neighborhood scale, looking at sort of a hub model, and I'll describe what the national model is for resilience hubs. And then thirdly, we look at what could look like at a community-wide crisis response, and that would be something completely new. And as the city manager mentioned, we would be looking for additional direction from you today. I'll briefly summarize that at the individual level, what we propose to do is increase immediate access to mental health providers by leveraging our existing 211 call center with new specially trained mental health navigators, and also connecting with our Appalachian Center's mobile response team. Part of your discussion back in July was to say, we know we have a network of mental health providers. They're there, but they may not be readily connected or quickly connected to folks in need. Again, compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, we know that those calls are increasing to 211. what their data is telling us is that that need continues to exist. And in fact, it may be made worse because of the constant stressors that all of us are facing. And so the vision with that would be to partner with the Leon County as they've allocated some of their CARES Act dollars as well for similar initiative, that we would also leverage our CARES Act dollars, extend this service where we have specially trained navigators who will take these calls and more quickly connect individuals to mental health providers, leaning immediately on our response teams that are already available at the Appalachie Center, but understanding that there are multiple partners as well that could be plugged in so folks get quicker access. Some of that response can also be through telemedicine or for a dispatch to an officer or a mental health provider to actually go to the individual. So looking at that as a viable solution at the individual assistance level. That recommendation is summarized as option 1 before you, and I presented up here for you to read again. And we think, as the city manager has mentioned, resources could be made available to begin to implement that relatively soon. The next level of recommendation is at the neighborhood level, and this comes from lots of feedback from you as well as neighbors reaching out directly to the city in light of recent events and wanting an opportunity to discuss and air out issues and frustrations, but do it in a way that is in a safe space, in a space that is a trusted community asset, but also brings to bear the appropriate mental health professionals that can help our communities process these events. And so at the neighborhood scale, one of the national models that is emerging is resilience hubs. And the idea of a resilience hub is that you take an existing facility that is well-known, well-trusted, but also enhance those services with social services in those facilities. And you layer on things like emergency preparedness, social services, even climate adaptation and programming that really strengthens the community. We have that already started through our service centers, which you know are distinct facilities separate from our traditional recreational centers. We think we can continue to build on that model and bring mental health services closer to neighborhoods and closer to where people live. So that's represented as option 2 for your consideration. We estimate that we could begin to leverage CARES dollars as well for that, or our CDBG resources to pilot that in the initial year. And then lastly, the third option, which is where we would really appreciate further direction from you, because it requires a little bit more involvement. But the great news is that I believe we have all the right ingredients locally to be innovative in this area as well. This option would leverage existing specially trained officers, and we have over 180 TPD officers that are trained in crisis intervention teams, and that's been an ongoing practice now for many, many years. We also have probably one of the deepest bench of paramedics and EMT from our fire department who respond regularly to complicated issues. And then as Chief Rebel mentioned, we have a relationship with Appalachie Regional, Appalachie Mental Health Center, with their mobile response team as well. However, they're not currently in one unified response team. And so what option 3 would allow us to do is to explore an agreement where we practically create a new response unit altogether that is also dispatched from our consolidated dispatch agency, but we spend a special team of folks trained with mental health professionals, plainclothes officers, EMTs, to respond to nonviolent calls for service. The models, as you mentioned, Mayor, exist in other parts of the country. It's designed to reduce the load of typical 911 calls, to provide savings for our public service responses, but also to deliver a better quality service for our community. And so that is option 3. Again, it requires a little bit more thinking through and figuring out the logistics and identifying the appropriate resources, even if to just pilot it. And so we really would love your additional direction on that. And so to summarize, these are the 3 options that you have before you. Again, option 1 and 2, I think we can be ready to implement. Option 3, we are seeking your additional direction. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you. Ben, if you wouldn't mind taking the presentation off the screen.
Sure.
So that we can, so we can see everybody. That's great. I want to thank you for all your hard work on this issue. And Mr. City Manager, thank you so much. This is something that I'm very passionate about, mental health issues in our community. I want to thank Ms. Julie Gonzalez, a friend of mine from Leon Arms, who came up with the idea of, hey, we got to have a better response in our communities in regards to mental health. And as a result, we are at this point. I am a strong proponent of options number 1, options number 2, and options number 3. But before I turn it over for any other questions or comments or motions, Madam Attorney, as you are aware, I am a voluntary unpaid board member at the Appalachia Center. Do I have a conflict of interest participating in this vote?
No, you do not. This does not inure to your personal financial interest, and so you do not have a voting conflict.
Thank you. Okay, with that, let's open it up for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a question, and Abena, you may have said this, but first of all, great job, Abena. I am always impressed with the work that you're doing and your presentation of it. I know you're passionate and you love your work, and it shows, and your team is outstanding. But I noticed that the staff recommendation was for option 1 and 2. Why not 3 as well?
Yes, commissioners, we wanted to give you all the opportunity to discuss the details for option 3 to just get more information, because it will require additional development with the different partners. And I think it would warrant some level of formalized agreement if we are to implement a program like that. So we want to make sure that you have the chance today to discuss that.
So, Madam Attorney, with a formalized agreement, what are we talking about?
It's just a matter of sitting down and hashing out the details. I mean, there's no issue with a formalized agreement. We just have to bring it back to the commission. The city manager may have something else that he wants to add.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, it's just more complex. As Abena talks about, there would be an agreement between different parties. We have no funding mechanism for it at this time, and we would need to really put the details together. So if you were inclined for us to pursue it, we would begin pursuing it, kind of fleshing it out, getting the details worked out. I think that would take a little bit of time. We would work expeditiously, but it would something we would bring back with all the details, all the agreements, all the needs for the effort. And so that's really the direction we're asking you. This is not something, if you approved it tonight, that we could immediately implement.
Okay.
Work out the details.
Okay, well, I move option 1, 2, and 3.
Motion for options number 1, 2, and 3, and I'll second that motion. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to commend Abena as well for the work that she has done and her staff in putting this together. I think in addition to homelessness in our community, the growing issue of homelessness in our community, mental health issues is probably a close second, if not right there on par with and especially given this pandemic, and we're seeing increasing numbers of suicides, spousal abuse as a result of mental health issues. If you talk to the sheriff, he will tell you that the vast majority of the inmates at the Leon County Jail have some type of mental health issue. And so it's important that we begin to take a closer look at this issue and how it's impacting our community. And I think this partnership will begin to do that and may help us to alleviate, some of the crime problems that we're having that are being committed by people who have mental health issues. They need that kind of treatment and care, and not to be incarcerated where they're just caged, almost like animals. I hate to put it that way, but they're not getting the treatment that they actually need by being incarcerated. And so I think this is a tremendous effort that will pay dividends for this community for years to come. And I certainly support it wholeheartedly as a person who has a mental health background myself. I'm a school psychologist by training and have dealt with mental health for a long time from that perspective. And I think this is just a great beginning for the city of Tallahassee and the partner agencies that we've identified. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comment? Dr. Commissioner Bryant and then Commissioner Matlow.
Yes, let me commend really the team that put this together. I think this is an awesome move in the right direction. And it does respond to many requests that we've received over time regarding mental health issues directly in the community. And I think that that partnership agreement, and as you start to flush this out, should include people that are with other organizations outside of Appalachia, and to create this intervention team, because there are people in the community who people will react to in a very positive way that will help us get, I guess, a little bit deeper into what the issues really are. So I just commend you for a great job and expand that to the degree that you can to move that partnership piece a little bit further than what we see here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. First off, Ms. Ajitara, we need to move you to the front of the meeting because you always get to do the cool, fun stuff that everyone can be excited for. We appreciate all your hard work on this. I had one question in line on number 3, just for clarity. The partnership agreement with Appalachia Center to evolve, is this, what's the role? Are they training officers and mental? What's the partnership? Where does that come in? What are they training? Are they supplying people? Just some clarity there.
Sure. As Chief Revel mentioned, there's a current relationship that we have with the Appalachia Center. There is some training that already happens, and I think there's an understanding, and he may be able to fill in a little bit more about the current practices. The program as envisioned would really be a completely new response unit. So as it is now, a first responder response to the scene, and they will call on sort of our additional resources either at Appalachia Center or somewhere else, but they don't serve the scene as one unit. And so what would be an evolution, if you would be a completely separate unit that would be dispatched at the time of call. And this unit would leverage the existing officers that have already received the crisis intervention teams and this certification. So they're specially trained for that, but they're currently kind of mixed in with the rest of our officers team. And I hope I don't misspeak there, but to call out a special unit that is fully dedicated to these nonviolent calls for this response. We would also separate out the appropriate paramedics and EMTs that would be dedicated to this response unit. And again, on the mental health professionals, rather than having somebody who's sort of part of the broader pool of licensed professionals, you would have a dedicated 2 or more folks that only respond to services as part of this unit. So evolve loosely means that we have the pieces already in place, but it's not in a cohesive sort of response unit. And so this would look at creating one team that operates together.
Okay, so the mental health professionals would come from Appalachia, essentially? That's through the partnership?
That is the current discussion, Commissioner, because that resource currently exists. They have them on call. They are able to connect with them immediately, and in some cases, they dispatch. But as Commissioner Bryant mentioned, I think it's absolutely possible to bring in multiple partners. In fact, in other cities where this has happened, it's not just a mental health professional. It could be a social worker who has a particular training in a different need based on that call. And so if you were to grow this program and to really beef it up, you could add as many different partners as you want that would respond appropriately.
Yeah, perfect. That answers my question exactly. I think it's a good first step with the program.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And yeah, I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Commissioner Richardson.
Just another question for Abena. Are you all planning to partner with the appropriate university programs, psychology, social work, counseling, maybe to provide opportunities for interns? Or, I mean, I just want to know if you considered that avenue as well.
Yes, sir. And in fact, the Mental Health Council of the Big Bend includes a lot of those representatives from FAMU's Institute of Public Health, from FSU's College of Social Work. So that was a starting point for us to get all those voices in. And I do think that with your direction, you will probably see more interest from other partners who want to support that work.
Fantastic. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was all I had.
Excellent. Motion's on the table for options number 1, 2, and 3. No further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 13.03. Ms. Marshall, through the city manager.
Thank you, sir. I'll just tee it up.
Okay.
I've got to be part of this. I will tell you, this is, I wish we could have an agenda for this one alone. We know sewer in our southern part of our community is a big deal. We've worked tirelessly to make sure that we're treating our water to the highest of standards. And this is the fruit of our labor, I think, and in a good partnership with Leon County that we have the opportunity. I believe the investment is north of $30 million. And so we wanted to bring it to your attention. We're seeking your approval to enter into an interlocal agreement with Leon County for a Woodville sewer project. So, but I want Renetta to describe it for us and just put it on everybody's radar. And again, we're looking for your approval to move forward.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm excited to bring this item to you, and my comments will be brief given the time. But this has been an item that has been long in the making. Nearly 20 years ago, nutrients, specifically nitrogen, was identified as a source of environmental degradation for Wakulla Springs. There were studies that were conducted that identified two of the major contributors were the city spray fields as well as septic tank systems. And as you are aware, the city invested over $200 million to convert our wastewater treatment facility into a state-of-the-art advanced wastewater treatment and water reclamation facility. And that came online in 2012. This facility not only reduced nitrogen levels by over 90%, but it was also constructed to accommodate future growth, keeping in mind bringing on septic tank systems onto centralized sewer. The city and the county commission also adopted strategies in the comprehensive plan that guided our efforts to further protect Wakulla Springs. So now we have the opportunity, working with Leon County, to remove approximately 1,000 septic tank systems from the Wakulla Springs Basin. And that has the potential to reduce the nitrogen loads to the basin by over 20,000 pounds of nitrogen every year. This has been an excellent example of utilizing data to identify the problem, developing plans and strategies to address the source, planning for the future, committing funding for the necessary improvements, and implementing when there's an opportunity to do so. So we are proud that we can be a partner with Leon County on this significant environmental effort. And so with that, I am recommending wholeheartly this for your approval.
So moved.
Thank you very much. It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. I will second this motion. This is one of the few issues, if not the only issue I can think of, where I have actually placed a formal vote on Woodville Sewer as a county commissioner, and now we'll place a formal vote on Woodville Sewer as the mayor of City of Tallahassee, and it's my honor and privilege to do so.
I am so excited, Mayor, to move more people off of septic. I am so excited for that, especially on the south end of town.
Absolutely. Absolutely. With no further comment, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, item 13.04 is related to our operating agreement necessary to bring United Airlines and its partner SkyWest Airlines to Tallahassee. We had a great announcement a couple of weeks ago to add that air carrier service. David Pollard's worked tirelessly to get United, which is the third legacy carrier in the United States, so we'll have all right here in Tallahassee. And so, David, will you just give us a couple points that about this? We all know about it. We're excited about it. And Mayor and Commissioners, we're seeking your approval to execute this agreement. David, just a couple points.
David, great job.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, appointed officials. Very pleased, as the city manager said, we announced on August the 20th, nonstop service to Houston with United Airlines and their affiliate SkyWest Airlines. So what this item is doing is establishing the necessary operating agreement that we need to have with SkyWest. And it also formalizes the provisions of the Small Community Air Service Development Grant, which we'll be working with the U.S. Department of Transportation on to administer that grant and the funding that's associated with it.
Excellent. Is there a motion for staff recommendation?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Any questions for David? Any comments? David, great job landing this deal. No pun intended. Sorry for the bad joke. It's late.
Great job, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. All those in favor signify. All those in favor of the motion on the table for staff recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 13.05. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, sir. Let me say this. Steve Winkie, he's a consultant that's been working for us. He deserves a badge of honor. He's hung in here with us the entire night. And I know he's going to be brief and concise about this, but this is a really big deal for us. It's one of our critical systems that services our utilities and make sure we get our billing right and our customer information right. And we're seeking your authorization to negotiate with the top-ranked vendor, which is Itinerus. Steve's going to walk us through that. And this deserves a presentation. We'll be quick, but we're looking for your approval on this action tonight. Steve, I think, who am I turning it over to? Steve or
we'll
Tim?
turn it over to Tim. Yes, sir.
Tim, go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, City Commissioners, and appointed officials, thank you for this opportunity for us to present this. And again, as the City Manager said, we're going to try to be as brief as possible. I'm here to kind of give you an overview about the city efforts to replace this customer information utility billing suite of products. The suite of products consists of our PeopleSoft customer information system, also the component of customer self-service web piece, as well as our meter data management system. And again, this PeopleSoft CIS manages our customer information and billing for many services and programs that the city offers. And just to give you an understanding of it, the city actually produces over 1.3 million bills on an annual basis. This product, PeopleSoft CIS, actually went live in 2002, and the smart metering system actually came on board in 2009. And over the years, we've made some changes and enhancements based on business and customer requirements, but we've come to the end of our life on this platform, and that has led us to this actual replacement project. In a separate RFP, the city actually went out and hired a PM firm, project management firm, AAC Utilities, to partner with us so that they can give us some insight on how we are to approach this RFP for this product. And so I would like to turn it over to Steve Winkie from AAC to begin to kind of take us through that step process in which we arrived to this decision of the vendor.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to provide just a short summary of the great work your evaluation team has done to select a mission critical system, as we just identified. And just real quickly, I'll just give you a little overview of what we've done. And actually, this project actually started back in the early part of 2020 here in January. And the scope of this was just not your customer information billing system, but it was also your web self-service portal for your customer service interaction center, as well as integration into that metadata management system. We involved all the city departments, all the utility departments in these discussions. So when I heard one of the commissioners mention about requirements, we did a huge amount of requirements. Actually, we investigated and we went through a little over 22,700 business processes and requirements through each one of those departments to include in the RFP for solicitations for these providers. And the interesting thing is that we actually went through this procurement process through what we'll now say is a COVID, what the changes of COVID-19 actually presented. And so we actually then went from an in-person situation into now a virtual environment, much like what we're doing here today. And the team did a masterful job in going through those. What we did do is we issued a very comprehensive RFP out into the utility market space And with that, we had a very good response out there. We actually sent this document out to 78 different vendors out in the marketplace. And a result of that, we received a great, in AAC's perspective, a great magnitude of different responses back. We had some what we call self-implementers that are out there, as well as we have some other ones that actually, some software packages that actually use system integrators out there. And the key to this slide is that as a result, your evaluation team had a huge amount and a great opportunity to evaluate, in my opinion, some of the best systems out in the marketplace using some very, very strategic criteria. And with that, once we did use that selection criteria, we narrowed it down to a short list. And again, in the COVID environment, it created a pretty unique opportunity. And just to share just some quick, interesting information, just how hard your team worked and the amount of due diligence that they did, is we conducted 4 virtual 3-day scripted demonstrations. We brought in 4 different vendors, and during each one of those vendors, we had 3 days of scripted demonstrations. That basically totaled to, I'm always amazed when I hear this number, 108 hours of product demonstrations your team basically participated in. And then we had over 41 participants, not only your evaluation team, but we also had subject matter experts throughout the utility from all the different departments participate during those sessions. The unique perspective of this is not only did we get to provide those in an environment like this, but the vendors also, we had vendors from Cali, Colombia, all the way to the Netherlands. So we had a great amount of participation that normally wouldn't be able to participate in an event like this. The other part of this is we did send out some formal reference questions. We sent out a very detailed reference question packet, and we're able then to get the shortlisted folks to respond to those as well. And the core team, your evaluation team, was able to evaluate those and determine what they liked and didn't like. Through procurement, with procurement's help, we set up a very, very strict procurement guidelines. The phase 1 of this really looked at all the facets of the I call it kind of 360 view of the vendor. We looked at the profile, how long they've been in the business. Do they focus in this utility business? We looked at the actual software package. We looked at the technology that software package is on. Most importantly, the biggest part of this is the implementation. How are they going to implement this? We also looked at local preferences. We wanted to make sure that we exercise that to see if there was any local providers that had any expertise, as well as any minority-owned businesses that also could participate in this. And of course, we had to look at costs. That was our phase 1. Our phase 2, just as I mentioned before, was really now let's shortlist down to the vendors and let's bring in them and do demonstrations and some reference checks and some other due diligence, but also validate that technology and that implementation methodology. Your shortlisted vendors were here. Basically, we shortlisted down to a company called Itinerus, Origin with Oracle software with Origin implementing. We had Open International, and also SAP solution implementing by Vertex. And as a result of both of those phases, we had basically a phase 1, which was that we talked about before, in phase 2. And a result of those both phases, it really came out that both phase 1 and phase 2, your evaluation team had selected Itinerus to move forward with. With this, just to be sure that Itinerus has a great amount of experience within utilities, much similar to what we have here from a city perspective. So we feel very, very comfortable with moving forward with Itinerus. So having said that, I know we're late and I've been very, very brief. There's a huge amount of detail that went with this, and I just want to say a good job to the team and the management. It's been just a great, great experience to participate in. And with that, I'd just like to do some closing comments with Mr. James Barnes.
And good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners, and appointed officials. We'll be very brief because you've had a long evening. And I think Tim and Steve have really summarized all the efforts of the committee. I would say this is one of the most exhausting RFP processes that you will be very proud of, the employees. In addition to doing all of that, they did that in establishing one of the very first virtual RFP review process, and it was very thorough. And today we are asking for your approval to select the committee's recommendation of award and authorize staff to negotiate a contract with a contracting vendor, Itinerus.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen, for that incredible presentation. Certainly do appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem, for a motion.
Yes. Move staff up recommendation.
Staff recommendation's been properly moved, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Steve, thank you in particular for the actual presentation and walking us through it. And James, thanks for bringing it in for Landon as well. We appreciate it.
And great job, Tim.
Yeah, Tim, great job, as always. We appreciate it. We're blessed to have a great team. Any other comment from my colleagues? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimous. Do we still have Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Matlow with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Excellent. 5-0. Passes unanimously. 13.06.
Thank you. 1306 is the seeking your approval for options 1 and 2 related to our special events committee. As you may know, in 2015, this public events policy was revised to manage how the city's resources and services are used to support special events in our community. Changes to the policy included a mandatory application process for events to receive co-sponsorship status and the creation of a special events committee. The chair of that committee is with us tonight. That's Gene Kimball, and the entire committee, 9-member committee, has certainly served our community well with this time. Ashley Edwards, our Director of Parks and Recreation, is also with us. And I know we've had a couple questions about the committee's recommendation and how it's been parsed. I think it would be appropriate to have Ashley kind of go over the process. We'll be very concise, but the process matters. How the committee works matters. And I think it's a good outcome because of the way we work through the committee with volunteers like Ms. Kimball and others. So, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I would love for Ashley to just kind of go over the structure of the process and how that works. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mr. Manager. The committee itself is comprised of 9 members. 5 are appointed by the commission. Each individual commissioner and the mayor appoints one. The city manager has an appointee. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board has a representative, as does COCA and the Tourist Development Council. And the key feature of this committee is that all public events, by the nature of our public events policy, all public events receive a 50% discount on certain in-kind services. This committee is designed to make recommendations about co-sponsored events and which of the events that have applied would be designated as a co-sponsored event. And with that designation, then they're eligible to receive all of the in-kind services at no cost to them based on available funding. The key here, though, is the available funding, and the funding that the committee has to work with is limited to the total amount of the in-kind services that were provided and funded in the previous year. Of the applications that were received by the committee, there were 17. They took a vote and voted to designate 15 of those 17 events as co-sponsored events. 4 of those events that were designated co-sponsors received a unanimous vote to be designated co-sponsored, and the other 11, while they received majority votes, they were not necessarily unanimous votes. In looking at how to divide the funding that was available, because again, they were not given the option of fully funding all events. They only were allowed to recommend funding within the parameters of the previous year's funding levels. They determined that they would fully fund the 4 events that were unanimously voted by the committee to be designated co-sponsored, and then they would take the remaining amount that was available and divvy that up equitably among the remaining 11 events. That resulted in recommending 62.8% of the cost of city services be covered for those remaining events. This amount that they had to work with, they started with, was $172,128. By dividing the money the way they did, they were able to get within $12 of that amount, so they're recommending $172,116 in in-kind city services. And I do want to be clear, this is not actual cash money that goes to these events. This is just the city services are provided at no cost to them. The additional amount that would be needed to fund all of the events at the full city service level all the events that were voted to be considered co-sponsored events, it would be an additional $62,916. Recognizing that the committee did not have enough money to go around all events, their recommendation includes the provision, especially given the uncertainty of all of these events taking place given the COVID pandemic. They also recommend that the value of any services not used by an event be redistributed to the remaining co-sponsor events that haven't been held yet in that fiscal year that were not fully funded. The other issue that we're asking for your approval of this evening is the committee is recommending that the Red Hills Horse Trials event be removed from the co-sponsored event process and designated as a partnership event. This, by the nature of this event, it falls much more in line with the other events that we put on that are sporting events, that are partnership events with us. The key distinction there being that Parks and Recreation staff are actually an integral part of putting on these events, whereas with co-sponsored events, city staff or Parks and Recreation staff is there to make sure that all city services are delivered as requested. They're there to make sure that rules and regulations are followed, safety measures are in place, and that city property is protected, as well as the safety of the participants in the event. But we don't actually participate in putting on the event. With the partnership events like the Tallahassee Tennis Challenger tennis tournament, a number of baseball and softball tournaments, the Open Tallahassee Disc Golf Tournament, and the Red Hills Horse Trials, our staff is integrally involved in actually facilitating and putting on the event itself. So this committee has recommended that because of those differences, that Red Hills and the corresponding funding for city services that goes along with it be pulled out of that process. The events that are recommended are listed in the agenda item. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have specifically about the process. And Gene Kimball is here as well to represent the committee. And I want to also thank them for all of their hard work.
Ashley, before we open it up for discussion, quick question. I know that everybody is concerned with the impacts that COVID has had with many of these events having to be canceled this year, which is a loss of revenue for the organizations trying to put on next year. Tell me a little bit about the conversation that the committee had on why there are recommended cuts in in-kind contributions for next year's events.
Well, Mayor, the committee, again, was only allowed to recommend funding within the funding limitations that it had. There were more events that were applying for funding this year, and some of the events that had historically received funding had increased the scope of their events. They had either added the number of concerts or events in totality. They'd added to the amount of time the events were. So just from the starting point, we had a request for a greater amount of services than we've ever had. But we were also tasked with keeping that committee within the same level of spending that had been previously spent this past year. So they were kind of already behind the eight ball, so to speak, because they weren't going to have enough money at their disposal to be able to recommend any additional funding beyond that point. So what they decided to do is they tried to look at this and say, okay, how can we divvy up what we have within these events that we've deemed to be designated co-sponsored events. And the committee just basically chose to pick the four that they had unanimously recommended to fully fund, and then equally distributed the remaining dollar amounts throughout the rest of the events, recognizing and knowing that, obviously I think all their preferences would have been to fully fund if they had the available dollars. And of course, that was not an option for them.
Got it. And so the committee did a great job within the scope that they were given, and I certainly do appreciate it. At the same time, I'm extremely concerned. One of the best ways for this community to come together and be able to move forward, especially after COVID and some of the other hurricane season and everything that we're dealing with, is we like to celebrate. And we have the opportunities to celebrate both at downtown with our events and with our concerts and with some of our great festivals like Springtime. And I think it's going to be very important for Tallahassee to be able to get out and regroup as friends and as family and as neighbors to enjoy these festivals and to celebrate in concerts and everything. So, Ashley, I'm really keen on at least level funding. Now, granted, I get it. I know the committee did the work within the scope and the parameters, and they did a yeoman's job. But I guess the question is, if we were going to at least provide level funding, i.e. in-kind services, as we did in the previous year, what's our delta? What are we looking at financially?
The difference there, in order to fully fund all the events requests, would be an additional $62,916 of in-kind services value.
Okay. So $65,000 worth of in-kind services. Colleagues, I got to tell you, this is one that I would really love to kind of roll up the sleeves and see if there's any room, Mr. Manager, in the budget. I know we're asking you to work miracles with cuts and everything, but when I think of what's important to this community, really healing and moving together, and I think that being able to celebrate and enjoy ourselves at these festivals and concerts, and quite frankly, bring business downtown where inappropriate is going to be very important. I don't know how to summarize this and bring it in for a landing. I don't know if just talking out loud.
I'll help you.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, because I absolutely agree, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for letting me help. Our staff, our professional staff can do anything. I think all we need to do is say to them, we need you to go find this money, find these in-kind services, because there are some events that didn't happen this year because of COVID. So we need to go scrape the pennies off the edge of the budget and put it over there so that we can fund all of these events, because you're right, we're gonna need to celebrate. And many of these are not organizations who can go out and find the additional monies. And if these are in-kind services, these are not actual dollars that are being exchanging hands. I know our staff can go find this money, and they can go find these services that make these events whole. So that's what I want to see them do.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion on the table for the city manager to perform a miracle level funding and move forward. No, I understand what you're saying, and right there, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll certainly we'll do miracles for you, but if I could ask your permission, I don't think cuts are in order. I don't believe cuts are in order here. I think what these are incremental dollars. So these are extra expenses to the budget. So in Ashley's case, her budget goes up. We can revise the budget upward a little bit. We match it with revenues. I think those revenues would come from reserves. I think just knowing how we've cut deep on this, I think it's fine. But my preference would not be to go find reductions in Parks and Recreation. I think that would be difficult. I think we can accomplish what you're saying, but I just wanted to share that thought with you. I think we would do it budgetarily.
Understand. And I think we're all understanding the motion on the table. Again, Ashley, I know that the committee did a great job within the scopes and the parameters that were provided, and we certainly do appreciate it. And quite honestly, on a side note, I'm very excited to hear about some of the changes that are coming about with Springtime Tallahassee. And I'm very proud of the leadership for stepping up to the plate and taking that direction, taking that organization into the future. And that's exciting as well. With that being said, Mr. Manager, are you clear on the direction of the motion on the table that was made by the Mayor Pro Tem that Commissioner Richardson seconded? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 13.07, Mr. Manager. Excuse me, Madam Attorney.
Yeah, the City Attorney is going to introduce this one, sir.
Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 13.07 is an amendment to the Wilani Boulevard Interlocal Agreement. This item seeks approval of an amendment to an agreement among the city, Blueprint, and the Canopy Community Development District concerning the construction of portions of Wilani Boulevard. Under the existing agreement, the CDD is constructing portions of segments 2 and 3 of Wilani Boulevard, which are within the Canopy development. Under the agreement, the city is advance funding the road construction. Blueprint will then reimburse the city for the cost of the construction over 3 years from 2020 to 2022. Without increasing the cap on the total construction cost, the amendment removes the reimbursement caps for the individual segments of the proposed roadway. Therefore, there is no overall increase in the cost of the roadway. The second substantive aspect of the amendment is to remove the portion of the roadway which will not be funded under the agreement, essentially correcting an error. So there is a reference to a portion of the roadway that is not covered by this agreement. All parties must approve the amendment for it to be effective. The Canopy CDD held its meeting on September 1st, 2020, and approved the amendment, and Blueprint will take up the amendment at its scheduled meeting on September 17th, 2020. Option 1, approval of the amendment is recommended.
Our motion on the table.
Move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations made by Commissioner Bryant. I will second the motion. Is there any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Passes. I'm sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Commissioner Matlow is in dissent. Passes 4-1. Item number 13.08.
Mr. Mayor, Angela Baldwin, our Director of STAR Metro, is going to introduce this item.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize, my webcam is acting up right at the moment. However, Commissioners, the agenda item before you today is requesting approval to negotiate contracts with 4 providers. STAR Metro recently released a request for proposal for transportation services and received 4 responses. Our 3 current providers and 1 new provider. One of the providers is a certified DBE. Our 3 current contracts expire on September 30th of this month. Contracts with all 4 vendors will allow STAR Metro greater flexibility in scheduling dial-a-ride trips, especially during peak demand periods, enhance transportation within the community, and increase on-time performance for our customers.
Thank you so much. All right. Is there discussion?
Move staff recommendation.
Move acceptance of option 1.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Excuse me. All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. 13.09.
Thank you, sir. This item is a commission policy and therefore included in your policy agenda. It seeks your approval of updates to the commission procurement policy 242. Actually, you took some action that supports this earlier this evening with the passage of ordinance 20-0-24. I will summarize generally the changes. There are sundry of changes that are involved. It includes conforming updates to the City Commission's recent ethics reform package that was included in Ordinance 19-0-36-AA. It also includes conforming updates to the Cone of Silence as it relates to the competitive solicitations, updates to reflect recent operational changes implemented through our staff efficiency efforts. It prohibits a city employee from serving on a competitive selection evaluation committee if that individual was previously employed by a responding vendor within the past 2 years. It also enhances requirements for vendors to disclose potential conflicts of interest during a competitive solicitation. It provides updates to the city's quote and competition thresholds consistent with best practices identified among peer cities. And finally, it clarifies the purchasing authorities of procurement staff, management, and appointed officials. Patrick Twyman is our Director of Financial Services. He's had the lead on this item. We also have our Procurement Director, Ms. McCracken, or Ms. McCracken. They're both here with us to answer any questions that you might have.
All right. Do we have any questions, any comments?
Move staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor, any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Do we have any other items come before us under policy formation and direction?
No, sir. No, sir.
Excellent. We are now bringing this into a landing. We need to go back, Mr. Cook, to unagenda business speakers. I'm going to turn the gavel over to you to run our last little bit of public speakers for the evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Richardson was trying to speak. I'll let you go first.
And you can tell me what is the appropriate way to do this. I wanted to ask Commissioner Matlow if he would go back to his earlier motion. It was something that I wanted to second for discussion because it was an issue that I had inquired about from the city manager and the attorney. So let me know what would be the appropriate way to do that.
Commissioner Richardson, let's do that on commission time after these last unagenda speakers.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have several unagended speakers. I will call them, and those who have hung in there with us will have 3 minutes for whatever their topic is for the evening. Our first speaker in that regard is Whitfield Leland, then followed by Natalie Potter. But I see Whitfield Leland on my screen. You may, if you'll give your name and address for the record, we'll give you 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you get close to 3.
My name is Whitfield Leland. My address is 754 West 7th Avenue, Tallahassee, Florida 32303. Since I ain't gonna lie, I had wrote y'all a 5-page speech, but at the end of the day, listening to what people being said, I kind of changed my mind. I see that y'all going by numbers, so let me address some numbers, because I think that where we at right now, with everything that y'all see that y'all doing, we're not nowhere taking no actions to actually stop the violence in our community. I've heard y'all talk about all kind of programming today, but we ain't said nothing about how we're gonna stop that violence. In 2020, as of August the 20th, there was 41 shootings, 29 injuries, 5 died. From a firearm assessment, cost of shooting, as of August the 20th, we spent $100.47 million just on shooting alone. Since the 20th, 13 days later, we spent a total of $13 million. Now, my thing is this. I met with a couple of the law enforcement heads in the agencies, and they made a commitment. And since then, I understand that everything don't move as fast as we continue to want them. But at the end of the day, we're still seeing that the crime rate and the violence just keep going up. And we talk about better policing, but you can't really necessarily get better policing when your police department, once they go into training, once they go into the academy, 80% of their training is tactical. 20% is non-tactical. But when they get out of the department, when they get out of training and come into the force, 80% is non-tactical and 20% is tactical. The math don't add up. So my thing is, if we're going to address issues, let's really address the real issues. And if y'all going to put some set forth motions and discussions, let's discuss getting the crime rate down. Now, for the record, State Attorney Jack Campbell lied. Nobody was arrested. If you get arrested, you go to the jail and get booked, and then it's up on the state attorney. Also, one more thing. The mayor, John, we don't care. The citizens of Tallahassee don't give a damn about Chief McNeil, Chief Brown, none of the law enforcement agencies giving Revel a hands up. It is on the citizens of Tallahassee, just like you. We put you there. So at the end of the day, for you to sit in that chair and not represent the citizens of Tallahassee, that is a disgrace and a slap to the citizen's face. Now, to the other commissioners tonight, man, I tip my hat off to y'all for asking the questions, but at the end of the day, I'm still holding y'all accountable because y'all haven't moved nothing. You made a motion. Y'all put, if that was one of your kids,
3 minutes.
If that was one of your kids, y'all would have been all up in the city's ass trying to get that on. So I'm asking y'all.
Yep. Sorry, Mr. Whitfield, we've had to make sure we limit people to 3 minutes this evening, and you had exceeded that. But hopefully the mayor and commissioners have all heard your comments, but we're trying to be consistent. As we noted earlier, one of our speakers was inquiring about differences. So
I'm done.
So okay, very good. We appreciate it. Our next speaker would be Natalie Potter, and then Annabelle Diaz. So Natalie Potter. Annabelle Diaz.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Thank you. Well, it's been a very long day. I've never spoken at a commission meeting, and I appreciate everybody that spoke up on behalf of the Jackson family. I am in complete awe right now. I heard a commissioner make a motion to redact the victim of a vicious murder, and before I could hear anything, the mayor actually say that the motion died because there was no second. You are the county commissioners. I don't know what part you guys had to do with that video, but there's a family who spent 7 hours on the phone telling you how hurt they are. There is a community that told you how hurt they are, and you guys are refusing to redact this. This had nothing to do with the use of force. That family has been nothing but gracious. They have cooperated with law enforcement. They have been hurt. They have been vilified by everybody, and all they ask you is to let them grieve in peace and take Malik Jackson from that video. Redact it, blur it, do whatever you have to do, but please respect them and respect the citizens of Tallahassee. They don't want to see this. As to everything else that you guys talked about, I have no solution for you, but I pray that you will implement some mental health training for law enforcement. I have been a criminal defense attorney here for 22 years. And I can tell you that law enforcement has changed. They are very aggressive, and they do need to be trained in mental health, and they probably need to provide mental health for them. And this community is not going to get better. The violence is going to continue to escalate because there is disparity in the way normally that they treat defendants, but the way they treat victims. And victims of color are not treated the same. And I wish the chief was still there because he knows I've emailed him about it. Same with McNeil. So I beg you to reconsider that motion that Commissioner Matlow put out there, and I beg you to not disrespect the Jackson family any more than you have for the past 4 months. And I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speakers, and I don't see very many of these as far as I can tell on our meeting at this point, but I do want to be sure I call them each. Horace Brown, Vera Brown, Pamela Andrews, James Robert Jolly, Linda Miklowitz, Delatry Hollinger. I know he spoke earlier, but had also signed up on unagended. James King. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Hollinger is there. I'll turn the floor to you for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer Clerk. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Delatry Hollinger, 501 Alpha Avenue. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. We're doing pretty good because I only got about 2 more hours to go to my 27th. So I'd like to address 2 issues, actually. The first is the Capital City Country Club. I did have an opportunity to send members of the commission a preliminary report that has been released by the National Park Service, which positively confirms that at least 40 slaves are indeed buried at the Capital City Country Club, and the report was rather interesting. It's my understanding that the final report will be released quite soon, but I also wanted to address the issue of, especially as former NAACP president, the issue of the leasing agreement with the Capital City Country Club that's been an issue of contention in our community for at least 5 decades. And I'd like for us, in the climate in which we find ourselves, to consider voiding what is a racist and illegal leasing agreement. Illegal because of the reason it was implemented, which was to avoid racial integration. The leasing agreement was put into place in February of 1956 by the City Commission. Just a few weeks prior to that, the Supreme Court of the United States voted that municipalities could not prevent blacks from golfing on public courses. And then in December of 55, 2 months before that commission decision was made, there were cases that the NAACP was winning as it relates to African Americans playing on public golf courses in Atlanta, in Virginia, and South Carolina. So leading up to this, the golf course was leased. The excuse that was given was that it was losing $4,000 a year in maintenance costs. But in the exact same year that we leased Capital City, we built Jake Gaither Golf Course for Negroes, as it was called at that time, and that was built on top of a floodplain. And so it's hard for me to believe that we leased one course for maintenance reasons and then we open another one just for blacks in the same year. But I would hope that we could reconsider that leasing agreement. I know many of you know Dr. C.U. Smith. He was relentless in filing a number of lawsuits and asking the commission over many, many years, 55 years actually, to void that leasing agreement. And I would hope that we could get to a point to where we could actually do that, especially considering the new information that we have. Lastly, I'd like to address the body cam footage, Mr. Jackson. I would hope that we could get a second to Commissioner Matlow's motion to blur out that video. I mean, I just felt...
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
James H. King is our next speaker. I believe he is still there. Bear with me 1 minute, commissioners. I just thought I saw the icon with his name. I don't hear anything. Cynthia Colas, also someone who spoke earlier in our meeting, had also signed up for unagended. And then final name on unagended speakers is Stephanie Henningsen. So unless Mr. King chimes in, I believe we have called each of those who signed up to speak, Mayor. That concludes the unagended speakers.
Excellent. It's been a long night. We're on the sharing of ideas. Let's start with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to revisit a couple of things. One, the Capital City Country Club that Mr. Hollinger just spoke about. And full disclosure, I'd ask the city attorney to look at that lease and to look at what we could possibly get done there, because we know that there are at least 40 graves there from slaves that are there, and there may be more. And we're wanting to see what we can do to try to make sure that the Capital City Country Club, and I understand that golfing is, I don't know, I'm not a golfer, but I understand that there's not a lot of money being made in golfing right now. But I would hope that with the Capital City Country Club, the city could look into what we can do to memorialize those individuals who are there, find the others, and see if we can what we can do to memorialize them, and actually look at that lease that $1 a year lease. That seemed to have been a pattern of what we can do if perhaps they may be willing to work with us to make that more of a community use opportunity. So I'm asking that we work on maybe bring back an agenda item of some options. And I'm looking at Cassandra, but I see you right there too, Reese. Bring back some options of what we can do at that country club. It is now the time for us to undo some wrongs that may have been done. We may not have been responsible for doing it, but it was done, and we kind of need to look at how to make our community whole. The second thing is...
Hold on, Mayor Pro Tem, let's go ahead and get a second to the motion on the table in regards to bringing back an agenda item and a full examination with options of the Capital City Country Club lease. It's been seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none. Y'all been talking so much, I'm losing my voice. I apologize. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor.
Okay, the second thing is that many of us know Jackie Perkins, and because she's one of the hardest working people I know, one of the hardest working people in our city. But what I didn't know was what role her parents played in the civil rights movement here in the city. And one of the things that we've been talking about is doing something to remember those who've gone before us and who did some things to cause us to be where we are. And so I've been talking with Jackie and Delatry about what we could do to honor her parents. And for those of you who don't know, we can provide you with the articles. It was astronomical things that they did to help people in our city work in the city and TMH and all those kinds of things. And so we were looking at perhaps Gamble Street, which corners the Bond community, looking at renaming Gamble Street, that section that is owned by the city, renaming it for her parents, Robert and Trudy Perkins Boulevard. I've learned that the name Gamble belonged to a Confederate soldier. And that doesn't sit well with me on a Black community near an HBCU. So, Gamble runs through FAMU down to Lake Bradford Road. So I want request another agenda item that we look at what we need to do to rename the portion of Gamble Street that's owned by the city to Robert and Trudy Perkins Boulevard in honor of them.
Motion on the table made by Mayor Pro Tem in regards to the renaming of Gamble Street. I will second that motion as well with Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Bryant. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0.
And one final thing. I mentioned this during the public safety update. I really want us to facilitate a meeting, and I'm happy to do it, to facilitate a meeting between our peaceful protesters and our law enforcement and whoever else we need to involve so that we can talk and work on a plan to move forward in respect for one another. So I would be honored to facilitate that meeting, and just hope that my colleagues would support me as well as staff would support that.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's a great idea. And I don't think do we need a motion, or can
I'm volunteering to do it at no additional charge.
I think a wonderful idea, Mayor Pro Tem, and I know you'll have full support of the staff too.
Yeah.
We can do to help, let us know.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
I wanted to get back to the issue that I raised. If Commissioner Matlow is still interested in making that motion, I would second it at this point for discussion to determine what we can or cannot do in light of the motion that he made to redact that portion of the video from the city's website of Mr. Jackson.
All right. First of all, I tell you what, when Commissioner Matlow, we'll go to him next for his time. Do you have any other items you'd like to bring up?
No, I'm done.
Excellent. Commissioner Matlow.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just reframing that, there were two things, I was looking at is one, to just develop a policy of how we release footage and what we include in it moving forward when we do it, if that's in time with a grand jury presentment, just so everybody knows what to expect in the future. And then the second part was to go ahead of the 3 videos, just remove or blur any footage of any victim. I haven't gone through all 3 of them, but any victim that may be in there, just go ahead and remove or blur them from the 3 that are currently released.
Seconded by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Madam Attorney, any comment, seeing how we're going to be, Commissioner Richardson, I'm sorry.
You're muted.
You're muted, Commissioner Richardson.
2 subject matters in Commissioner Matlow's motion. One is the policy, and the other is the redaction. Commissioner Matlow, would you be interested in making those 2 separate motions? Because I think they're 2 separate issues, related but separate.
And one, I think, could be discussed later. So, I'll just reduce the motion to redacting the victim footage.
Okay. I will second that for discussion, because it was something that I spoke with both the attorney and the city manager about and was very interested in that myself. So I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, so the motion on the table right now, one more time, Commissioner Matlow, state your motion.
Is to remove more blur footage of any victims in the 3 videos that were released last week.
Seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Madam Attorney, would you like to weigh in light of legal action? What does this have any impact on that whatsoever, or what's your interpretation and advice?
I would just again encourage you not to make comments regarding this matter. As I said, we have a pending claim from the Jackson family regarding Mr. Malik Jackson.
Now, when you say comments, are you also recommending against action, or can we move forward with the motion on the table?
Certainly, this commission can take any action it desires to take.
That was a nice legal answer, Ms. Jackson. Sure, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would offer that in lieu of going in and modifying a portion of that we just bring them all down. Bring all 3 down. All 3 videos down. And that way we're not, because somebody else, another family, may want something redacted from another piece. And so I'm in favor of stopping the family's pain. So I'm just saying that instead of going in there modifying it for one family, we'll just take it down for all the families.
I'm looking for both the city attorney and the city manager to comment on the issue. Sure, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we must be clear. These are public records, and they're subject to disclosure that we cannot protect. We need to make sure we understand that the videos were placed in the public domain in response to what I understand to be thousands of public records requests. I would hope, and I don't know this, I look at our treasurer clerk, he may not know either. Maybe we have fully responded to that, satisfied that. So if you take the videos out of the public domain, they still would be subject to disclosure upon request. But you may have satisfied the need to respond to all those thousands of public records requests as well. So I share that because any blurring, I'm not sure we can do if you alter the video and then attempt to respond to the public records request.
Yeah, I don't have any particular additional comment other than to concur that the videos are public record. So upon request, they would need to be provided. They've already been put in the public domain. That doesn't mean they have to stay up on a city site or anything of that nature.
Mr. Mayor, so currently, if people are requesting body camera footage from any of those incidents, are we sending them the body camera footage tape, or are we sending them the tape that was released on the site that has multiple footages pieced together?
Manager, attorney?
Yeah, I can answer that, sir. So we would send these videos that have all of the body camera footage in its entirety. These videos were a compilation of everything, so they include all the evidence. This is what was provided to the state attorney for the grand jury, so this is the complete record that's been posted online.
Yeah, and one more follow-up. So if somebody requested body camera footage, are we sending them to that link on the website, or are we giving them video copies?
Yes, we're pointing them to the link.
If I need to keep in mind too that the news has those has them on their site too, I believe.
There I go.
Madam Attorney?
I just wanted to say that the placing on the website is not inconsistent with what we've done in the past when we've had many requests. I mean, I think you all received some of those requests. I certainly did. I think this was an effort to be transparent and place them where those who had desired copies of the camera footage could easily access them. To remove all of them says nothing about why you do it, but I do encourage you to please not discuss further the situation or anything that would indicate a view. That you would simply, if you desire to remove them, vote to remove them. If you do not desire to remove them, allow them to stay.
So final question, if we remove them from the website, we can still fulfill public records requests to anybody who requests?
We will be obligated to fulfill public records requests.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson, if you're agreeable, I will agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox to just remove the 3 videos and alter the motion.
The motion has been amended to remove all 3 videos from the City of Tallahassee website after fulfilling the public records request. Mr. Grote, comment? We're good? Okay. And that motion is seconded by Commissioner Richardson. We've been advised no further comment. If everyone's comfortable, let's take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioner Matlow, you still have the floor.
All right, 10 things. It's been a great night. Pleasure working with all of you. I hope it's been a long one. I appreciate you and all of your work. Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Bryant.
No final comment. Move we adjourn.
Excellent. Everyone have a wonderful evening. I have nothing. It has been a good meeting, a trying meeting, a tired meeting. And look, I think we're all doing the best job we can to try to bring this community together and move this community forward. These are difficult times, but we are Tallahassee strong and Tallahassee proud, and I have confidence we'll be able to do so. Everyone be safe. Have a great night.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.